Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for day 2 of our event here in Virginia Beach. We have the championship 25-26 seasonal, or excuse me, seasonal 1 regional top cut happening today. We've
Oh,
got,
man.
yeah, that was a mouthful. We've got 32 of our players from yesterday's Swiss that have made it to today. Now, I will say we've got a leader breakdown, but unfortunately, 2 of the players that were in the top 32
Rest in peace.
unfortunately could
Rest in
not make it
peace.
today. I believe they had to leave early. So at least they made it, but they will not be
Got their
participating.
invites. They're good.
They
at
got
the
the
end of day.
invites, yep. But we do have a little bit of a leader breakdown to give you guys for what we should be expecting here in Top Cut. We do have, this is kind of surprising to me, being the most represented deck in Top Cut. 6 Dofi.
6.
6 Dofi.
They're
right?
thriving.
That is, I mean, I shouldn't say it's like too surprising, but I was expecting Shanks,
I was
if
about
I'm
to say,
being honest. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
makes sense that Teach is the second most represented
Yep.
at 5. I think this is what most people were having, other than Shanks, their money on of
Yeah.
being so consistent to make it to a top 32 spot to be in this, position
Yeah,
to win it all.
100%. And I think that Teach has a good shot of doing really well today. It does kind of boil down to what your matchups are, because there are some, I would say, pretty poor matchups.
Those
for
Dofis, they must be a little scared. 6
Yeah.
of them. You
Yeah.
got to dodge them?
6 Dofis, as well as there's also 3 Zoros. We do have 4 of the Shanks. So we are going to see some Shanks. Actually, in Game 1, we will be having a Shanks versus Dofi matchup.
That's going to be a good one.
Absolutely. And I don't believe that was a match that we got to see yesterday. So
Yeah. So get some more meta diversity here.
Exactly. Yeah. We were able to see both of those decks in different matchups, but just having them play against one another is going to be pretty interesting to see how that goes. We have 2 Lucci, 2 Purple Luffy, as well as 3 Usopp making
it
into the top 32. Now, here's the sad news.
Yeah.
As I saw them setting up the tables and I was checking out the bracket, unfortunately, at most, we're going to have 2 Usopp after this round, because one of the games is an Usopp mirror.
It's just
It's so tragic. It's so tragic. I was like, there's only 3 of you, and 2 of you had to be paired up. Oh,
The God versus God matchup.
Yeah,
that's going to be miserable. You assume whoever goes first is going to be so far ahead. but
yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
It's crazy though. I felt so bad. I was like, oh my gosh, like that's so unlucky. But we also have a couple of one-ofs that were pretty interesting. We do have one of Bonnie. We have one of Nami.
Who, just won at Pasadena.
Just one in Pasadena, and that deck literally will always just make top 32 somehow.
If you have the right pilot and
Yeah.
it's your day, like you got the right triggers, you're making it.
Speaking of triggers, we do have one Katakuri player making it.
Can you believe it?
I know. I was like, dude, all right, with all of the like Shanks and Purple Luffy out there, I was kind of surprised to see that, but pretty well done. Cannot complain. And then we also had one of the Boa from yesterday making it, and one Reiju as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so pretty diverse top cut. I will say, obviously, there's going to be some of those leaders that we're seeing a little more, heavily represented, but still, just having, I would say, what is this, 10, 11 different leaders. 11 different leaders represented in a top 32. Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for a more interesting diversity here, and I kind of like to see that post-ban, that we're having a lot happening. But yeah, I think that the players are getting all set up and ready. So now that we know, we made our predictions yesterday that we were saying Shanks was gonna take it all, right? But we see less Shanks than we do Dofi and Teach. Do you want to make an adjustment? Do you feel like anything else might potentially be taking it?
I don't know. Yeah. So the sheer quantity of Shanks players that show up is definitely going to be one of the most represented. But then now that we're here, is it the right Shanks build, the right meta call into this meta? For this match in particular, it's very interesting that our Shanks player is on for Red Hawk.
Yeah.
And now that there's so many Dofi, I feel as if I think Shanks can still win it all here. Maybe he
Yeah.
didn't do as great getting to top 32, but
Sure.
I think I'm still going with my boy Shanks.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to get the full information and go through all of the hundreds of players that were playing
Exactly.
yesterday to see if Shanks was the most heavily represented or if it was something like Dofi.
Probably
But
along the top 3.
yeah,
I'd
I would
assume.
100% easily the first, second, or third most represented. But it is very interesting to see how we have more Dofi here, and it maybe could have been just better matchups in Swiss. It could have potentially been, you know, just a better understanding of how certain matchups are going. So, I think the players are getting all set up. The players are getting ready. And I think we're ready to get started with round 1, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, oh yeah.
Man,
And
here
we've
we
got
go.
Dofi versus Shanks here. Very excited. We are starting off again with the fist bump of friendship. You love to see it. But Dofi,
Oh, just to get the card draw.
I like this. Yeah, get the card draw. You're like, hey, if you're not going to attack me, I'm just going to. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yep, we got. All right, there we go.
I'm seeing
We-
double.
Yeah, we ended up getting. Sengoku was able to find. I believe it was a crocodile, but it was pretty quick. I didn't catch that for just a second. In how fast that was, but
Oh,
solid. Was that just a?
going. Yeah.
Was that just a blind Weevil?
I mean, yeah, had to be.
It's like the
so,
best case scenario, bro.
Yeah,
That's like,
especially against Shanks.
yeah. Oh,
And then here we go. So
yeah, we are gonna see.
seeing it immediately, but
Yeah.
I'm sure you wish that was a smaller powered character.
Yeah, maybe a teach, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are gonna see Austin going through the think tank. What are we doing here? And I think I saw, if I'm not mistaken, the why am I forgetting the name of it? Lucky Roo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we have the Lucky Roo
Always
available.
Bit of like a conundrum. If you want to play it early, you're kind of putting your opponent on having that bounce slot early.
Sure.
So sometimes it's just good to put it out there and see what happens, especially if they don't have those small drops like Sengoku to recycle early on. So that Red Hawk is going to come up.
Right. And now passing it back, Joey does have some options here, whether it's going to be some searches, potentially
Ooh.
Perona to set us up. We also have, that Weevil is just, it's so good into this matchup, having the 6K bodies on the board, because now you have an opportunity to be able to, pressure your opponent's life through a lot of the, hey, let's get around that leader effect of Shanks.
Yeah,
you
you're
know?
guaranteeing at least one card out of Shanks if they don't want to take that life so early.
Exactly.
Searching a Boa Hancock off of Sengoku. And then, yep, there's the bounce law. Just going to play it out, get maximum value by bouncing their own Sengoku and thinking on their attack order here. So, yep, might as well swing with leader first, bait out the leader effect, and then go 6. And it's an easy 2K.
I think that's fair. I try to always swing 6 first, just so that if they give me the leader effect, I'm like, yes, I get 2 swings. But I don't think these players are going to be falling for that.
No, those cheap tricks.
I got my tricks here and there, but they're usually not as successful once you get to this stage of a tournament.
So now, what will the Shanks player do and prioritize? They want to start swinging into a 6K body, or are they going to pressure life here? And they are choosing to swing 5 first. Maybe testing how the opponent's going to react. Do they want to go down to 3 so early?
Yeah.
Probably not, but
It
they
is
want a bunch of
interesting.
cards in hand.
It is interesting with that. What is the idea with 6 Dawn? I would imagine it's got to be like the 5-cost Rush Luffy of some sorts.
See him eye it up in his hand.
Yeah,
Amazing on curve.
exactly. I think that being able to potentially remove this Weevil will be very, very useful.
Exactly. He's able to swing 8 right out the gate.
Right. And so the 5 is just like, hey, give me a card,
Yeah.
so that I can now get 2 more cards out of your hand, attacking this Weevil.
Yeah, very smart sequencing here instead of perhaps going 6-7 to the Weevil.
Yeah. But there is an opportunity that we don't see. we don't see the Luffy here. You know, it could potentially be another Lucky Roo leaving 2 up for trying to deal with our opponent in using which we
Yep.
are.
And
Yeah.
then there we go.
Yeah, we're leaving 2 up, so we're telling our opponent, hey, we might have another Red Hawk, but we also might just be feigning it. But this is where it's kind of interesting because dependent on what Joey wants to do here, it could end up being the death of Law. You know, you'd be like, you use leader effect first, bringing it down to a 4K, then using that Red Hawk to get there. And it's honestly, I'm pretty happy with it. And, you know, getting rid of a 4-cost card that was very tricky, dealing with a lot of my board. I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, it just feels so bad swinging into those 6K bodies when you're facing against Doflamingo. So if this Lucky Roo can stick, you could get some great value, and also might require Joey, if he wants to protect his board against a Red Hawk, just swinging awkwardly, attaching Dawnbird. Normally he doesn't want to do that.
Right.
So thinking on this stack, making sure that these 3 cards are going to be the right 3 cards. As you said yesterday, can only put onto the top, so that's what he has to work with here.
Yep. So you gotta hope that those 3 are
Oh.
exactly what you need to.
Another bounce law. He's able to get his actually bring the law back to hand just to get the Lucky Roo out of here. Thought for a second he might have gotten
Yeah.
the buggy back.
And the
but
preemptive Dawn onto Law is
Yeah.
very heads up here, you know, making sure that we're defending out of the potential Red Hawk problem. Now, since we know that, you know, our Doflamingo player has bounced the Law back, it might be of some arguable importance to use the Red Hawk here and get rid of the buggy so that it's not allowed to be played again. But at the same time, our hand size is getting kind of low, so I definitely understand taking
yeah,
life here.
taking 1.
Yeah.
You were still at 5. Definitely out of pudding range.
Yeah. So saving the Red Hawk for another go. We're going to have that, you know, potentially a bit later. You know, we want to see, hey, this is going to be really useful for me at a different time. Now we're going to go 6 into the Law, command a 2K out of hand, and the good old-fashioned Beckman.
Yeah.
Yep. Beckman to get rid of Weevil. Beckman is such a power play on curve. Dofi cannot really do much about it, and it's just a 7 that's going to sit there and constantly command cards out of hand for the rest of the game. And this is why, I think this is why Shinx is really enjoying playing a little wider. Or excuse me, not a little wider, excuse me. And enjoying the fact that Dofi is not playing as wide, not having the Jinbei anymore, because good lord, was it so annoying to deal with, you know, the insane amount of like 6K
Yeah, just get all your
attacks,
cards out of
7K
hand,
attacks.
and you
Yeah.
can never play for that late game. But Shanks more reliably can get there
Yeah.
and play those Beckmans, those Rayleighs. I'm sure that Austin would love a Beckman on his next turn here.
Sure. Or a Rayleigh. I think Rayleigh would be kind of crazy. We're going to use Teach.
Oh, yeah, really? That's even better.
Yeah. Using Teach, playing out the card from Leader Effect, getting another Boa, so a double 8K swing to life. Does choose to just leave it at the top.
Using
And-
Leader Effect and a 2 and a 1.
Yep, Austin is going to get out of this. He's playing the 3-cost Sanji, I believe, that we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
So having Sanji in the deck, I think this is just a... I've been seeing it in almost every Shanks list that has been
It's so good.
doing pretty well. Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. So we are putting it down.
Yeah, this is when the game gets a little tough for Joey here. Now having the 10-cost Shanks. And the thing is that, you know, Austin's done a really good job of keeping his health at a reasonable level here.
Yeah, if you can comfortably drop Shanks when you're at 3 life,
Right.
you're going to really hope that, you know, no Red Hawk, and you're just going to make Dofi swings a lot worse.
Yep. We are going to see this 12 go into the Law again. Joey does get to keep the Teach on board as well,
which is
as
very important.
Yeah, it's extremely important when you know that arguably for the rest of the game you're just not attacking your opponent's board now. You need to be attacking their face, and we want to get life down, but we simultaneously need to develop a board. So we have Boa, we have Teach. Um, we need plays. We need answers to be dealing with the scary capability that Shanks has left. 4 cards in hand
4
from
cards.
Austin here. I'm so happy that he fans out his hand.
Yeah, I
like that.
know.
Like, what a
So
guy.
useful for
Thank
us.
you. You're helping us out. And then I think he just heard us and then put it back. No, I'm joking. But like, makes it so much easier if I'm able to see hand size like that. Yep. Taking a look at the trash, though, there's not too much information to be had here, but it is, a fair amount of 2Ks. But gosh,
Shanks, they
Shanks runs
just-
anywhere from like 14 to 16 2Ks.
They love him.
Yeah, this deck is just
A
littered
tank.
with counter.
Hmm. So Joey thinking through his potential plays here. It doesn't seem that he has a ton of cards in his hand either, especially with the go-to method to beat Doflamingo is to starve him for as long as you can until you have a firm grasp on that board. Separating his
Right.
Dawn out.
Yeah, getting just taking his time, planning this out. For those of the viewers that are watching that might not be familiar with how these top cut, games go, this is going to be a best of 3
Yeah.
match here between Joey and Austin, and they are going to have. Oh, nice little Weevil here. They're going to have 3 games played, and Joey was the higher seed going into this, so he was able to choose whether he got first or second into this match. And now, if he wins this round, his opponent will get to choose. If he loses this round, then he will get to choose once again. But they have an hour to play out 3 matches, and at the highest level, that can be a little time constraining because you're given 30 for each match, but you have to play a little more quickly just because it can get closer and closer to that time limit. But Austin is feeling
man.
comfortable. He's feeling comfortable. I feel like going down to 1 here is very scary.
Yeah,
So-
either he did not have the counter to get out of that initial.
It was a 9K from, or excuse me,
So
8K from Boa.
Yeah,
And
and
then,
then going 9
yeah,
with leader.
Yep.
So just putting on the pressure. That's the tricky part. If you don't have that spot removal for those active characters, then clearing board becomes a huge issue.
yeah. It's going to be interesting what Austin's choice is here. I think,
Oh, 8 here for
oh,
Dragon. Okay.
God, this is such a terrifying board. Oh, my God.
They're getting extremely aggressive, so you get to clear out the law. And the thing is, with those Red Hawks, you can go up +4, KO, the Teach. So you'd think that Austin's actually pretty safe here,
Yeah,
even at 1 life.
Yeah, we are aware that he does have the Red Hawk in hand. So he has the answer to Teach. He knows that his board is good enough that he'll be able to take out the opponent the following turn if no blockers are played. Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in.
They
for-
both
for Joey.
ramped up the pressure in the last 2 turns here, putting their opponent on, okay, like, this is the end of the game. This is the last couple turns here. You don't kill me, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, yeah. We find ourselves in these situations a lot in this card game. It comes down to a little point, a critical point in the game where you say, okay, this is kind of make or break. I can try and go for this here. If I don't, I potentially lose on the clapback. If I, miss, is there a way for me to pivot and try and play defensively to survive for the following turn? This can be very tricky, very difficult to navigate. The nice thing about Doflamingo is that Doflamingo has a ton of counter power to be able to, typically get out of 1 or 2 attacks. But, Shanks has got 10 Dawn up the following turn, as well as
Just look at those characters on
3
board.
insanely big character swings and a leader swing. So we would have to get out of 2 attacks, and you have to take the Shanks hit. You're
No matter
probably
what.
going to have to take an attached Dawn to Dragon. So you're thinking, can I get out of Beckman and leader? And
Yeah.
potentially another dragon. If your
Exactly. That
opponent's
worst
got
case
it.
scenario is that
Yeah.
you got another dragon start your face next turn.
Yeah, that's potentially 5 attacks we're staring down, which is terrifying.
Yeah, and Joey will know that Austin does run the Rush Luffy in his deck too, so that's just another Rush option to be scared of.
Yep.
So I see that we're fishing out Boa, which getting out a blocker potentially
Yeah,
makes it.
I think
Yeah,
what
prolong the
he's
game.
going for here is he wants to get the boa established, and then use the teach to bring leader up as high as possible, and
Yeah.
potentially just swing everything at leader to try and get him to 0. Play defensively for the following turn, and hopefully, if you're able to survive, then you're good. But you know what the scary thing is? Oh my gosh, there could be a potential, like this could be potentially disastrous if, depending on how Joey goes about this, if he goes for the 4-cost boa to be active, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he has the active boa, the Shanks character is already bringing it down to a 5k. If he saves leader effect for after that and uses the swing, he could then use Red Rock to get rid of the boa instead of the teach. But it looks as though he's considering swinging before playing it out.
Yeah,
I
just
think that's
he
actually
needs to
be
protect
extra
it.
safe. Yeah, so we're just gonna see a 7, no leader effect.
No leader effect needed.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. Austin has a choice of, I don't believe he used leader effect on the first attack, did he? Or no, actually he did. Because no, he didn't.
I don't think so. Yeah,
No, he
7.
did not. Yeah. So yeah, he has to decide whether, is this the time I use Red Hawk? Is this, I don't think it's take a life, but I might be crazy.
As might be his best opportunity to do so, to get rid of either the Gekko Mori or the Teach on the Red Hawk, KO a 4,000 power character or less.
Yeah.
He's definitely thinking down to 4 cards in hand, and we are going to rest 2 and use the event.
Yeah. So we
Yeah.
are going to see the Red Hawk.
And then he's going to KO another 4 cost body.
Yep, we're gonna see the boa, but using the boa after, the attack is, of course, it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not risking anything.
Yeah.
You could attach the Dawn to Boa herself
Yeah.
if you want to protect it from Red Hawk. But yeah, playing at the end, same difference.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, I would imagine he already put into consideration another Red Hawk. What he has to look out for. In that being a very scary threat that potentially Shanks runs away with. Excuse me.
So I'm assuming that this 9 is going to life because you can really threaten a gigantic push for lethal here. And he's just taking the 9, which I feel as if it's a little scary.
Yeah.
Because now you can, Dawn up, all the way on your 2 big characters, swing massive here. This would be like what, 15, 15?
Yeah. I think. I'm thinking the same way Austin is if I just swing 12.
Oh yeah, first get that 12, maybe get the boa blocker out of here.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to see just
Another
a 9.
9,
He's just
okay.
trying to get the cards out of hand.
Yeah.
And then we see 12, 13 after this.
Yeah.
So getting out of 12, 13 is going to be extremely difficult. I think it arguably might just be mathed. Might potentially just be mathed right here.
So forced to take it, you're going to get rid of at least the boa blocker.
Yeah, we're going to see 12. Is he able to get out of this?
Yep, forced to block
See
here.
the block.
And then you shove.
Okay, so we see 7. We see 9. We see 11. We see 13. Oh my God. 5
my
2K
gosh.
counters in hand. You know what? The game is not over yet, but good Lord.
Yeah,
He had counter.
he had so much counter.
Is he about to swing? Okay. All right, so that's an
So-
8K swing. going into leader. Oh,
And
it is being
He's
taken.
on with
Wait, no way.
Red
Oh
Hawk
my
minus
God.
10,000.
Oh,
Minus 10,000.
brother, what
Oh my
are you talking
lord.
about? What in the world?
So now the best swing, do you still go all out on Teach?
Oh my God.
2 plus 7?
Oh, did he not have? He
But
had
he
no
didn't have
counter.
it
He had no
anyway.
counter, so Austin's still gonna end up taking the L there. Joey getting round 1. Oh my God.
I
What
thought
in
for a
the-
second that Red Hawk was about to
What
steal
in the
that one.
world?
Oh man.
Jesus. Oh my God. It's too early for this. Like,
I'm now
Dude,
fully
dude, my
awake.
heart rate. What?
I don't need any coffee for this. I just gotta watch these matches.
Oh my God.
Yo.
That was absurd. Okay.
And from Joey from countering out
Yeah.
of that 13.
Yeah, that was absurd. All right. Well, we have that's being round 1 right there. Joey taking it with round 1. I mean, that was a great game. I think that the key turn was when Doflamingo was able to get 2 life off of Shanks in that one turn, putting him to 1 life.
Yeah.
I think that was really important because he basically had to put him in range. Having 5 2Ks though in hand.
I mean, what can you do about that at that
crazy.
point?
That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that turn was probably very telling for Joey to kind of understand that Austin probably doesn't have a lot of counter if he's taking these hits and going down so low, and made him a lot more confident to then go for a game the following turn.
Sure.
Even that Teach hit going in, yeah, Austin's had to go all in the previous turn.
Yeah, and I think it was very heads up to take both the 9Ks because you can get out of the swing and you're just like, all right,
Yeah, let me bait you into
I'm gonna make
this.
it look like I'm super bricked up.
Yeah.
I got nothing, and just hope that afterwards I can turn this into a high enough swing. But I mean, God, the Red Hawk off trigger. That is
This card's crazy.
that
I
card
mean,
can just win games. It can just win games.
and sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah.
Like, just give yourself that ability to get lucky,
Yeah.
get those positions, and then
Yeah. Dude, if I was Joey, my heart would have sunk right
Yeah.
there. I would have been like,
wait a second, it's not guaranteed anymore. I gotta
it's like I
dial up my
lose,
Teach.
bro. I lose.
Just one other 9K.
Oh my God. That's what it's too early for that. Man. It's too early. Yeah, that would have shaved like years off my life if I was the player. I'd have been like, "Are you serious right now? Like, am I about to lose to
After
Red
all
Hawk
I've done?"
Trigger? Yeah, like this is unreal." Wow, what a great game 1 though. That was fantastic.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
reminiscent of old Shanks versus Dofi builds. I don't think we really saw any new card except being used for counter like the Sanji and the Chopper. Red Hawk was extremely popular in OP09 format in the beginning of OP10, and many people have opted to cut it with the fall off of Dofi. At least that was the expected fall off, but
Yeah.
it's definitely showing its legs here. Maybe Austin didn't be able to clutch out the game at the very end, but extremely good in this matchup and why he's more than likely going second again this time.
Yeah, I would imagine. And the players are getting set up for round 2 here. Like we mentioned before, this is Top Cut. This is a best of 3 that the players are going to be playing out. Austin is going to get to choose whether he wants to go first or second after losing round 1. So this is the advantage goes to the higher seeded player from day 1, which I believe Joey was 6th, and then Austin was 27th.
Yeah.
After Swish. Swish. And yeah. So Austin got to choose first, or excuse me, Joey got to choose first. Austin now getting to choose. Both players shuffling up the cards, getting them mulliganed, getting everything figured out.
Yeah, I'll see if I know what I'm talking about. I am curious. Maybe Austin does want to just steal that first from Dofi because it's so potent.
Yeah, it can be. It'll be interesting.
Or Red Hawk, excuse me. Yeah, you'd assume, but
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah, I think that. I think realistically, it just kind of depends on your build of Shanks and
yeah.
how comfortable you feel into the matchup. So
Yeah, seeing Rayleigh this would be huge. So is choosing to go first.
He is going first, yeah. So I think it's probably in his best interest.
More comfortable.
Yep. We're going to see the Perona, though. Arguably not the most optimal start, if not having Sengoku here. So we do have, perfect, we do have Joey getting round 1, though. Now, going into round 2, starting off with the Perona gets a nice little setup, though. I think that's really important. But Sengoku being able to find like that necessary piece that you might need for a following turn, getting that 2-cost teach. Not that the 2-cost teach I think would be like the best into what Austin's list, considering he's running so many of the Red Hawks. But now that information is known to Joey, so you could argue that that's a little bit of an advantage that he has.
Yeah. Seeing Perona being played first probably means he doesn't have any more 1-drops this turn.
Sure.
If we're going to be stacking, and he's definitely thinking on the stack. But yeah, that teach definitely caught more than the value that probably Joey ever thought when it swung for game last turn. So just got to put it on the board and during the mid game and hope it stays and it can just win you the game.
That's fair. All right, leaving the cards up top, passing it back over. I think a solid start here. Would arguably, I mean, 6 leave up to
6.
But you could also play that Sanji. It's just that, he has the teach. I was going to say, if he has the teach and he has law, then it becomes a little weird. But at the same time, like, you're kind of preventing your opponent
from really establishing their board.
Exactly. They're not getting like a boa or a weevil down. You're kind of forcing their hand to say, hey, I need to get this Sanji off the board, so let me go ahead and use law here. We're using law anyways. Okay.
Yeah, just use law.
Yeah.
It can, you kind of have to telegraph what you're minusing, but you just bounce both of the things that you actually want, to play later. And, all of a sudden, this Red Hawk doesn't feel that great. Does he have it in hand? Does he not? Choose not to use it.
Yeah.
So.
Electing to bring both of those back, I think is fair. You just want to get a bigger swing here. You want to have the answer to, as we saw, in round 1, Austin was playing down the Lucky Ruse. We were having cards that, that are kind of tricky to deal with. And you also didn't want to fall into the range of that Red Hawk there, leaving your teach on board. So he just, let me get a little big attack, and then I can just go replay these cards another time, find the right spot for them. But we are going to see the 3-cost Sanji now on 5.
Showing his/her face, depending how you want to look at it. Let's stay on the board. No, immediately just kind of pounce it back and swing 5.
Yeah. Yeah, this is...
Oh,
yeah, he almost...
Almost used
almost.
that.
That's why you got to... You know what? I respect it, dude. I respect it. Both players got a good laugh out of that, too. Because he almost forgot. And, that's something that you do have to... I do it every single time. I swing 5, and I just say, hey, bro. What do you want to do?
You got to try.
What do you want to do? And, it's a little tricky. A little tricky, sometimes the nerves get you in these top cut situations, especially I know myself, been in this situation before where I've been on stream as a player, and it is arguably terrifying. I know that I'm playing for a couple hundred people, and I'm like, uh-oh, that's not.
Pride on the line.
That's not good. I'm going to embarrass myself. Which is quite literally what I am good at. Oh, he messed up. He messed up. Yep, he realizes, and he meant to play down the 1-cost before playing out the law. He realizes the mistake. That's actually a very big one. That hurts a lot.
You really ruin your tempo and getting your card advantage going with that one.
So that's actually a very big win for Austin here. Not developing the board as much as he probably would have liked to. Also, not going to get the swings that he wanted to have. So, unfortunate mistake from Joey right there. And if we didn't catch it when he played the 4-cost law, you could see it in his face that he wanted to bounce back either one of his 1-costs or potentially the 2-cost teach after he was able to get like another 7K swing with lead. Very, very unfortunate.
Not the turn that Joey wanted there.
Yeah.
And then we are going to be resting 8 and playing down the dragon. So
Yep.
Again, you know what?
Oh, we're gonna see a big swing into
Let's just get rid of
Jozu.
this Jozu.
Yeah, let's ask for a lot of cards, and that's kind of tough. You know, I feel like Joey definitely wants to keep this card on the board, but at the same time, is it worth dropping 3? And it
He
is.
says, yeah.
He says it is. So giving a buggy, a crocodile, and the law that we just used to get out of that attack. Oh, it looks as though the
Discussing.
judge is just going over something very quickly with the players. So
A little clarifying here, a little confused here at this point.
yeah, let me get a clarification really quickly.
Yeah. We're going to go check in with the judge and see exactly what they are discussing with the teach being played. Fully discussing the game
Yeah.
state here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're figuring things out, trying to get the game state back in order.
Okay. So here, you know what? Let me get a little.
All right, we're going to have Detective Ian on the spot here, and he's going to see exactly how they are taking care of the situation. Exactly, so it is a Dawn situation. Interesting. And this is what it comes down to on these top matches. You're sometimes thinking so far ahead, you miss the turn right in front of you, and it's just hard to keep track of all of your cards.
I see. We have figured out what it was. It was and it's funny that we actually missed it because I think that I understood what he was doing,
Yeah,
but he
'cause he-
didn't do it.
Yeah, so you
Yep.
wanted to play teach,
Yep.
bring out the law,
Law.
bounce.
Yep, to get the effect. Yep, and then bounce it back in order to get the 2 onto leader, and that would have put the teach back into hand. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, he was just in his brain. It was already done. He completed the actions and
Yep.
skipped a few steps, but
we got it.
yeah,
We got there. I was very confused for a second because I think I was looking at the camera at Austin. I was trying to look at Austin's hand
yeah,
on the right side, and I think I might have missed how much Dawn was rested for that. So makes sense. We do have that corrected easily, and it makes everything back to normal. We're good to go. We are going to see the Weevil, the draw card, and yeah, defending out the Jozu. Well, we'll see if that was the right call or not. It
Yeah.
does seem as though he has a very sizable hand still. I think it looks like about 6 cards in hand. So
I was also surprised that for Austin saving one Dawn up and not just attaching on Dragon, making him 13. If you really wanted that Jozu, sorry, not 13, it'd be 12. Just swing 12 into the Jozu, because you'd think that more likely than not, that Dofi would want to take it.
yeah,
If you're going to swing into life early, but Jozu's going to get in some more damage. Dofi swing it in and trying to establish a board here after just a little bit of complications.
yeah, exactly. 10 Dawn for Shanks here. So we've got, you know, I think we're probably trying to establish a 10 cost Shanks if possible, but it is. Oh, I think he has it on the right side. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. Yep, and we do. We do. I wonder. Yeah, he is still going the Jozu. Okay, so
There we
let's get it
go.
off the board. Let's go 5 to life.
Get at least one card out here.
Yeah.
That's guaranteed, bringing Joey down to 2.
I don't know why, but I feel like this game feels a lot better for Austin because of. Ooh, never mind.
There's
I
the Red
lied.
Rock, which we
Yeah.
didn't get to see last game.
Yeah, Red Rock is definitely really solid here for being able to get that off the board. But it felt like this game was going a bit better for him because of how much counter we know was taken out of the hand of the Doflamingo player. And now
Exactly.
only
Bring him
having,
down to 3.
yeah, only having 3 in hand. I mean, that's a massive downgrade from the previous game. So we are going to see an 8K swing. I was about to say 7, but then I realized, yep, Shanks is gone.
And more than likely not just queuing up another 8 afterwards. So Austin's choosing to give him the 2 cards right now.
Yep, we'll see the 2K and the 1K here. We have 2 Dawn remaining still, so he could, or is it 3? Okay, I didn't know if
Yep,
there was 1
so
still under
Going
the
for
hands.
another. And Weevil.
God, the Weevil's great though. Keeping himself back, like hand size, looking pretty good. Arguably, all things considered, getting another 6K attacker on board. I mean, that's
Being a little bit threatening.
yeah, it's like one of the best case scenarios you could ask for right here.
I think the Shanks player, Austin, he has another 10-drop Shanks in his grip, considering all the options here.
Yeah,
So he's going to be swinging a naked 5 onto lead.
5 to life. Doflamingo only having about 4 cards in hand. That's
Every card now.
yeah, every card is
pitching is going to
very important. Yeah. You know, if you have enough counter in hand as Shanks here, you're potentially playing that 10 cost Shanks and just going 9-12 to face. Oh, he is. Yeah, if you have
And
enough counter
we
and you're
go.
like, I'm not dying
Yeah.
next turn,
I'm
I'm
safe.
good.
I'm bringing those Weevils down to
Oh,
only
yeah.
5K stat lines.
Yep. Oh, this is looking like we're going to see a game 3. I don't want to be too preemptive,
But
but
that's a very confident power play.
oh,
Oh, but he's hitting with the
Pudding.
pudding
oh,
and saying
that's
goodbye
a smart
to all
play.
those counter.
Okay, it's going to come down to what can we get in the top 5? What are we going to get out of
Slightly
life?
more stressful here.
Yeah, I mean, if he knew that he had enough to stay alive, but now Joey says, let the gods decide.
And it's so great when you have Teach on board, then that pudding's like just a 2-cost character.
Right. So, you know, we're gonna leave this one up to RN Jesus. And, you know, if we can get the amount of counter that we need just to get out of one swing, that's it.
This one.
Just one.
This is a real last-ditch effort from
Yeah.
Joey
Well,
here.
arguably two, because he still has Teach, and if he uses leader effect at some point too early, then he won't maybe go tall with the Weevil, Dofi, and the other Weevil.
Yeah, Teach could get there.
Yeah. So that Teach is also a potential swing.
Got 5 cards.
Yeah, I think we are going to
Destiny
see
draw.
Teach effect, 2 Dawn, going to lead. Yeah, he's thinking about where he's going to be dedicating. Looking at his hand, I think I see an Otama. I definitely saw an Otama, but I
Goofy.
don't see anything else of counter, but I could be wrong. All right, so this is going to be a 7K to life. Now, again, you can use leader effect. You can 2K out with the Otama. If you do that and you don't have enough counter, then these 5s start to connect. He's already preemptively used Teach to put 2 onto Dofi, though, so you already have that information. So you could be expecting like a 6-7-7 if he wants to go as wide as possible. If he wants to go as tall as possible, we could potentially see. Oh, and I'm actually forgetting the -1 from
-1
Shanks.
debuff,
Yeah, so that would actually be like a 5-6-7.
Yeah, that feels
that's
really
tragic.
bad.
Yeah, this is rough.
You cannot go for that, I
Yeah,
think.
it's super rough. I mean, he has to.
He has to.
go. So I think
Depends
you
on how this counter goes.
Yeah, he wants to go as tall as possible.
Because
here.
if Austin could just give that Shanks ability and 2K here. Yep, and this is really going to force Joey to think about these swings carefully.
Yeah, so we get what, leader effect 2K here?
So now he's forced to go
Yep.
5.
Now we're going to see 5. We're
Which
going
much
to
feels
see
so bad.
6. Oh.
But he's taking it. I think there's a bad manners kick course in hand for
Oh, is there?
Austin. So
Okay, we're going to see 6.
he's sitting pretty at the moment. I'm pretty sure. It's a little small on screen, but let's see. Yep, there's
Yep.
the bad manners. And you know what? I'm
Yep.
just going to get out of here. I could get out of that 7, but
We go 7,
just-
and that's going to be
yeah.
game. Austin's going to take it round 2. Man, fantastic back and forth from
Yep.
these players right now, though. Love to see it. Going
Very
to game
interesting.
3. Plenty of time left as well, by the way. 26 minutes left and still a 10-minute overtime for these players to play out their final round. That's fantastic. I don't like to be in the place where I have like 15 minutes left to play a final round and it potentially comes down to, am I playing an aggro deck that ends up winning because I have to deal with their board and I haven't attacked their life at all? So I think that we're going to be, we're definitely going to be looking at a good round 3 here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thoughts? What do we think that kind of changed the matchup there for Austin? Do you think it was strictly just the dice roll, or do you think it was maybe a change in scenery, if you will, about like what we had to deal with on the board? Was it maybe potentially the
I
mistake?
think that misplay is
That
going to be a
misplay?
pivotal, moment. Just for Joey, he wasn't able to establish any real threats as having on a turn
Yeah.
where Austin didn't have 2 up for Red Hawk. He could have safely put on that teach, but to say a missequence on his part or having a law, depending on what he was planning to bounce. So the slight complication also adds a bit of a distraction. So it's
Sure.
I
Yeah.
feel as if for this game, we're going to cleanly reset. Dofi is definitely going to take first again. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Rayleigh, still haven't seen
Yeah,
him
we
get
haven't
played.
seen Rayleigh play.
But if he gets played
Yeah.
on 8, that'll be a huge momentum shift. So we're just going to have to see the destiny draw here.
Yeah.
Game 3.
It makes me
man.
it makes me wonder how many Dragon Austin is playing in his list.
He loves, playing it down.
because he's played it like every game, and I mean typically it's like a 3 of, excuse me, 3 of in the deck. But if you're seeing that pretty consistently in such an inconsistent consistent deck, like I mean,
Yeah,
you
no way to
just-
search it.
you're
He's
just
got a
drawing well, man. Like that's solid.
Dragon's so crazy.
Yeah, yeah. All right, man. So Joey's gonna get to choose. I believe he's gonna get first.
Yeah, more
Here.
than likely to
Um,
not.
So what do we think? What do we think? We got Shanks taking it going second, or do we have Joey doing a repeat of round 1 and taking the win going first?
It was so close that Joey did get that win, but he had an amazing hand of 2Ks. So
That is true.
does that happen every time?
Yeah.
Not usually. I would like to think that Shanks has a slight edge with his build. He's very well rounded. He's able to play first and second. I'm a Shanks Glazer at this point, but I don't know. I love those Red Hawks in this matchup.
Yeah.
Just speaking from experience, what do you think?
It's tough because I feel like Dofi definitely has an advantage going first here.
Yeah.
I think that if Joey is able to see his curve, if he's able to get a lot of those boas and weevils down early enough,
Yeah, we just have to see. What are those first few characters getting played?
Right.
It's going to determine a lot of the pace of the overall game.
yeah, if we're able to deal with the why am I forgetting the name of it again? Lucky Roo has just been bothering me today. If we're
All
able
the Shanks crewmates they have whack names.
yeah,
Lime
yeah.
Juice.
If Shanks is able to see the Lucky Roo, we need to have that law to answer it and deal with it. But typically, just seeing one law, as we've seen in the past few games, is enough because
Yeah.
you can just play the law, bounce it back, still get the Dawn off of Teach, in some way, shape, or form. So I think that realistically, this could go either way. But
It's so close.
Yeah.
It's so close.
I think the way if Shanks draws the same way that he was able to, and in round 1 and 2, arguably, I think it's tough to have 5 2Ks in your hand every single time. I think Shanks might be able to, to definitely take it here, even on the lesser optimal curve, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, just passing it back over. Oh my
double
goodness!
pass.
Did you? I don't know if you saw Shanks's hand. This man has nothing but 2Ks. It looks like
Oh, there's like a repeat of Worlds going on
yeah,
right here.
it looks like nothing but counter. He's got.
He mold after that too.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's rough.
See, that's the thing.
I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks as though he might have like a Lucky Roo here. He might potentially have.
Lucky Roo
Yeah,
at
he
least
does
will
have a
buy
Lucky
you.
Roo.
You got a turn
Yeah.
kind of set for you.
Yeah.
But after that, you're really preying on your draws. There's gonna be no searchers, I believe, in Austin's build.
Right.
So
Right.
top deck in and hope on life here.
Oh, Joey with the prey.
And
Yep,
yeah,
he gets the croc. Now I won't lie, it's not as good as that Weevil he got game one. That Weevil that he blind fired off of
yeah,
game one, that
that
was
was optimal.
about as best as you could do it.
And kind of showing here, you're telegraphing a bit that you don't have that Red Hawk at this moment. You would have loved to have gotten rid of that crocodile body.
Yeah.
So this turn's going to be rather simple. Swing into the crocodile. Great that it's not a 6K body. You're going to ask one card of your opponent, which is another crocodile, 2K, and then play out the Lucky Roo. Going into the 5 Dawn turn. Swing 6.
All right, so playing out Lucky Roo. Attack with it, my man. See, this is a man of culture right here, and we're getting that full screen.
I
for
think
you
he's
guys
looking
now.
for a block.
Perfect.
So on the crocodile, he swung 6, and then he's just gonna to trade evenly here.
Yep. I like that. Lucky Roo.
Gotta get the value while you can, because
Yeah, Lucky Roo should be, that guy should be aggressive every time.
And then now we can swing tall, and we got our game plan going. Thinking on the bounce effect of Law.
Yeah. Yeah, is he going with it? No, he's just
He just
bouncing
wants it
Law.
in hand, just to let his opponent know, yeah, I can just bring this out.
Like, you
whatever
want
you
to play
have.
Lucky Roo again?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, it got some value, but not again. I think that Austin now has some plays because he can swing 6 and then play out a Luffy or a Rayleigh. Yep,
Yeah.
so he opts for the blocker, which is smart. It's not as good as perhaps Yasop feels,
Sure.
which I don't believe Austin is on Yasop, but is a great blocker, especially when there's not many swings come at you this turn.
Right.
Kind of makes you a 6K leader.
I love to see the Silver's Rayleigh here because it's a very. I'm not saying it's an unanswerable card, but it is.
It's versatile.
It's a good card unless your opponent has Jozu to answer it. So it's Law isn't going to continue to be a problem for this. You're like, hey, I've got a blocker that helps out with your 7K swings. It also. Oh, okay.
And here he
Well,
goes.
never mind.
It is. And
Just never mind.
in these instances, at least, you're
Yeah.
not taking any pressure because, yeah, Dofi cannot swing at you meaningfully. You can just use leader effect.
Yeah.
But they did clear your board. Unless we use teach, and then, yeah, there's no leader effect here. Just going for the 7 into life, which
Yeah.
no,
So
I do
he's.
respect.
I believe he pointed to leader to, leader effect and give a 2K. Get out of this, stay healthy, hand size wise. See, this is why it's actually a little more optimal for Dofi here, is because being able to play Jozu out on 7, you're not rested before, a really big swing here. So it's like, hey, at least I can potentially save this Jozu when I really want to. Putting down the Ben Beckman though is fantastic for our curve.
Still
Deals with
no
the teach.
Rayleigh. Still
Yeah,
no
no Rayleigh's
actual,
wild.
secret rare,
Yeah.
cost Rayleigh.
I mean, it would be crazy if this man's just not even running Rayleigh.
We've seen one being pitched for a 0 cost last game,
Oh,
so we
that's
know
right,
at least
that's
there's
right, yeah.
one. But unfortunate not to ever get it on curve,
Sure.
at least yet.
Yeah. Well, passing it back over to Doflamingo here. Doflamingo has an opportunity to set up, pretty sizable board. We're definitely going to be staring down a potential 10 cost Shanks the following turn, though.
And then we're picking up a Boa off of the Sengoku Search.
Boa makes sense. It's just a great card into this matchup. Gives us the 6K stat line that we need. Gives us a very nice blocker for us to be able to get out of, some of these more pesky attacks. So I like what they got going on here. We'll see an 8K swing though. I think this is that turn that kind of happened in game 1 where
Yep.
he really needed to pressure life. Just like let me put you in a spot where I can now try and chip over the next 3 turns, 1 life at a time, to eventually produce lethal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so he says, The objective might be to put you to 2. You know, I'll take 3, but the objective is to get you down to 2, so that now I can just chip 1 life a turn and eventually get the game. But it does get out with the 2K, 1K. I wonder. I guess it's fair because your opponent could have potentially not played Boa, and then they could have just went like 10 or something like that with leader effect to life. Then you're guaranteed at 2.
Yeah.
But I wonder if maybe it was nice to take here. But so we're just gonna see another 8 because he didn't use leader effect. No, we'll see a 7. Yeah.
All right, there we go. So now swinging 7 because that leader effect's out of the way. You feel pretty good about now
Oh,
swinging
he's
7.
considering whether. Okay, so he's gonna use the croc
Okay,
effect.
yep.
I was like, he's considering whether he wants to do that
That's
or
cute.
potentially play out another one.
Yeah.
Play out another one. Wait, did they resolve the attack?
Yeah, he took the life, so he went from.
Oh,
4
he
to
did.
3.
Oh,
Yep.
he did. Okay, okay. Dang, why did I think he was at 3? That I don't, see. I was thinking he would take the first life. Then.
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
3, still a nice spot to play out the Shanks.
Yep.
Reducing
Now-
the board.
We're gonna see a 5 into
5.
the 4.
Yep.
Yep. So
Clear up
potentially a
the
2K,
board.
potentially. Oh, you can't actually. That's right. You can't block here because the Boa blocker is now a 5K.
Yeah, I don't want to get that Boa into the line of fire. So we're going to swing 12 instead at the Jozu, and we get blocked.
Yep. Just cleaning up board a little bit.
5 turns.
Jozu's still going to stick, which is actually very important for Joey here. So having that card on the board means we have an easier time getting 1 life per turn. Sorry.
Sting. So it seems as if Austin's at 5 cards in
Here are the
hand.
players. Oh, okay. So we've got. Yep, we've got the 2K buggy being picked up off of Sengoku. Jozu, though.
Now just a 6K body
I'm just
at the moment.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how heavy we go with the swings here because I know for sure he's gonna want to get. I would say a minimum.
Perfect.
I would probably say a minimum of 1 life guaranteed because I don't think he goes life and then pivots to Beckman.
No, at this
It
point.
just doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're kind of against Shanks. You're arguably on a clock, and you know you're slowly but surely like, all right, I gotta figure out how to end this game relatively soon.
Yeah, and the lack of teach, the 2-cost teach, I feel as if is potentially a problem here. Your turns are a lot less efficient with the Dawn usage, and you just have to work with what you have in hand. And we know that from the beginning of the game, Austin had a lot of counter power in his hand. So curious if he's just going to take 1 and then counter out of the other swing, seeing how we stack it here. So going first with 8. Austin thinking of how he wants to counter out of this Jozu swing. Definitely has the counter in hand, but he wants to take it just to
Leader.
see, because he knows another 8 is coming,
Weevil.
and playing a Weevil on
I'll leader shield down to
Joey's
7,
leader effect.
and I will 2K 1K free.
And now Austin can go 2K, 1K.
Passing it back.
Cards again. 8.
Again, I think we need a bigger body this turn if we want to try and swing over the Jozu. I think that Joey's hand size though is like pretty
It's
decent.
Pretty big, I believe.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty decent. So
Resting
another Beckman
7,
for
yeah,
the-
just a
Yep.
spot removal for the Boa.
Oh,
and
this is some
swing
cleanup.
into,
Yeah,
yeah.
we got some cleanup now.
the board.
This is going to be
Yeah.
very tough. Yeah, 12 to 6.
And
no defending that.
Just not worth it at all at this point. And we got a lot of Dawn left over to guarantee kill this Weevil. Or do we want to start going to life? Let's see how he decides to do this.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
He's going to first. Okay. He is actually going to 8 onto the 5.
Yep, 8 to the 5. Yeah, it looks as though Joey has like almost 10
He has
cards
a
in hand.
lot of cards.
He's got a lot of cards, so,
So-
he could realistically protect this. The tough part is like it
It'll
feels
cost
like
him.
he feels like he kind of needs to.
At
But
this
it
point,
also feels like super overcommitting.
yeah,
You know,
nothing feels really good here.
nothing.
4.
Yeah. I think we definitely need to see a red rock next turn. And if that,
Oh, 2 1Ks and a 2K to get out.
yep.
But
Yep.
now,
So now we're gonna see a 5 into the 5.
ahead.
We're gonna see another 1K. He's gonna
and
pass with 2
yep,
up.
leaving 2 up.
We need to see the red rock. If we see red rock to deal with Shanks, we have a way to more or less make our Ben Beckman's feel a lot, or excuse me, not our Ben Beckman's, make the Ben Beckman's feel a lot less heavy, swinging into our board and into our life. And Shanks is just a menace into this matchup.
Yeah, he established it, and there's been no answer, no red rock.
Yeah. So now we've got Weevil. I think he's planning out. Yeah, I think he's planning out Weevil, leader, potentially red rock of some sort.
6 in a
Here
lead.
we go, going 6 to life here.
Yep. Yeah.
Pretty simple 2K.
I want to see. Oh,
So we're going
That's
to get
it.
those back to hand
yep.
off of Law.
Yep.
Just hard playing it out.
He's looking. He's looking.
And now we got Teach coming down,
Yeah. So going
stacking.
going wide here.
7 into lead.
Probably playing if I had to take another Weevil or yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Another
More
Weevil or
card
Boa.
draw. Nice board so far. And Austin prompted to look into that graveyard. AKA trash. Sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh terms. Let's see what we have.
Shanks player with I
4
believe
in
only
hand?
4 in hand. Yeah. So this is a scary board to be staring down. Truth be told, because if
Yeah.
you have to take life here, it's like I don't know. It gets a little dicey. And if I have the red rock, I think, or not
Leader
red rock,
effects.
red hawk.
Red Hawk is perfect here. You get to KO one of the Weevils because he hasn't used leader effect yet. So
Yep. Yep. So we're gonna see. Yep.
what does he
Here's the.
choose to KO?
Yeah,
here?
this will be where it's
Yep,
interesting.
there we go.
Okay, so it is
It's already
law
at
instead
4.
of. Okay, I thought potentially he would use that on the teach and just kind of leave the law.
Got it.
Yeah.
But I think that's fair. Joey decides to pick up a 2K off of that, and yeah, we're gonna get a 2K. Passing it back over to Austin. Austin, if you have Dragon here, oh my gosh.
7 into 5.
There we go. So we're going to start by trying to clean up the board, which is the definite smart move. If you're not going for game 3, life is a lot. You can afford to wait another turn.
All right. I'm interested to see what the idea of the top end
Seven
here is
into
going to be.
5.
Are we going to be, we could potentially even go double blocker here. That would be
Double blocker yeah,
devastating.
would feel really good, especially if you get this Weevil off the board with
Yeah.
this 7 swing.
That would be devastating.
But looks like we are considering countering out.
Sure. So we're going to see a 2K and a 1K here. Buggy.
And here
oh,
comes the dragon.
Jeez, he has not missed that dragon in any game.
Yeah.
That is,
9 into 5.
And
that
now we
is
can
tough.
swing 9. And we're going to actually fully commit.
Oh, he's going to, yeah.
9 to your life.
Oh,
Just
this is going to be
put him
so
down
tough.
2-1.
Yep, that is
Fast
going to
game,
be
2 cards.
super tough. Oh man, do not envy Do not envy
got it, bro.
Joey
You got it.
right now.
Yeah, and
that's
a
gonna be it.
concession
Yeah,
right
Bro, I had
Yeah.
awful Yeah. hands,
Yeah.
dude. Jesus.
that's gonna be tough.
I didn't have the red rock. For
That's
the
tough.
Oh,
Oh,
look at that.
either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
the
anytime it gets to
Red Rock
stick,
was
it's
able
like,
to
oh,
come just
thank
too
God.
late into Joey's hand
Yeah,
there.
GG, bro.
Yep.
GG's.
See it a little too late, and unfortunately, that's going to be it. I thought just not having the Red Rock was, I think, the deciding factor. If he was able to have Red Rock into the first match, I think it would have been a lot closer of a game 3. But just being able to see the consistent removal there and the top end 10 cost, I mean, realistically, Shanks could not have asked for better draws. And Dragon every game.
Boom.
Every game.
Clean it up.
It's my man running 4 of that.
That's gonna have to check out that deck
crazy.
list because we're gonna be seeing more of Austin, who's going to be advancing from the top 32
Yeah,
bracket.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, hey, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, give me just a moment because what we're going to try and do with the top 32 is we are going to try and interview the players that won. So I'm going to try and have Austin over here really quickly to chat about the game, and we'll be here. Let me go see if I can get him. And
Yeah, you
If-
can use my headset. You want to do that?
are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just grab him real fast.
Yeah. You know what? I'll stay on for right now. All right, let's see some of these reactions to this. Got the GGs. Oh, yeah, Ian's pulling over Austin right now to quickly go over it, sparing some of his knowledge. Holy. You can use my headset.
I literally drew it like the turn before I first had drew it. I was like, well, it's too late now. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough, yeah. Oh, good run, brother. All right, bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yep.
Fantastic. All right, I'm joined by Austin. Dude, congratulations.
Thank you.
One on making top 32 yesterday. Went X2?
X2, yeah.
X2.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, what were the losses?
I lost to Azoro,
Oof.
and I lost to Purple Luffy.
Yes.
They're both kind of the two games where the Shanks deck does what Shanks does, and you just draw unplayable hands, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, I got a couple questions for you. One, how do you feel about this Doflamingo matchup? Do you typically feel good about it? Because we saw that you were running a heavy amount of those Red Rocks.
Yeah.
Red Hawks, excuse me.
Red Hawk,
Hawks,
yeah. I think the matchup is at least it's a lot better than it was with Jinbei in the format.
Sure.
But the games that are hard are the games where they have Teach on curve and you don't have answer for it.
Yeah.
And Red Hawk just solves that problem. So
It's the worst.
yeah.
Yeah.
My teammate Impact, Josh Graham.
Yep.
I was talking to him about the list and he's like, there's probably going to be a bunch of Dofi. Just play Red Hawks and thank me later, and that's what happened. So
that guy just makes great meta calls every time. I don't get it. I'm like, I wouldn't have expected as many Dofis as we had today. We had a considerable amount, 6 in top 32. But a couple of things. So with the Dragon, you were able to see that card every round. Like
yeah,
every round, it felt like that card was just there when you needed it,
Yep.
and I felt like that was the card that would always either put you in potential lethal, like you could get to lethal, or it was, hey, I can just remove the board and I can deal with everything and I'm just good to go.
yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, wow, all right, that felt like the MVP in that matchup. But I don't know, what would you think worked really well for you?
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of people kind of going back and forth on splits between Dragon and Rayleigh.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't see a single
I
Rayleigh.
didn't see a single one. But that's
We were like, where is
yeah,
it?
but that's what's great about Dragon is that if they have rested characters, it does the same thing a lot of the
Exactly.
time. So
Yep.
worked out well there. And like you said, there's also spots where you're ahead, and instead, like Rayleigh might not do as much, but Dragon lets you push tempo really hard and go for lethals. So,
Absolutely,
yeah.
man. Absolutely. So there was a round 2, I believe. It was so unfortunate. I felt bad watching Joey because I saw his face. He made a mistake
Yeah.
where he played Law, but he meant to. I don't know whether he was planning to use Teach or Searcher.
Yeah.
But he was essentially planning on bouncing one of those back to still have himself a thing on the board. I felt like it was kind of I don't know, a way back into the match a little bit. Even though it was early, it just felt like you were ahead after that.
Yeah, that was a turn where it was definitely a gift where
Yeah.
my hand was a little not really doing much, and I'm just replaying the same things that he's bouncing with Law, and
Sure.
him not being able to establish a character while doing that just let me get a body on the board next turn and swing tempo in my favor. So
Dude,
a
for
little
sure.
bit of a gift there, yeah.
Oh, 100%. 100%, man. Well, other than that, I had a quick question on your opinion on. So now that you've been running this Shanks, you're obviously top 32. You've been doing very well. How do you feel about, like the more traditional removal-based Shanks, which is kind of where your list lies, comparatively to where some of the others I've been seeing that are running a lot more of the, Rush Luffy, the Straw Hat package, maybe Nami searchers and stuff like that to be able to find either those Red Hawks, Rush Luffy, Sanjis and stuff?
Yeah, so the arc of me getting to this Shanks list actually starts with an aggressive Straw Hat deck.
Oh, wow.
So,
you're like
yeah. So I started there, and it was really good. But the
Yeah.
more Shanks was in the meta, you couldn't win the mirrors without playing 10 drops. So then I moved towards 10 drops and then trying Uda builds. But then I was losing to Blackbeard. And then I kept trying things and trying to fit all the cards in the deck.
Sure.
And really just ended up on, there's too many, like the searchers hit some cards in some matchups, and but other matchups you don't want to see those cards anyway.
Sure.
So I ended up being like, well, if I just take the searchers out of my deck, I can fit all the cards I want in my deck, and then I just have to draw them.
Nice.
So that's how I ended up here.
That if it works, it works.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's awesome, man. Well, dude,
Yeah,
congratulations.
thank you.
Fantastic work. And best of luck in the rest of the matches.
Thank
we
you.
look forward to hopefully seeing you do well.
Yep.
And yeah, other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a few with round 2.
For on 9, that'd be a different story. But
Yeah.
why going first is so much favorable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Teach not being established it's very reminiscent of the previous round that we just watched.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think our player in round 7 was just missing Teach that entire time, which would have made the Purple Luffy matchup significantly easier. And, now we have pretty much a couple of options, whether it's going, I don't think it's correct, but going all out to KO the Jack, but it also could just Red Rock. It just feels like a big waste. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uchi's trash isn't exactly the greatest, but it also isn't the worst.
Oh, here we go. So he is playing the Teach.
Okay, he does have Teach.
I wasn't sure if he was. So he can swing pretty big here. It would be 12. 12 into Jack, just jam it in and stack on top, play a Boa, make it a 13 swing. So
yeah,
actually, it worked out pretty well.
yeah, I like this. I think that's about as good of a attempt at developing a board and dealing with Jack as you're going to get. So
Yeah.
Lucci's going to have to answer with either 3 to 4 cards out of hand here potentially, and that
just won't feel good. When
It
Lucci has
does
no cards in
not.
hand,
Yeah.
you feel happy.
But it also feels awful to let this card go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see, based on how his hand looks, if it is just full of counter, maybe you do want to save it. But too costly.
Yeah. Too costly for Lucci. He's going to let it go. I think this is the right choice.
Yeah.
You just can't afford to, I don't know, be giving up that many resources for a card that you're kind of praying that you don't mill the cards that it needs to also work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that this deck is famously known for.
Scanning that trash.
Yeah.
So he is reaching the threshold to use Tempest Kick, I think is that count right there.
I do like the Laboon. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's been a lot of debate of, do I run Laboon, who can instantly use his effect, or is Kuzan better because of the tempo it establishes in that replacement effect?
Yeah.
All right, so we're giving the -3 onto the Boa on the Tempest Kick.
I don't think he has Brook and Trash, does he?
Um,
I thought I just saw Spandine and Lucci. But it also could just be pick up a 2K, play out the Brook from hand
Yeah.
if he does have a Rebecca. That's
I've-
interesting.
very curious what is the next play here. And of course, that teach, you just want to get it off the board before it gets too much value. Oh, so thinking on leader swing.
Yeah, he's bouncing between two ideas right now. It's like,
Running
Right.
through the simulation.
yeah, am I dedicating more, or are we going a little lighter to see how it goes? So this is interesting. Very, very interesting.
I respect the eclectic dawn
Oh, wow, that's
from Elijah's side. There's
crazy.
not much rhyme or reason. So, oh, I think milled 3 by accident.
Oh, shoot.
So we are,
All right, so the judge is taking care of this really quickly.
yep, because
Explaining-
this could be very important. It seems he has 3 left for, okay, so he's, judge is shuffling them, and he's going to mill accordingly based on that. And one is, okay, so
Okay,
it's both Brooks.
Double Brook.
Doesn't make too much of a difference. I think the other card was Hina, which he already has in trash.
Right, but it does give his opponent the knowledge of
Oh,
what
yeah,
card-
what that next card is.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
actually, you know what? That could be very important.
It could be relevant.
So here comes down the Spandine. And now he's able to get rid of Teach and Boa in the same turn.
Sure.
So putting back one of the raw blue cheese.
Playing a
Two
couple down,
played.
using the Lucci, returning 3. Yep, getting 3 back to the bottom there. We're going to see really strong removal turn.
Man, Rob
Yeah.
Lucci is timeless. This card,
Yeah,
it is 5 sets old now,
yeah.
and it's so good.
It is no joke. It
It's-
scares me to this day.
You see why Bandai doesn't print more of these double removal type effects.
Yeah, I think they've realized, hey, we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, I think there's only, in terms of character cards, only 2. There's Opio1 King and Lucci. Correct me if I'm wrong there. There are any other characters like KO2? We got Sabo, A cost Sabo, secret rare.
Yes. Also, really random one. Red cost Sabo or red 6 cost Sabo.
Oh yeah, that one
Yeah,
has
okay, I
never
was like,
seen play, but
never. That game, I think I've seen that in one deck ever. Yeah,
yeah.
but there are some like random 2 double removals, but
Yeah, they
you could
nerfed
argue
them.
like 10 cost Kaido.
True. True.
Yeah, bounce an 8 and a 3. So
Or we got purple 10 cost cut. How about just wipe the whole board?
facts. That's now we're there. But
Let's see. We got all
to work
Tendon.
with for Doflamingo. You know, obviously Lucci's a arguable threat on the board. I don't think. I mean, it does kind of suck if you use leader effect and you place a 5K onto the board. That Lucci's just very easy enough to swing over. You know, 1 Dawn attached and you're swinging 7. So I would personally be trying to maybe remove this Lucci while also being aggressive. So if there's a law in hand, you know, while also trying to play an active character for the following turn, I think this 5 from Perona, though, tells me that's not the case.
Yeah, interesting.
But if he is going 5, it just means he's getting a counter out of hand. And now he's saying, okay, since you countered, I have a better odds of going for the Lucci, especially since it was a 2K that was given for a 5.
Yeah.
So we'll see 2 for Teach. Yeah, this still allows a leader effect and a 4 cost.
Yeah, I believe he's stacking a Weevil here to get a bit of card draw.
Yeah,
Swinging 7.
yeah. You can tell Hassan here has a very good understanding of how Doflamingo is meant to be played in this stage. Does use the Weevil, applying a little bit of pressure to his opponent. And I'm imagining, I smell a law here. I smell it. Like he's gonna play law, bounce Perona back, bounce Lucci. It just feels right.
Oh, and there we
Oh,
go.
that
The
is-
trigger of the Tempest kick.
That's solid. That's
When I saw him peek at it, it seemed like there could only be one answer.
yeah, that's
The
solid.
Tempest kick. Oh, and here we
Weevil.
go.
I was wrong.
Yeah, I think that law play would have been ideal.
Yeah. OPO3 Krieg does hit too. That's a good call.
Yo.
Okay.
I
Yes.
used to run that in my Captain Kid deck in
Yeah.
04.
Has to be rested cards, right? I believe.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the things like, it's hard to get the value.
Yeah, that's a good call though.
They put so many stipulations on those double KO cards.
All right, so double Weevil. I can't see what Dofi's hand size looks like. I think it's something like 5, maybe 6. So that's what makes this a little
Ooh.
tricky.
Finger pistol to say see ya. And that's the first Rebecca we've seen all game.
Yeah.
Easy swing over the Perona. And just like that, we have control over the board again.
Yeah, this is back and forth. Like, who can do more damage to their opponent while simultaneously developing their own board to have their opponent just do more damage to it. Yeah, the tricky part here, though, is that Doflamingo has definitely been the aggressor this game.
Yeah.
So in order for Lucci to make this not feel, I don't know, so miserable, I would say it's going to come down to a lot of like the blockers that haven't been played yet into the match needing to be played. It's like Rebecca is going to need to be played out. Sabo's already kind of gone. But if we're seeing a 5 to life here, I'm expecting
Interesting.
Oh, that's a hit though, dude.
Double Tempest. So those are all the Tempest kicks. He's used
Double
one, he
Tempest
triggered,
kick.
and so that's all 4 Tempest kicks
Oh,
accounted
that's
for.
brutal.
One of your best cards in the deck, all in the trash. One was cycled at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, that's brutal. So I think we're gonna see a 2 cost or 2 for Uta. Oh,
Here we
okay.
go. So we're
Mancherry.
using the Mancherry.
Interesting.
And then we are able to fish out some cards after placing some back. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. There we go.
Mancherry doing God's work.
Yeah, this is like the broken combo, Mancherry, and then now we have 4 left over. We can Rebecca.
Yeah, so
And
Rebecca here.
Fishing out a Brook to our hand. And then, yep, we'll play the Uta.
I like that. I like that. Now, that kind of a heads-up play. You're forcing this Weevil to attack into an Uta that's just going to get a very free block.
Yeah.
And then you have to decide between an Uta and a Mancherry, but you can't do anything against the Uta with your leader. So
right now, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
yeah, this is very solid from Lucci. I think this is kind of what I was talking about with it being the deciding point for Lucci to start coming back into this game, using those blockers that just provide so much value.
Yeah, and seeing that Mancherry really started it all, it showed the power of this deck, which we haven't seen a Mancherry since Opio 5, really. I
Yeah.
think by Opio 6, Sakazuki was already cutting the card to make space for Gecko Warrior combos.
Sure. Yeah, Uta's a unique one. It's definitely nightmare fuel for me. I've been in a spot where I realized, oh, like I'm never gonna have a card on board because you're just always gonna
Because
remove
I'm in
it.
this lock.
Yeah, and then I'm never gonna be able to swing at Uta because my deck doesn't have removal. You just win. They're very tough.
I feel as if with that Sengoku search, maybe they already have the Law, but Law would at least be able to deal with this conundrum, bounce a Sengoku to hand. So we're playing 4. Do they have a... Okay, Gecko Moria.
Yeah. Gecko Moria is probably looking for law, or okay, teach law combo.
Extend in a...
Yeah.
Is a pretty cute way of doing it.
Yep.
If they have Law in hand already.
I like this. I like this.
What's so amazing about the new Lucci builds is that they are able to maintain a consistent hand. They always seem to be neutral. They never go back down to 4-3. They got like 5 or 6.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Rebecca?
This card needed to be hit. It's
Yeah.
disproof.
It is. It.
If you want this deck to die,
I
at
don't
least.
think Moria was ever the problem.
Yeah.
It was Rebecca. That
Rebecca
card
is
so good.
insane.
It is definitely a threat, and we're gonna see 8,000 power coming down. Now, where
Rest
is the
one.
interesting part, and what are we playing off of the leader effect, or are we not? Or maybe I'm crazy. I thought I saw him rest one. but-
Yeah, I think he did. I think he's directing his attack first,
okay,
and then
okay. Directing
so
attack first.
as we thought, it
Sure.
is the Law.
no, I think it was Mancherry.
Yeah, so yeah, directing the attack towards Mancherry, but
Oh,
then playing the Law.
I see.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he's able to clear now. It's not always the best thing putting that Rebecca back to hand, but you are at least removing that cost reduction and getting rid of the Mancherry, playing a Sengoku. This was a really well-piloted turn. You got a full board once again, and Lucci's been diminished to really just one meaningful attacker.
Sure. Yeah, it felt like a I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but it felt like a turn that did something while doing nothing.
Yeah, you kind
Like-
of reset to the trash. You got the Rebecca in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically allowing your opponent to do the exact same play as the previous turn, but at the end of the day, like what else could you do, you know?
You
That
have
was-
to,
that
yeah,
was
just clean
kind of
up, yeah.
It. Yeah, like you had to be able to swing into the Mancherry. Uta needed to die. So like I don't think it was a bad turn for Doflamingo by any way, shape, or form. It just felt like, obviously Doflamingo wanted to be a little more productive and just couldn't because of, the way that Lucci has built the board and kept this kept this game going.
Yeah, forced to actually deal with Lucci's characters instead of they want a gun for that life. They don't want this game to drag out any longer than it has to. Gives Lucci more and more options.
All right, we see the counter, milling the jack and the who's who. Double
So,
2K.
Double
Tech
2K
ball.
out.
Very interesting.
And then we have another.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for round 2 of Top Cut here in Virginia Beach. We've got our top 16 players remaining, and I tell you, or actually, I think it's 15. Is it 15 after the two that unfortunately couldn't make it? It might be like
how it
top
works,
15.
yeah.
It might be top 15, but
Interesting.
yeah, just how it ends up pairing out afterwards. Because at the beginning of the day, we had 32 players, but 2 of them unfortunately weren't able to make it for day 2, even though they did qualify. So we actually ended up having 30 players playing it out. And yeah, so I believe we're down to our top 15 players now, and they're going to be getting started here shortly.
Still some spice in there that we were scanning.
Definitely some spice. There were a few mirror matches though that we
Yeah.
were like, all right, let's try and avoid that. You know, at least until we get closer to the end, so that if we do have to watch a mirror, you know, we're going to try and spare everybody that
yeah.
for a little bit.
Katakuri was still in there.
Yeah,
Notably.
Katakuri made it to top 16.
Old school.
Yep, we saw Zoro. I don't know if I saw. Did you see any Lucci?
I don't think I saw any Lucci
I
at
don't
a
think I
glance. There was
saw.
definitely a lot of Zoro,
Yeah.
Shanks, Teach,
Yeah.
some Ploofy.
Yep, we had 2 Ploofy players out of the 2.
Yeah, so
So both of them won their matches, which is really cool to see. But we did have also 2 Usopp players making it through, and one of which we wanted to bring onto stream. So I know that we did just watch Doflamingo versus Shanks.
but there's just a lot of Ofies.
Yeah,
But-
there is a lot of Dofis. There was the most represented deck in the top 32, being 6 of the top 32. And now we're going to have an Usopp versus Doflamingo.
That's how
So-
we're making it up. I showed
Yeah.
off that Usopp.
Yes, we're making it up because this is a little bit favored of a matchup for Usopp. However, it doesn't mean that Dofi cannot win this.
Exactly.
Yeah, it does mean that Dofi still has a fairly good chance of, you know, being able to see those pieces if, you know, potentially you miss out on those Leos, you don't see your stage.
Mhm.
You know,
A lot of things have to go right.
Yes, a lot of things do have to go right in order for Usopp to have the optimal, you know, play into that matchup. So the players are getting set up now. They're getting all ready. And I'm kind of excited to see this because I think that if you're able to take first as Doflamingo, you actually stand a better chance
Mhm.
against
Yep.
Usopp. And I do believe that the higher seeded player here is the Doflamingo
Yes.
player. It was actually the player that won Swiss yesterday, going 10-0, and that would be deep on Doflamingo. So I'm pretty excited. I think this is going to be a great game.
Yeah, just because it's favored for Usopp does not mean that this is going to be a cakewalk. Definitely going to have to fight tooth and nail, and you got to see your stage. You really just got to see your stage.
You have to see stage. You have to see, arguably, I would say the 4-cost Zoro once or twice,
Yeah,
because that card
key
is
card in this matchup.
really important to be able to get rid of a lot of those 4 costs. But the players have gotten all set up.
Beautiful
ready to
Rebecca
go.
sleeves.
Yeah, I love those. And his Dawn are really cool. He's got the Yamato Dawn.
Yeah, stylized and that almost
I love
comic
that.
book style.
I love that. He's got really cool sleeves here.
And we're
So,
ready to kick it off. And no surprise, Dofi is going first. And yeah, fist
Yeah.
bump. How could we say?
Yeah,
How could we ignore that? So.
exactly. We got the fist bump of friendship again.
I was
you
waiting
know.
for the finals. No fist bump, just business. But for now, you know, we're still feeling friendly. And we got the Leo to look for top 5.
Oh, there it is.
Picked 2 and
Yeah.
discard 1.
Yep, picks 2. So we know 1 is definitely going to be the stage here. If you see Leo in your starting hand, it's like you see almost all of your pieces in
It's
your
so
starting hand.
good.
So just having this card is exceptionally useful. We're now going to play out the Frankie, or excuse me, not play out, pick up the Frankie as well off of Leo, choosing to discard 1 from hand as
Let's
well
see.
after the effect has resolved. So we will go ahead and trash the 2K Sabo. Yep, there's
Activate the stage.
Yep, 1 for the Kurita Coliseum being played down. This is a fantastic start for Usopp, arguably the best you could potentially have into the matchup. We are going to see Teach effect going into play, seeing a 7K swing to life, and now this is where actually you picked up a few cards off of Leo, you discarded 1. but you stayed kind of hand neutral. If you do take this hit, you are going to be a little above that
Wait, 50
five
Yep,
range.
and that is why we're seeing a counter.
Yep. So we want to see the counter out here. Unfortunately, getting rid of a Rebecca, but perhaps we have the Rebecca in hand already.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we have another
Good
Leo
luck.
to make that a little bit
take-
easier, you
no
know, in finding. We are going to
Frankie
see the 4 for Frankie.
For Frankie.
Yep. Choosing not to get any of the removal cards just yet. We just want to have something that gives us a little value from our trash, keeps our hand size down as well.
And gets that draw off Usopp's leader ability, which
Exactly.
could start setting up more pieces for those crucial later turns.
Exactly. Now, this could easily be bounced, though, if we do have the Law here. Law just being a very just
It's a game warping card.
yeah,
really.
it really is. It's the card that, you know, if I'm being honest, not Teach, Jimbei was like the least of my worries sometimes compared to that Law.
Yeah, it's a bane
Yeah.
of many decks' existence, just gatekeeping a lot of strategies.
Yep.
But we're just going to see a blind leader swing
Ooh.
into a whiff.
Ooh, blind leader swing into a red
And
rock.
and definitely don't see any laws in Deep's hand, which is probably why he opted, you know what, I'm just going to go for
Ooh.
it.
Interesting. So we are going to see the King Kong gun draw 3, trash 2 here. So trigger getting some more pieces into our trash. Interesting. So
And,
he's
yep.
running multiple copies of
Now that's pretty spicy, I
right.
think.
Right.
Typically a one of. And we're trashing another Rebecca.
Oh, another Teach. Okay. So he wants to make sure, hey, I know that this is more than likely going to be getting removed off the board at some point. So I want to have a second one. So good luck getting rid of both.
They want play Rebecca.
I find it pretty interesting to not attack here with Weevil, knowing that you're more than likely just going to block with
Sure.
Frankie and cycle. So
Yeah.
just opting to get that 1 life damage and then passing turn there.
Yeah. We're going to see. I like how he had to pick up the Altar Kyros over the regular one. You know,
gotta.
have to. So makes sense, though. Rebecca does her job. She does find the piece. We're going to potentially see what looks like a 6K swing coming here to life.
Six in the
And
week.
then we have 4 left to potentially play out another Frankie. Double blocker with a double Ideo. We could
Hey,
see a
for
Zoro or a
Sabo.
Cavendish of
That's
some sorts.
A
Ooh,
Sabo.
Sabo
Okay,
is
so
interesting.
Protecting from mass removal.
Yeah.
Kind of an insurance policy
can I
for
read
a
something?
gravity
Yeah, go for it.
blade.
Yeah. So definitely, yeah. Deep taking a second to read. Definitely taking a second to read the Sabo
Any
here,
character doesn't have to be
and it
Dressrosa?
does have to be. I
Yeah,
believe it doesn't it have to be a
it's like
Dressrosa
Dressrosa belts.
character.
That's
yeah.
right there.
Let's
Yeah.
see. 7 or less. Actually, no restriction.
No,
cool.
actually, no
Yeah.
restriction to. All right, pretty solid.
So if
pretty
I'm
solid.
Go 6 out life.
thinking about this correctly, would it be if you activate a gravity blade that
okay.
Sabo, since another character would be removed, it can just bounce the hand, so you don't even lose anything.
Yeah, yeah. It's there are some really niche. There are some really niche kind of rulings though with cards like that end up
Joseph,
choosing
or
2
turn
cards, and if you
Frankie?
choose one of them, the wrong one first, or something like that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
when maybe there's a commenter that's a bit more knowledgeable on those precise rulings. But
Yeah. Well, I think our judge would make sure that that's handled correctly.
absolutely. So,
But we do see the Jozu
about that
trying to
Sabo?
remove the Frankie. He does bounce the Sabo instead to protect. And now we're going to see a card being added from Teach Effect, 2 Dawn being added to the
7 and your
leader.
life effect.
7 in
The
leader.
Weevil effect,
Now
draw a card.
find the Weevil, drawing a
block with
card.
Frankie,
and now we are
Usopp 4 or less.
Yep.
get to draw a card
Frankie.
and bring back a 3 cost or less from trash.
Yeah. And nice thing is he can just choose to
Bring
bring
back
back the. Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, Leo
Tap
combo,
cost
which
it.
is such a fun little play to
Yeah.
search on your opponent's
Good
turn
top
like
five.
that.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really good turn to be doing this as well, because your following turn, I believe he's going to be at, yeah, he should be at the 7 Dawn range, so
Grab Frankie
he'll be
Mobley.
able to pick up,
play it.
like a Rebecca play,
Awesome.
essentially. We know that the Kyros is in hand.
I have
Does trash the Karita Coliseum, though, picking up Frankie as well as the 2K
I will pass turn after.
one-legged soldier. Not bad. But I believe going to 8 Dawn now.
8
this
Dawn.
This is like, in my opinion, the crucial turn. Like having having Rebecca here into
You have how many now?
some form of Kyros, into
Zoro would be
a
fantastic
Zoro
as
would
well.
be fantastic. You kind of want to deal with these Teach to some degree, but
Yeah,
I-
at least get one off the board.
right. But I don't think Deep is like in a terrible spot here. The Jozu does get outside of the range of Kyros, only
Yep,
being able to.
unfortunately, unless we have some sort of tech to have some cost reduction.
Right, right. And we were able to add a lot of cards to our trash because of
I'll go
the
6 in the Weevil.
King Kong gun.
Cards?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
Yep.
we're starting 6
You know what?
onto the Weevil just to get a card out of hand at long last. First card that Deep has had to put into his bin.
Pay 7, Rebecca draw.
And
Yep.
here we go. So, what are we playing off of this
Kyros.
Rebecca? So, Kyros, no surprise there.
Yep.
Could play that Frankie that we know that's in hand.
So if he's taking a look at trash, I think that might be, what card do I need to put into? Oh, interesting. I
Cavendish.
like the Cavendish here.
Yeah, nice
Like it.
statted body and presents a real problem if it's able to get a bunch of value.
Yeah, if this card stays on the board, it's extremely valuable for Usopp, just allowing all the card
About
cycle you need. You can basically just draw through
Okay,
your
9K
entire
Weevil.
deck.
Cards?
We are going to see
5.
one of the teaches being
2/2.
bounced back, though.
Pass turn to you.
And then-
9K going into Weevil, and he does get out of it very quickly, though, because he hasn't had to drop a card from hand yet. So now, 3 in trash, probably still about 8 cards in hand. I think we do see a
7
Gravity Blade, but he wants cards out of the Usopp player's hand here.
2K and 1K.
And there we go. Countering out of the first hit.
Yep.
Bring his hand size back
So
down
400?
once again.
3.
Yeah, getting rid of the Sabo because we knew it was, hey, this is information that was already in the, in the hand that was known. So let's just go ahead and use that. That way we keep a little bit more of our hand unknown and secretive here. I love the Gold Dawn here.
Yeah, it really shines. Perfect for stream.
Yes, the light is hitting it just right.
So now we're going to have to think of how we want to proceed. At Cavendish, looking very juicy to get rid of.
6.
And he swings a 6 to start off.
Yeah, it's tough because you definitely want to keep the card, but at the same time, I think Usopp only has about
8 total?
4 cards in hand.
9.
9.
Yeah, so 4 cards in hand is pretty rough. If you're protecting it from 2 more attacks, you're looking at being at
Yeah,
2
okay.
cards in hand after.
Usopp draw.
But he's just going to let it go,
And
get the
then
card draw. Yeah, I think that's correct. It does, it stings a little bit to let the card go. But
And this is going to sting too. Your
ooh, Red
Your
Rock.
best threat has now been sent to the bottom of the deck, and your opponent still has a few Dawn
7
to
life.
swing in here and getting the Law, which I don't know if that was known information.
thinking
That
card
might have
different.
been the blind leader effect here.
Oh, yeah. I don't
Yeah, it
think he
definitely
set that up.
was. So,
Oh, no ability.
yeah, and no ability chosen
take it.
from Deep.
Treasure.
It's starting to look pretty scary here as Usopp player.
Yeah.
Draw for turn.
Mhm.
You have how many in hand?
Got 6. What about you?
All right, so
6 as well.
yeah, both players had 6 cards in hand at the moment. This Rebecca's not doing you too much as the Usopp, but if we have another follow-up Rebecca, that would be fantastic. But seeing
There's
another
Zoro
Kyros,
at
yeah,
long
Zoro
last.
is definitely going to be very useful here. Because having not seen that so far, and just this Weevil being able to stay on the board has been really tragic. So
Let's see if he even decides to pick it up with his hand. Perhaps it is not needed and he already has Zoro and would like more counter/blockers.
sure,
Take the Zoro.
yeah,
Yeah.
Sure.
yeah. Zoro makes sense though. Let's go.
It's so good in
ahead.
this matchup.
Yeah.
He's going to even attack
Thank you.
immediately
Yeah.
and get some value.
Get rid of this Weevil and then 6 to your Law. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, so we're seeing, definitely appreciate Deep fanning out his card hand. He has 6, I believe.
Yep. Oh, we do see the Gravity Blade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
For-
that could be.
Yeah, for Deep here. Also, the 7-cost
fucking wall.
Doflamingo that I believe was able to win him the mirror matchup
Yeah.
yesterday. So,
So we're gonna
four,
rest
go
4.
Zoro.
Is it gonna be Zoro?
Yep.
Tapping
Okay,
stage. Popping the Weevil. Milling
ooh,
2.
unfortunate. Heroes going,
Yeah.
yeah,
Other 6K
going
wall.
out there. We're going to see a 6K, though. Gets a 2. So now actually really
You have 4 now?
really handling the hand size of the Doflamingo here. You know,
Yeah.
Only 4 in hand. This is where, this is where it gets a little scary as Doflamingo
I'll go
because you
Okay.
start to realize, uh-oh,
Cards in hand?
I might,
5.
I might be in a bit of a pickle if I give him too much counter.
But he's going for it.
We're going to
And
see 4.
Playing
Frankie.
slightly into Gravity Blade, but
That's
probably has no other choice.
Sure.
You still do get the card drop off the removal, but you're going to be losing your board all over again, and
So,
Dofis can
four in
be
hand now.
aggressive
Four in
into your life.
Yeah. So we have 4 in hand for
can I see what- just so
both
you have
players, I
IDO and
believe.
stuff? Right, yeah.
After
Okay.
card draw,
Just
uh,
the 2 cost.
Doflamingo
Yeah, you do. And you have Bartho.
now being at 4 as well. But I think this Gravity Blade
Cool.
It's
definitely
gonna go,
handles,
yeah.
it handles the
Four in
Frankie
hand.
and the Zoro issue. You then could, I would, obviously start with some swings to life, but you then could potentially pivot to Rebecca. We are going to see that
Yep.
grab blade.
It is
That's
coming
bottom
right
left, the
down.
Frankie and the Zoro.
Yep.
Yep.
You stop trigger.
There we go.
And now Usopp's effect is going to allow for a card draw, which is very nice.
But here we go. We got 7. We can swing another 7 with lead and use leader effect.
Take that.
It
no
would be
trigger.
blind.
Yeah, I will say that's definitely been the unfortunate. Oh, so no, not blind anymore. We're gonna have, or actually,
Or
it's still
you
gonna be
can
blind,
s-
but
you
you
can stack with
probably
Teach,
find, you find the card that you need, stack with Teach, and very interesting. As I would say, as almost suboptimally as
I've got a lot.
Doflamingo is kind of seen as far as searchers and stuff like that, he's been able to maintain, himself on the
Teach with
board as well, pretty
2 underneath leader.
pretty well. But
Put 1 at the top.
just not having, I believe that just not having
7
the
effective law.
Zoro early on for Usopp was
I'll bounce
just
myself.
unfortunate.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. And we can just bring cards back to hand. We don't have to overextend. We can keep a healthy
You
hand
can.
size yet again, forcing Usopp
Clever,
to
Rebecca.
go on the defensive. And oof, you don't want to really
Yep.
guard that Rebecca.
It's tough because, it's, you don't want to have absolutely nothing, on your board.
But it feels so bad.
But to give a
2K
2K there,
or
yeah.
a 4K body.
Yeah.
And Deep is kind of running away with it at this point.
Go ahead.
We might have to, at this point, as Nick go next. There's not really much you can do to get back into this game.
Yeah, we need to see. We need to see.
Another explosive
Yeah,
Rebecca play.
but that's the thing is like,
Yep.
it's
and
not,
even then, it doesn't feel great.
yeah, it's not the worst, but I don't know. I think it's not unlikely. It's just, I think we have 2 Rebeccas in trash.
Yeah,
We've
well,
been able to draw a lot.
Yeah, so we've seen 3. 2 have been used in trash, and then 1 was just killed by battle.
Yeah.
Got 1 life. And there's some big swings coming from Doflamingo on the board next turn. I don't have a good view of what is in Nick's hand at the moment and what he's deliberating, but kind of looking at the body language, it's not looking very good at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we do remember.
Okay, 4
Um,
Cavendish.
Oh, Cavendish.
Cavendish.
Okay,
Go
maybe
6 on
find
the
the
wall,
pieces we need.
Here we go.
2.
Go 6, draw 2.
Pitch stadium.
Yep.
All right, get that stage out of here.
All right, so
We
no
love
no
stage until we
Rebecca.
don't.
3 in hand.
3 in hand for Deep now after
Okay,
countering there.
for
I believe we have 2 1Ks and a
Oof, another.
counterless card.
6 in the wall, Cavendish. draw
Oh,
2.
another Cavendish. Wow.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. We
push
might just be seeing a 2-cost Ideo or something.
He is on the 7-cost Luffy, which is not always a
I'll go 5
guarantee.
move.
Yep. Go
And
5 lead.
No
playing
trigger.
down a blocker.
Okay, 2. Play a Deo. Pass
Yeah.
to you.
You know,
I
those
mean,
two Cavendishes might have been just what he needed.
that might have been it. Yeah, you find the right amount of counter. You
hand?
potentially.
4.
I mean, we've seen two of the 3-cost event, the King Kong Giant or the King Kong gun.
Yep.
Yeah. So if he's got a third,
They
there's a,
can-
dude, there's a world.
there's a world.
There is a world where I would be very terrified as a Doflamingo without any blockers potentially.
Yeah, I don't see any blockers in Deep's grip right now, so being just a little bit scary. Nick only has 4 in hand, which is something to keep in mind. But if you have no efficient answer for that EDO, that's just another card draw and a free block.
Yeah, I do see a law in the hand that we bounced back with the Sengoku, if
Yep.
I'm not mistaken. So
Thinking here.
Good.
has an opportunity to get around Ideo, and we have a pretty tall board. All things considered, with 1 life to go through, I mean, there's potential of just trying
You can
to.
swing
go for it
pretty
here.
big here.
Yeah,
Thinking about the math.
he just knows he has to be aware of, both of these Cavendish just got rid of 2 counterless cards, so his opponent could be sitting on an incredible amount of counter right now.
7 at life.
So just
right.
going 7, not overcommitting.
A block.
And
who's up,
smart
bro?
move just to, get around that law and just get your card draw when you can.
Sure.
And this is
I'll bounce a
the
Cavendish.
Spice. In my opinion, not the most commonly played card in
Teach back.
Dofi, but you got another big body. Pretty hard to answer.
Yep.
You're moving character from the board.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going 9.
Yeah.
9 at Cavendish.
Oh, it's
9
9
at
Cavendish. I thought it
He's-
was.
Card.
I was
Oh.
interested to see if it would be life. Yeah. Did he just
Huge,
blind a
huge.
Weeble? Or no, he
Oh, he
just set it
stacked
up.
it.
He set
Yep.
it up with. I was like, man,
Exactly.
this guy's. I was like, oh my god.
He's the one.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So you just force 2/2Ks out because at this point you need the Cavendish
that
on
man?
board.
4.
Yeah.
Deep is at 4 cards in hand,
3.
and his board is set up
Congo on Cavendish.
perfectly.
Oh,
and there's the
he's got a
Kong.
He's got a third.
He's him. 12 gain the lead. Cavendish draw 2 pitch.
12 into lead, and he gets a draw
Heroes.
2.
Now
Trash 1.
here's the question though:
Yep.
does he have
Big.
the double attack?
He does.
Oh.
Because he's about to resolve and take both. Yep. And now,
Yep.
does he have? Don't tell me he has a 4th one. Don't tell me he has a 4th
There's
one.
no shot.
There's no way, right? I mean, this is not the best lethal
No
swing.
shot. King Kong gun. 4th time? No way.
Play Congo on
Brother, what?
Leo. Oh, baby.
Brother, what?
And just
Yeah,
like
he
that,
got
that Leo's
Again.
going in.
A 9K? Oh
He
my
got it.
god.
Oh, my Lord, Leo.
Yo. What just happened?
How many did you have in your hand?
Brother,
Just
what?
No way,
I,
dude.
went on last
4.
Yeah.
No fear.
Dude.
There's no fear. This man's
What in
veins.
the-
He's like, all right, Leo, you know what?
Pretty
You're my
easy kills
boy.
with 19 Dawn.
Yeah.
What?
I
You
don't know
basically
if I
get,
should
yeah,
go for
with
game
2
or
King
not
Kong
there.
guns, you
I
get
had
like
2
19 Dawn
PKs
of value.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you drew into them, right?
No, no.
Oh
no.
my
I drew
God.
Zoro and I don't know I didn't look at my last life. No, I think.
Oh
about it.
my
So when you
God.
pass the turn,
Oh.
4 cards in hand. What
Yeah.
do you have in hand?
By the
Two
way, I,
2Ks
did,
and a
I do
1K,
need to go.
and then
I need to go.
Kong gun. Oh wait.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
actually no, it was
Lord.
2 2Ks and a 1K.
What a match. It was looking so dire for Dusop player at some point, but when you got some tricks up your sleeves and you got 4 King Kong gun, you just take it all the way home. Wow.
They didn't tell us we can't play Kong gun on characters.
Getting a little bit of commentary from Nick and Deep here as they shuffle up for the next round. I don't think that Deep was expecting to lose the game that way. No blockers was definitely a risk of it ending up that way, but Dofi's able to go first yet again. hopefully they'll be able to set up a teach earlier than they did last game.
Dude, what a game.
That was such a game.
What a game.
It just shows how little I know about what's going on because I'm like, yeah, man, dude, Nick's cooked.
Yeah, I
He's-
mean,
he looks like he's just like playing not to lose. Got double Cavendish out was like a turning point, and
Yeah.
then I was so curious. We may need to ask him later. If, like, did he fish out those King Kong guns off those Cavendishes?
it had
did
to
he,
have been, right?
Like, and then that was just a win con. That is saying that he probably could have died if that bounce law, swing both with Jozu and lead probably would have gone through.
Yeah.
He only had 4 in hand at that point.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's really interesting how that ended up working out.
You know, that was the last swing of the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love to see a game like that, you know.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah, no,
crazy.
even-
He's running
even if
4 of these.
You had double Leo, so even if
Four.
I
Like,
arm deck the Leo, like you just
I don't
do
know.
The other one.
Yeah.
Every Usopp
Yeah.
is on some craziness. I feel like.
You know what? All I know is that I love Usopp. I think the deck is
I think it
super
was the same
fun.
map, though, 'cause it was
I'm
the
just happy to
base
see
four.
that there's so many
Or you
weird
could swing
ways
with
that
V
people have been
Rays,
building it.
Yeah, that's what
It's
I'm saying.
know?
amazing because it runs a very dedicated engine. You got to run a lot of Dressrosa cards, but
Yeah.
those flex spots, it can change entirely how you go about, your win condition.
No, 100%. And we definitely see it was kind of interesting before we started the match. The Usopp player literally said to both of us, he was like, "Oh, I got some spice,"
Little wink, wink.
and I was
I'm
like, "Okay, cool. Yeah, let's get you on the stream." And we just saw it. 4, like now, but that's the thing. Deep now has to like 100% respect the fact that there's 4 of those being ran in the list. you
Yeah.
know?
Cards that make it better.
If you didn't know already, then, well, he sure knows now.
He sure knows now. So now we can go, okay, perfect. I know I need to be playing around this. Granted, though, I don't think that Deep exactly saw the best.
He did not have the best start.
Yeah, he didn't see a lot of his blockers. I don't think we saw a single boa,
Corona?
right?
Mm.
And on top of that, I genuinely don't think that we had a Perona or something like that to get set up. So this is a much better start for him here.
Yeah, we're
But-
seeing that gravity blade in that top, so
Yeah.
he's going to want to rearrange that as one of his next draws, as we can see.
Yeah. All right. Well, going into round 2 here,
So exciting, and
top
this is
16.
so worrying when you're deep and you know that Usopp, even if you win this game, you got to deal with Usopp getting that first and playing on their curve.
100%. Yeah. So we're going to have 2 Dawn here. We're going to see
Start off with a
Sage and
Stage,
an
yeah.
Ide- or
Yep.
yeah,
And,
or Leo,
wow.
not Ideo. Excuse me, Leo.
And this is very reminiscent of the last game.
Just a
and
phenomenal start.
You just get to set up everything.
Yeah.
Now you don't even have to find stage anymore. You can start pitching it from your hand and filtering it out.
Yeah. I mean, this is again best start you can ask for. Granted, last game we weren't able to see that Zoro until it felt a little too late, and
Take Rebecca. Bowser.
Mhm.
because of that, we kind of had to rely too heavily on
Passenger D.
those King Kong guns a little later into the match.
Mm-hmm.
But having a
Let's
little
go
bit of that
7.
early removal could probably be
Weevil.
very useful
Drop.
for us. So we see the
It's
Weevil.
okay, no one can-
And then we get the draw.
We get a 2K, 1K out using the Rebecca and the one-legged soldier. So that was the Rebecca picked up off of Leo.
Play Cavendish.
We're going to
And
see
we're gonna
Cavendish.
immediately, which, you know what? That is really strong here,
Yeah.
too, I got to say.
That's fantastic. Gets rid of the King Kong gun because he's like, hey, bro,
Oh,
I got
Jesus.
3 more of these. Don't worry.
I'll see him. I will see them.
Yeah, that's great. That is great. Yeah. We do see a counter out with the pudding.
And now thinking if swinging with lead here,
You have any?
does he want to give Dofi another card? Because Dofi's just going to snap take that first hit.
Sure. Yeah. It's also a tough call because he lost the
5 lead.
character to Red Rock the
Pass it.
last time.
But that, as it is, I'm pretty sure pointed out by some in the comments, Cavendish is 5, so that actually
many?
circumvents Red
4.
Rock. Since it's
Oh,
only 4
Red Rock
costs or
is a
lower.
4 cost or lower.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually thinking of Gravity
Yeah,
Blade.
exactly.
Gravity
Gravity Blade
Blade
would
is
still
5
hit.
cost or lower. Oh, so that was actually. I mean, it didn't affect.
Yeah,
the
but
end
definitely
turn,
would
but-
have to be called out.
No, for
in the
sure.
future.
For sure. That is a good point. I was thinking of Gravity Blade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Where it's a 5
Very
cost.
similar.
So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, losing that last round. But yeah, that's that's the tough part with Usopp.
You
is
just gotta
like,
remember
you
that.
just have dice on everything, like you know, like everything's +1.
Pulling to the top.
Can be
Happy
tricky to remember. Like, this is why I sometimes feel like I have the sim crutch.
I
you
know.
'cause-
This is the deck where
Yeah, this deck
I
does.
feel very neutered playing in real life.
Yeah, the sim
Seven.
definitely does what I need
Boa?
for me. Oh, Boa. So
Oh,
getting
here we go.
potentially a double 8K here. Ooh,
Ooh, that,
was
and that
a-
top 3 is pretty nice too.
Yeah, was that it was a Grab Blade, Boa, and a Law?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean, this is looking pretty juicy.
that's solid. That's solid.
And now we can pump up this
You want that?
Dofi
Add
to
one?
be 8. Yep.
Oh, 8 to it.
Mm-hmm.
Down just goes.
And it
Usopp
goes. Draw out 1 card.
Yep, Usopp effect is the GOAT.
Now we can just shove into
What?
leader.
Yeah,
No true.
put the hand size.
Nothing else meaningful to play from Dofi's end, so we're going to pass turn,
Mhm.
draw, and it is the awkward 6 Dawn turn for Usopp. Curious to see how they're going to approach this one.
Yeah, Usopp on 6 Dawn is a bit awkward. A bit
You're fine,
awkward. It's not the worst in the world, but you're probably, if I had to take a guess, looking to do something along the lines of like a searcher and a 4 cost of some sorts.
Put a Congo on Leah.
Oh, what?
And we're
I'll go
just
AK into Boa.
just gonna go in, just being very, very
He
Dawn
said, "Give me your
efficient."
cards." Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
And yeah, out of nowhere, he's getting an AK swing.
oh wow.
So
So
did-
Double AK swing.
it's wild because it doesn't feel like a productive turn,
Cards in hand.
but it really
Fireballs.
was.
Yeah, it's like you're just playing with extra Dawn
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
You're either getting 2 cards out of your opponent's hand, or you're getting 2 of these really annoying bodies off the board, all for a Leo and a King Kong gun. I mean, that's solid. That's solid. All things considered, I genuinely can't complain.
I
Yeah.
did not see that coming,
Yeah,
but
deep-
I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, Deep is in the think tank right now because yeah, it
He's
feels
giving-
it feels bad. He realizes, yeah, unfortunately,
I'm curious on how that resolves when you place a card into trash. I would almost say that there you kind of
Two.
committed to giving that card, but it's up to
6,
the
right?
judge
That's
to
6.
call that.
yeah. I mean, if the players are both playing, I think this is just fine. If you put
Oh,
1 card as a mistake, they're figuring it out, and if they're just playing it out,
6 out life.
we're all good. No complaints from these
Yeah,
players. They
it's-
want to get the best games.
Exactly.
And they
It does
wanna-
come up to preference
Yeah.
at some point.
They want to get the best games, but also make sure that this win is looking clean. So we've got a 7 Dawn here from Doflamingo to play with. He does have the Gecko Moria. The Gecko Moria is, it's got targets. You know, you could pick up the Boa, use the Boa off of Teach, but it's actually not a bad turn, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a terrible turn. You could get back the 2K as well.
You get to
That
go
was just
so
trashed
wide,
with the
yeah.
buggy. Yeah.
Okay, we're actually
We're from both
opting
now?
for Jozu
Teach you.
to double bounce here.
Oh, interesting.
I feel as if I seldom see that type of play,
Yeah. Yeah.
but he had
Are-
a really
this is
nice
just
body that can't be hit by
then I'll
Kuros.
Yeah, this was nice though. I think
Yeah,
brings up his
And then
hand size
combo.
quite a bit because he knows that he's going to have to deal with the Rebecca combo coming down this turn. Well, granted, if Nick has been able to see it, but it's been very, very interesting nonetheless. Kind of want to see Akiro stick on the board this time. You know, that's the real power play. We get a Kyros that lands and it stays.
let's see if we have that Kuros at all. Nick thinking about how he wants to approach this, and yep. So Becca draw 1. Thinking on his targets. So this will tell us exactly how he wants to
Play
approach this.
Kyros.
Heroes
Play
with Zoro. It's an amazing
Oh,
combo.
I like it. I'm curious though.
Oh, which one do you
I
prioritize?
am curious. What is he
Play
going
Zoro
to do
first.
with the
The
removal?
Zoro.
So removal.
And yep,
Oh,
get rid
there's
of
the
that
third
T-
King Kong gun though. So
Yeah,
that's
we're running out of those
Yeah.
cheeky options.
Yeah.
Little
I think
bounce
deep
nuts.
is keeping that count for sure.
10K into Weevil.
And then we go 10 into Weevil, just an
5
easy
into Weevil.
clear. And then 5 in life.
Yeah.
No triggers.
I mean that's
Pass turn D.
that's your
Play
turn.
one.
That's a great.
That's a really nice turn.
That's a Rebecca turn if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, especially into Zoro.
Yeah. We get rid of the teach.
I'm sorry, into Dofi.
Yeah.
Zoro,
We
showing his
establish
power.
Kyros. I know. Does he have the red rock to answer it again, like he did previously?
I do see
actually,
it.
I think I
Yeah,
see
in
it.
his grip.
Yeah. It just sucks because not having,
8 at life.
not having the
Take that. No trigger.
what is it called? The teach on
Yeah,
board.
the teach is going to
like-
make it, feel not as productive.
Yeah. Oh,
So we're actually
we're
gonna be
opting
playing
not to.
Boa this turn. Not too fearful of the Kyros at this point.
You know what? I don't hate this. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to put him to 0, force him to double blocker, and then say, "Hi, my name's Gravity Blade.
Yeah.
How are you doing today?"
And
then,
I hope you're doing pretty bad.
Yeah, and I hope you're doing pretty
You're doing
bad because
horrible.
we're coming for game. I imagine that's the idea.
Yeah.
So going for life seems to be, and I think it's going to be a strong like 9K, 10K swing here with leader effect. He's planning it out. He's got a couple of cards to decide between for the top 3 off of Boa.
I'll
You know,
put it at the bottom.
oh, he's bottoming
Yeah,
it.
I mean, there was
Oof.
Jozu, Sengoku,
Yep.
non-valid targets.
It's unfortunate.
And we're seeing
Okay.
Corona, so
He has to
does
waste
want-
a Dawn here,
yeah.
which is a little unfortunate.
And those aren't the greatest hits either,
Yeah.
I must say.
Was that Gecko? Might actually be Gecko.
Is it?
That's not terrible.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a
That
Gecko
crazy
on top.
SP, yeah. So
8
then,
at life.
Yeah. See, but this is a shame. It could have been 9.
here we go.
Effect.
Yeah.
I'll add back a 2K.
Yeah, to get a hand.
Yep.
Very solid.
It's just an 8 is so much easier to get out of than a
For
9.
Usopp, who's, seeing so
Yep.
many cards, they're
You're like,
flipping
yeah,
their hand.
yeah, I don't have to go to 0 anymore. Hooray!
And that could really change how Usopp's going to approach the next turn, whether they want to opt for more removal, or they feel like they need to block her up.
Yeah.
If I mean,
6.
So
Seriously weighing all of the variables 6 in hand for deep. Does Nick want to, maybe he has to give up more than just 2Ks. Maybe 2 and 2 ones. Let's see.
yeah, that I mean, I still think you have like what 6, 7 cards in hand. So it's not like the
Yeah.
worst. Not terrible.
Yeah, I think
it's like
in like 6,
Oh, he's
and
taking
he's
it.
taking
Wow.
it.
Pass.
Wow.
Yeah,
wait. What if he's got King Kong gun?
drop
Oh my God. King Kong gun.
think
Maybe he was
in a
digging for it
dream.
there. I don't know, man.
I don't know, as we said, there's already 3 in trash,
Can you see a green?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
at least. Let's
Yeah,
see.
3 in
so,
trash. Oh, he's looking.
you
He's
know,
like, wait, let me double check.
yeah, you can do some tricks, some
Yeah.
double tricks.
Yeah. It's like I know that you got 4 of those. That's funny. That's funny. You know, this is a very important game for these two players as well. This is the difference between top 16 card, which don't get me wrong,
Beautiful,
fantastic.
beautiful Zoro.
Yeah, fantastic 3-cost Zoro, but we're talking about potentially a serial ace. We're talking about a 7-cost Sanji. This is a very, very big difference here. you know, in prizing. So I
There's
can
a lot on the
understand.
line.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. I can understand taking your time, trying to decide perfectly what is going to be best for us. And yeah, I know Usopp's in a very tricky spot here. Very tricky spot.
Go 5K into Gecko.
Okay.
Interesting.
So we're going board here.
I'll give you a 1.
Yeah, that seemed bizarre.
And we're actually going to be swinging another 5.
Go 5K into Gecko.
It's maybe trying to bait out the block. A free block. But I don't
Another
think
one.
he would fall for that. It
Okay,
seems
so
like,
another 1.
yep.
And now,
I'll go 6 into Gecko.
2K.
and he's just going to be hard countering out.
I'll go 9K into Jozu.
He's going 9 to Jozu here.
And
We'll get the block.
but we're at 0.
0 life. Not
Wait, we-
looking fantastic. So the
And
layout is nice though. This allows us to see some pieces. The tough part is if you see a King Kong gun here, you can't pick it up,
Yeah.
and you know, it just hurts because you're like, oh man, that card would be so useful right now. We do pick up 2 2Ks. We get the one-legged soldier and the blocker Bartolomeo, but we're gonna rest 4 for Frankie,
double Frankie.
and now we are gonna fall straight
Yep.
into the
And I'll go
trap.
faster than you.
Unfortunate, but does he have 5 cards in hand? That's what's important. I think he might have 6. So this gravity blade might actually not.
Probably both Frankies.
Yep,
Oh,
that
wow.
might.
Yeah. There we
Yeah.
go.
Might not give him the card draw that he needs.
Usopp trigger 5 in hand.
Oh, he
Okay,
does
so
have
he
5.
does exactly
He
5.
does have
All right.
exactly 5. Okay.
But
Perfect.
we're still
2K and
still down 7 and 8.
Ooh,
and
this.
plus
Oh,
a
he has a
1.
2K, 1K. We know he has
5.
another 2K in hand.
Give you 2K.
He gave.
Got it.
Oh, he gave a 2K
And-
an 8. He's
Yep.
got it. He did have the other.
The King Kong
The other
gun was
t-
the backup.
Yeah, he had the other King Kong gun. But yeah, I think that worked out really well for Deep, just being able to take it there. And wow, we're going to get another game 3.
Another game 3.
Can't even complain.
The
Can't even complain.
drama, it just keeps on rising.
Yeah, we've been getting some fantastic matches so far, back and forth with the players. You know, even like we mentioned, this being a
Which side?
favorable matchup for
Alright.
Usopp,
Playing time.
it's still very winnable for Dofi. you
Yeah,
know?
and the Usopp players saw an amazing Rebecca turn,
Yeah.
and Deep was able to navigate that really well. The Jozu, I think, is proving to be their most valuable card for this matchup.
100%. And if I'm being honest, I think that Deep just had a really heads-up play, choosing not to go for like the red rock removal on the Kyros, but instead playing that Boa and then going 2 very large swings at the life,
Yep.
putting your opponent to 0 because he knows he has the gravity blades. He's like, sure, go ahead, triple blocker.
Yeah, you're
What do
forced
I
to play
care?
into this,
You
and have to play suboptimally.
Yep.
It is always the scary thing about being a 4-life leader, is when those Monaco leaders can just start being extremely aggressive, and forcing you on the spot there to just have the counter.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, we're going into round 3 here of
Round
our top
3.
16. The players still have 21 minutes of official time. They will have 10 minutes of overtime as well. What's the predictions? What are we seeing, guys? Are we seeing Usopp take game 3? Are we seeing
Alright, go-
Doflamingo
You
take
I'll
game
go
3?
first.
Okay.
Let us know in the chat. And
Okay,
yeah,
please.
looks as though
And snap keep on the
Yes,
Usopp.
nap heap. All right. He says, hey, bro, by the way, I got stagey Leo again.
So you better come prepared.
That's good. That's good.
Deep is thinking a bit more on what they want to do here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a Perona.
I'll keep as well.
All
He
right, good luck.
does end up taking it. Keeping both players keeping is a
that's
solid
good.
start.
Sheesh.
But we see
Stage.
we see the stage
Always a
being
call.
played.
Mhm.
And
It's the first time all tournament.
we're gonna see Perona top 5
5.
being
I
looked
can't
at.
tell you how many times I played
Left
Coliseum
at the
on 10
top, potentially bottom diff terrible. Oh, that's interesting. No, he's got Boa, he's got Weevil. I mean, that's a GG. Like those are good cards.
So stacking
Yeah,
these accordingly.
or was that his hand? I actually
think
don't know which one.
I think yeah, the one he's shuffling right now is his hand.
That's his hand.
And then
Oh, okay, okay.
this is
So
his
it's
stack.
Weevil,
So
Weevil, Sengoku.
got to teach there that
Sure.
he can draw into next turn.
Okay.
So how does he want to order this?
Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah, you're good.
All right. So passing turn there after resolving the stack. And we are playing out the Leo.
He's got the Leo. Yeah.
Of course.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep.
This is really nice.
That card has been putting in some work between King Kong Gun attached to it last
It's
round.
done it all. It's surged. It's attacked.
It's gone for game, and it is one game. I mean, like, Leo potentially MVP right here. I mean, it looks as though he picked up a Kyros, and was it a Frankie?
I think got a
probably-
Zoro. in
Was
that.
it Zoro? Okay. I know I saw the Kyros, but 7-cost
They blocked
Luffy.
it fast.
Oh, and he even has the
Okay.
blocker.
Oh,
This is just
Nice.
a perfect
Nice.
read on turn.
You know, he hasn't had the blocker yet to start the game, so I actually think that this is arguably best start he's had yet as the Usopp player.
yeah, exactly.
Now, that also is dependent on what he has in hand. Does he have the Rebecca combination to, facilitate that Kyros?
Sengok.
And we're going to see
Five.
Sengoku taking a look at the top 5.
And yep.
Is that double Weevil, double Buggy? Oh,
Yeah, it is a little interesting because yeah, he did know that stack, but he was totally okay with just picking up one of those cards and then playing the teach this turn. They knew he was going to draw for turn.
Teach.
Well, I know he knew about the Weevils, but did he know about the...
Teachability.
I guess he knew about one of the Buggies.
Yeah, at least one of the buggies.
Yeah. Dang, double Buggy, though, and double teaches.
Yeah, at
Pretty
the
rough.
bottom.
Yeah.
But now we're able to stack, and we're going to put on that Weevil.
Mm-hmm.
7 at life effect.
Yep.
Play
We'll do
law.
7
Bounce
and
back law, bounce back
Those
idea.
are locked,
Suck
actually.
trigger.
Yeah,
5 in hand.
yeah, you're good.
Usopp trigger gets to draw. He does bounce back just the law, though, which is kind of
Give you
interesting.
2K and 1K.
I
Got
thought he would definitely bounce either the Perona or the Sengoku.
Yeah, you'd think used for later turns, but wants to keep the law in hand for future combos.
Yeah, that's
Get
fair.
6 lead.
That's fair. We're gonna see 6 and a Imagine for 4 a Frankie or a
There's
Zoro.
KOT.
Yep, here comes
Yeah,
a
we are
Zoro.
gonna see a Zoro. KO in the teach, putting some really good Frankie targets into the trash, being a Deo and one-legged
That's
soldier. So, pretty solid turn here.
Mm.
Right before our Rebecca turn, I mean, that's arguably the best thing you could do is get rid of teach, especially when I don't believe he has another one right now.
Well,
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he did want to play out that law, because knowing that Zoro can attack into it, Usopp can attack
Oof.
into it.
That's a bottom deck, I think. Oh, that's
Mm.
tough. That's really, really tough. Dang, I don't think this game is... Oh, he's keeping it top.
Gonna keep
okay.
it just to at least get
And
that one guaranteed body.
Okay,
let's go 7 at life effect.
yeah. So
Play
he gets the
boa
boa.
effect.
And then now you can look again, and
Yep.
now
Present
you
hand.
are...
4.
I'm curious, do you want that Sengoku?
I'm thinking, sorry.
You're good.
It's again, though, like if he's going to want this Sengoku for some searchability. He
Yeah.
picks up the Sengoku, but now he's guaranteed bottom decking that pudding as well as that buggy. That's
Mhm.
the third 2K that we know that's going to the bottom now. So unfortunately,
I'll put him in the bottom deck.
And yeah, he's actually opting now to go to the bottom
yeah,
here,
just go to the
Yep,
bottom
I'll take it.
anyways.
which is very understandable.
Yep.
Good trigger.
And
Go
Usopp taking the first damage of the game.
Yeah, I think that's pretty understandable so far.
Probably.
I genuinely think though that Rebecca right here is like borderline lights out.
Backbreaking.
It's
It's-
borderline lights out.
Play Rebecca,
Especially
Yeah.
if it's optimal, so you get to draw one.
Yeah,
and
this is insane.
oh, we got the Kyros,
Yep.
and what is our next
Cavendish.
target?
And
Cavendish.
Cavendish.
Oh
Bounce
my
the
god, yeah.
Active Boa.
Yep.
And we get to attack
See,
I'll
we
go
don't
19
we don't
Boa.
have the Jozu on board like we have in
I'll
the
go
previous
5.
Yeah.
games. So
Yeah, exactly.
deep is definitely
Give you a 1.
struggling here.
Look at a 6K lead.
We're
I
gonna see
know.
a 6.
We just get to start swinging into life, and we're
Yeah.
actually
4 and 9? How many? now?
we're being
Top
very
4 now.
threatening.
Going to 2 is very scary. Kyros also falls outside of that Gravity Blade range, so you do need to use a Red Rock to deal with it.
I'll take.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't see any
for
2Ks in
Okay.
Deep's hands right now.
Yeah,
Since
I
we
think
keep
he-
bottom decking them.
I think he just picked up his first 2K, which is the Mihawk, if I'm not mistaken. But
Let's see.
yeah, this is tough. This is tough. I feel as though he's run into a bit of a situation.
Okay, so he has a crocodile, so he has 2 2Ks at least.
Okay.
Wow. Very, very interesting on what we're going to do here.
Yeah.
You just can't deal with everything. You just can't deal with everything. 3 life as well.
Yeah. I mean,
As a
Usopp
Usopp
having
player?
more life than the Dopey player is absurd.
Yeah, you usually only
Um,
see that at the very end of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I know that he's definitely gonna have to do some thinking here. You know, to get out of this spot is gonna be pretty tough.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're in a spot. We have the events. You know, we could potentially Gravity Blade the Cavendish and the the Cavendish and the Zoro, but it still doesn't feel great. So
Gekko?
you
Yep.
kind of
How
Get
about
the
teach?
teach.
he's getting teach because yeah, he has no knowledge of what is on top because they were bottom decked
Teach.
from
Fetch.
Boa. All right.
Yeah, with the lack of Jinbei here, you're just so much more susceptible to getting run over and losing the advantage. If Usopp was already a hard matchup, in Japan when they were doing their OP10
That too.
format, now it must feel
Go 8 at life.
pretty
Fetch.
hard.
Weevil. Draw.
Yep. He's using a Weevil to draw a card here.
I'll take. No trigger.
We are
Go
going to take this. He's going to pass it back over. He has to be aggressive. He can't go for board anymore. If you try to
Drop
pivot
it.
for board,
Mhm.
it's going to be a little too late. You're going to fall behind.
Oh,
Yeah. So now we have both players at 2 life. I think this is going to be,
Yeah.
solid for Dofi if he's able to maintain his board and there's no, pesky removal coming from Usopp in that form.
How scared are we of King Kong Gun?
Very scared. Very scared.
King
of
Kong Gun is
Gun.
knocking down
I
at the
don't
door. Don't think
believe
we have the double
15.
attack.
I
but
don't believe we have the 15 in trash though, but it's just something to think about.
you always
because,
gotta now be scared and cognizant that
I mean,
we
you're
got-
swinging 9 with Kyros. That's like a take, sure. Then you can attach 3 to Zoro or
I'll go
Cavendish
6K
or something
life.
like that.
Cavendish,
Sure.
draw 2, pitch 1.
But he's just asking for cards out of hand. He's
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm looking really good right now, so just give me some cards.
yeah, see you later stage. My hand's looking nice.
Give it 2K.
Yep.
Has to give up cards here.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, I think Usopp's trash is around
I'll go 6K to
8
life.
to 9 cards, maybe. I don't know. Actually, it might be less than that.
No trigger.
Oh, taking here. Interesting.
Wait, what? Take on the 6?
Take on a little 6.
You know, he might have to. He might have to. Like
at this
there's-
point,
like you have to potentially say, okay, you know what? I can't defend my. If I defend my board, I know I'm just going to lose this game and lose. Or if I defend my life, I'm going to lose this game because he's just going to pivot to board.
Yep.
It's going to be a slow death. So instead, now you go for life, right? I force you to go for it, and when you do, I potentially have, the way to win on the clapback.
yeah. I mean, Kiro swing 9 and then you King Kong Gun
I think
that
he-
Rebecca.
I think he does
Like-
have a lot of counter though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
super hurting.
Deep is playing a little bit of mind games here with such a big hand, but there's clogged up with events and a lot of 1Ks, and those boas just being bricked at the moment.
Yeah. Tough part is I think like even a 9K check from Kyros is.
Yeah, it'd be,
I think it's over.
once he takes that,
Sure, how
and
much
then you just King Kong Gun.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I'm at 8. I'm going to 9.
Yeah.
The other
Or
2 are
10,
over here.
Yeah.
So does Nick just want to poke in with that 9, just to see what his opponent does? Don't have to do any Dawn commitment. And if you're worried about that hand size, you're guaranteed 3 cards. So if he did have the counter.
How many cards in?
Yeah, this is interesting. 8 cards in hand. A lot of them are bricks, though. So this could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Just really depends on
The swings here.
how Usopp decides to go for this. You know, I understand it's a bit of a high pressure situation, though. So
You want to make sure you're doing everything right.
yeah, you might be overthinking, like, oh, he's got 8 cards in hand. There's no way I can get through that, right? And if there's no way, then I need to be going for board. I don't want to miss an opportunity and potentially leave something active that, you know, presents a problem for me the following turn.
Like I say, I'm starting to feel the nerves myself.
Yeah.
Keeps playing it very cool.
I mean, I don't know if I see him take a 6 and I have
I'll go
King
9
Kong
maybe.
gun.
Yeah,
Oh, he's going to go 9.
Just go
lead.
9, and you got double King Kong gun even, or what is the
Oh,
plan
did
of
he get
action?
another event? Oh, that is so tragic.
Go 14K lead.
14K?
And
Oh no.
that is it.
You got it, boss.
Wow.
is
okay,
it.
don't even need the buff. Just
Yep.
go in.
No King Kong gun needed. Unfortunate game. I feel like a really unfortunate game 3 for our
Yeah.
Flamingo player there.
The next few draws.
Love to see Usopp do well, but
Usopp.
you know, he needed
Yeah,
Jozu.
there we go. That's what he
needed
was,
Jozu. Yeah,
digging for.
he was
They're all
looking for
clumped
it.
in the middle there.
Tough, man.
Wow.
That's tough.
Very convincing game 3 from Usopp.
Yeah.
Controlled it from the very start. Stage, Leo, blocker. Got the Zoro, got the full Rebecca combo.
Yeah.
That was pretty much a Usopp masterclass.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want to see on your best curve. You were able to see it right there. A very interesting deck list, though, and choices. You know, I've seen the vast majority running Tempest Kick, but instead opting out to run a little bit different and having the King Kong gun. So do we want to get Nick really fast?
Yeah, let's do it.
To hop on. So
That'd be perfect.
yeah. Just give me a second. Yeah.
Man, congrats on that, bro. Man, so we are here with Nick, the victor in the round 16, proceeding now going to top 8. You must be pretty pumped. You said you had some spice. You were mentioning to me earlier that, you know, you got a little bit of juice to hopefully bring you over the edge. I'm assuming it was those 4 of King Kong
It's
guns.
the 4 King Kong gun. Because I have barely seen Coliseum this entire tournament. Like, the average I played Coliseum was on turn like 3 or 4 at like 6 to 8 Dawn.
Yeah, I heard through the mics that you were like, this is the first time all tournament I played Coliseum on that game 3, turn 1.
Yeah, it was funny. I was keeping track. I was like, I lost 9 die rolls and didn't see Coliseum in the first 2 turns 7 out of the 10.
Yeah.
So King Kong gun has just carried me this entire tournament, to be honest. Like, in my top 32, the only reason why I won is because I played 3 in 1 turn.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
that comes up.
Yeah, killing someone or beating someone 19 Dawn's pretty easy.
There's such a I heard some banter of like, man, it's just crazy. You can just play with 19 Dawn out of nowhere. How do you feel about this Dofi matchup, especially maybe beforehand you're testing when they did have Jinbei, but now without it, does it feel easier, or do those events actually, you know, put you behind
It's
a
funny
little
you
bit?
say that. I was like, it actually feels harder with the new
Yeah,
build.
the Kiro's instantly getting bottom deck and things like that.
Yep, and it's like they're playing more grab blades too
Yep.
now. Yeah, I felt like the matchup was pretty easy pre-banless, but now it's like they're kind of not teched out to beat me, but they have more event cards.
Yeah.
You can't swing into the free Jinbei, so that's a card. That's actually just like an additional card you get to rip out of their hand. So that's why like beforehand I wasn't really before banless I wasn't really swinging at life as often, but now also playing 4 King Kong guns, I want to knock them down to like 2 to knock them down to 2s to one shot them.
It makes sense. So would you say that the game plan has shifted from more of a control to sort of a hybrid or more aggressive, just go
Yeah, I would
after
say it's
life?
tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Because I don't know if you saw game 1, but like I probably shouldn't have won that game because he won the board. But I was able
But
to win off of the
that
King
w-
Kong gun.
That was so sick. This like the sneaky Leo just coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, Leo Lee did it all this game. Is that the most important card in this deck? Would you say? Because I mean, especially in your build, when you got the King Kong guns, you got the searches. It gets attack board, but also attack for lethal.
It's crazy. I was like Actually, the one card I want to cut from my list is the 7-drop Luffy. I think I played it one time
Yeah,
the entire
I saw it in
tournament.
trash mostly. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
curious also, which not all Usopp players are running now. Yeah, just your thoughts on it? Not too great in this
I
meta.
played it one time this tournament. It did win me a game against Shanks because he was down to 1 life. I never actually put the King Kong on Luffy. I actually always put, or not the, yeah, I always put it on like a 2-drop searcher or a 1-drop searcher.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. So, going into next round, feeling good about Usopp. What is something that perhaps you don't want to see? Probably Shanks.
Well, it was Shanks, but I'm 4-5 against him in the tournament now. Like I
Okay.
beat one in top 32. I kind of cracked the code a little bit on Shanks. If they want to race, I found out it's easier to race with, 6.
You're right,
yeah,
with
like
your build.
13 to 16 Dawn. So yeah, like I can actually outrace Shanks now.
Oh man, that's so funny, guys. I've seen different ways. Feelings on the more control build. Were you testing out things like the 1-cost Tempest Kick? I've seen other removal cards events, but I don't think I saw any like Gravity Blades or Red Hawks. You don't even need any of those.
No, you just control the board through your attacks. Like I'd rather play a body, and then because that's actually why I had 3 Red Rocks, 2 Gums before this,
Yeah.
and then my one buddy was busting me with Shanks, and I was like, oh, I Red Rocked you 2 turns in a row. I'm not establishing a body, but you're getting a swing off. So I was like, you're ahead in tempo. So I was like, why don't I just race them with 4 King Kong guns? And that's
Yeah.
actually been the answer. Funny enough, I was helping my buddy Vend. I actually was the last person to sign up for the tournament
Seriously.
off the wait list. Yeah, because I was like, I was.
You're
Well, it's like that was actually the mentality behind Usopp. I was like, I think it'll do good day 2, but I was like, I don't really care if I don't make day 2 because I didn't book a hotel. I thought it was a 1-day event. I found out on the drive up from an
Holy.
Eggman video.
Wow. So everything's on the fly and the stars are aligning.
Oh
Man,
yeah, I didn't play a single game before this tournament with that build. I was like, I just threw 4 King Kong guns in there. I was like, let's do it.
I've heard of some people having some crazy luck of like, I'm just gonna build the deck and then however it runs the tournament, then this could just be the run. And you're catching a lot of people by surprise, I bet, with all
Oh,
those
yeah.
King Kong guns.
Yeah.
Oh man. So just congrats again
Thank
on
you.
the game. We're looking forward to the rest of the matches, and we're gonna get right back with the top 8 tournament coming soon.
Awesome, dude.
A
Just
lot of
great people.
camaraderie.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're searching immediately.
Oh yeah, we're gonna start off with the Sengoku. This is really solid. Picking up the Boa, which is a fantastic card for the matchup as well. Just having the 6K.
Yeah,
is-
that's all you need.
yeah,
really.
that's really all you need. You don't really care too much about the fact that it might not get its on-play effects based off of Teach getting the counter, but we do on the left have Cody A playing Doflamingo as well as Noel J on the right playing Teach. Very solid start for Teach as well. Is deciding what to pick up off of the This Is My Era. Does pick up the Burgess.
And we got and we have Stage
Oh, that's just a
immediately.
solid start. Yeah.
playing the event
Yeah.
as a character.
Yeah, it's a 1K.
Contessa Sengoku.
Yeah. This is really solid though. Just deciding what card we're gonna trash with. Ooh, wow. Choosing to
Does
get rid of
not
the
even
10.
need it. You know what?
That's fair. I think this early in the game, that's super fair because you're going to see them either through stage or through some of your other more prevalent effects.
Exactly.
So yeah. And by the way, I gotta say, I actually love Teach's sleeves here. Those are really sick.
It fits perfectly with the theme.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
And this is a dream start for Dofi.
Oh yeah, I think we're getting Boa. Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Yep. We're gonna see
Just
Boa.
get the body down and swing 7.
Yeah. Swing 7, and I actually didn't even see.
The pitch for leader skill.
Correct. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
so
oh,
they
yeah,
get to
so
rearrange.
he does get to. That's what I thought. Okay. I was like, I could be crazy, but I swear I didn't see a pitch for leader skill. So
Yeah,
um,
makes sense to me.
opting to leave and swinging 8K. I think this is a very free take. If it is a solid trigger, that could really have crushed Doflamingo because I think that Teach can be more of a threat than you really, really want it to be.
Yep, it's
yeah.
going to keep getting value, and especially in this matchup, you're going to rely on that a lot as your crutch to bring characters into play.
Sure.
But we did rearrange last turn, so
Yeah.
could be setting up for a world where you don't have it anymore.
Yeah. We are going to see.
Ooh, yep, Shiryu's a good answer
Yep.
on curve.
Noel picking up the Shiryu. That's really solid into this matchup. We do need to see some sort of removal to the Teach, and that's just going to be the perfect answer. I would find it pretty funny though if he plays like Burgess here and just like totally switches. stuff on.
Yeah, we look like idiots.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh,
But yeah, we got to
never-
give her that card.
never mind. I'm just dumb. But no, the Shiryu, fantastic. Does trash the Lafitte for the leader effect. I have that same dice. That's actually really funny. I have that exact same
You
dice.
could copy this guy's swag.
Yeah, I could. I need those sleeves. But using the leader effect is very important on this turn, specifically not having Teach on board anymore. We're now just probably just going to swing 7, 8, if I had to
Yeah.
take a guess. So
Bring them down to 2 as early as possible.
Yeah.
We're really hoping for triggers as a Blackbeard player. This is the matchup where you want those more than any other.
for sure. Actually, I kind of like this. I think he's doing 7. Boa effect, no effect here. Dang, no trigger on 3 life. That's unfortunate. And now using the 1 just to play another.
Yep, just get another body out there.
Yep. Wow, and the monochrome top player,
Yeah,
Perona there, if I'm not mistaken.
Cody Angeloff, he's a pretty good player. Pretty
I
good
would
player, I
say-
heard.
I would say pretty good. Oh, actually, it might be the finalist. You know, that's a big deal.
That's even crazier.
That's, you know.
Oh,
No, arguably, I think it's rarer to have the top player, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. Yeah. So,
we're just swinging out here, and on 6, we're going to Liberation.
sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Liberation,
That was
really
the
big
best
answer.
turn you could have asked for, having that
Yeah,
eliminate 2 6K bodies.
definitely. I think that's going to slow Doflamingo down a little bit. This is going to buy Teach a little time. He is going to use the effect, though, to get rid of a Vasco shot. And considering what to take here, we know that we've already pitched one of the 10 costs, potentially bottom decked another one through a search. I didn't get to see what the other card was. So this might be the time to pick it up, but instead opting
Get a
for
little bit of
2K.
counter here.
Yeah.
Fortify the hand.
Fortify the hand. Make sure, hey, I'm not trying to die right now. I'll wait a couple turns. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now using a leader skill here. Burgess and Trash. And Dofi is going to have to work for their board once again.
Yeah. You know, depending how the next few turns shake out, this either could be a very, very extremely quick game, or this could be really interesting how it like paves into turn 5, turn 6. But Liberation last turn, obviously just being so necessary.
Oh, and a whiff.
Oh.
A Jozu on the top of the deck for Cody.
Oh, that is unfortunate, you know?
We were really relying to. He has 4 Dawn up. He's going to play 1 more body this turn,
Yeah.
but it could have been 2.
Yeah, that's actually, that hurts a lot.
Yeah, and Blackbeard can stabilize here a bit. Stay at 2 life for this turn. Play a Boa blocker.
Yeah, Boa is susceptible, though, to quite a lot of removal, for this deck. So we could potentially see another Liberation. We could potentially see the Black Hole being able to get Boa off the board simultaneously. Finger gun. You know,
Yeah,
there's
there's so many options
yeah,
for
there's a
removal of these type of
multitude.
characters.
I think that Liberation would be really interesting simply because if he uses Liberation and has the dock Q, then you are able to quite literally remove Dofi's entire
Everything.
board. Yeah.
And then you're somewhat safe. More safe than you usually are as Blackbeard
100%.
from the aggression of Dofi and try to take the game's pace into your favor.
Right.
But let's see what Noel does here.
Yeah.
Hasn't
Double
searched
Liberation would go
yet.
crazy, but I do think that is difficult to achieve. So we're just going to see the Van Augur instead. We do know that there is a dock Q in hand from Search prior. So,
And here it comes.
yep. And dock Q looks so appetizing to deal with as these 1 costs on the other side. And so I think that Blackbeard single-handedly during this turn has arguably swapped the favor of the game.
Yeah, you have
Completely.
to take at least 1 swing to get rid of the dock Q, or it's going to be taking characters out every turn.
Yeah. we are going to see the pitch of Finger Gun with
Yeah, they had it in hand.
stage. So this guy obviously knows what he's doing because that is a card that is very, very solid, not only into this matchup, but into a lot. And just being able to, confidently pitch that and go, all right, I need to pick up another piece. Now, what is it is the real question. I do think that Cody has quite a lot of information, though, on his opponent's hand. Knowing at least 2 cards, if I'm not mistaken. Well, now one. Now one. But, yeah, I think this leaves Teach with 2 cards in hand, leader effect active. Or is it 3? I'm sorry.
Looks like just 2.
Yeah,
with
it
that
looks like
pitch.
2, but it's close enough that I can't tell if it might potentially be 3.
Yeah, he'll get 3 when that
he's
Doc
got
Q is going to get KO'd
For
pretty
sure.
soon.
Yeah.
Unless,
Cody.
just go for a game. Nah.
Yeah,
You
Cody's, I mean, there's a world.
There's a world. There
There
is
is a world, man. But do I think it's a reality? Probably
Nah.
not. I think really missing that leader effect.
It just sets you a whole
It's-
turn behind.
It really did. It really did set him behind. I think this was very tough for Cody to try and come back from. We're obviously going to be looking for potentially 2 4 costs to play out, maybe a Teach setup as well as another 4 cost. So it is going to be a little interesting how this all kind of pans out. I'm not quite sure. Okay.
Actually swinging
Into the
into the Shiryu, who is 7K
Yeah.
during your opponent's turn, which I don't know why it has that effect. It's so good.
Yeah. It is a bit of a random like add-on.
It's
to
just like,
the-
you
to
know
the
what?
card. But I think that, oh, wow, this is interesting. He does choose to give a 2K for
Oh,
that?
because, yeah, there was no leader effect there.
Yeah.
Just going 7 and
That's huge.
in the Gravity
That's
Blade.
huge. Wow, this was massive. So as soon as I think
Very
Cody's in
interesting.
a rough spot, he says, "Don't worry, bro. I got this." And
So
yeah, Gravity
big.
Blade does really well in dealing with that threat and then adding on to, getting a card out of hand, leaving your opponent with 2. That
Mhm.
means like almost
Yeah.
guaranteed you're going to have leader effect next turn. Like,
Yeah,
essentially guaranteed.
that was a really smart heads-up play.
Yeah.
And now what can the Blackbeard player do?
Or not leader effect, excuse me.
Yeah,
On plays.
yeah, exactly.
Just realize that. Yeah,
Thankfully, you can still use that leader effect.
sure. Yeah,
Mm.
Gravity Blade definitely taking care of both the problem cards there. Does pick up, this is my era.
Gonna just play it immediately.
Yeah, so no Teach. Ooh, Liberation. Maybe a
2K.
turn too late, arguably.
Take the
It's such a
Vanguard.
shame, though, because you're giving so much information dropping another 2K into trash.
Yeah, you just used one to protect your Shiryu.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. It's just now Cody has a very good grasp of what his opponent's hand.
Not the Perona.
Yeah, not the
get the Sengoku
Perona.
out of here.
Unbelievable. I'm not sure if he's going to have a play. I'm going to be honest. I think this might just be like an attach a crazy amount, swing big, put him to 1. I could be wrong, but
Oh, leaving 5 up for that Van Auger? Or is he going to pass there? Let's see.
yeah, I'm interested. I tell you what, you can see how confident Cody is in this matchup because he just
Relaxed.
takes the life like it, yeah, it's nothing. I'll just take it. Does play the Van Auger.
And
Wow,
pitches
uses
the
leader effect.
10 cost. Knows that he's not dying, but man, it feels bad.
If Cody has removal to this 5 cost, like another Gravity Blade or Red Rock,
Oh
or
my
something like that,
God.
it's over. It's
Yeah, there's no
it's-
way you can come back.
yeah, you can't. You basically you have no cards in hand. I mean, it's over from that point. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens here. Is Doc Q a threat enough? I can't imagine that you don't have enough counter with like 7 cards in hand to protect you from like a 7K,
Yeah.
7K Doc Q swing.
Oop, donning up immediately to swing 5. Gotta take that. Looking at that life card for a second, no trigger.
Rush Usopp question mark?
And, well, we just got a little buggy. And we can just play a body out.
Probably, yep, just a boa.
Just wrap it up here, honestly, with that.
Yep, not even losing counter, getting myself some defense. Sure, you can use Van Auger and Doc U to pop it, but
Doesn't do
doesn't do
enough.
you any good because now you still have to get through 1 life. So I think he's either got to find Black Hole off of leader effect or I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and,
mean,
and Cody's used like almost no counter this game.
Yeah, I genuinely just think like
I think 0 counter really from Cody.
yeah, there's very very little times that he's had to pitch cards for that. So we are going to see the stage getting pitched though.
Might as well look at top 3.
I mean, your only chance is to
Only
pray
chance.
that the Doflamingo has
The worst
bricked.
hand ever.
Yeah, you gotta pray. I think Cody did a really good job of managing opponent hand size, bullying the 7K, making it look as though, hey, this is what I'm really after. When in reality, it was just I just wanted a card out of your hand so that I could gravity blade both of these.
I'm sure he was searching for a black hole there, describing the Shiryu 2K.
Yeah.
2 other cards that are unknown in the hand.
I mean, I suppose there's a world where no,
He got it off life and he didn't trigger it.
no, I'm thinking about it. I just don't think there's. I was trying to think if there's a world where like 5-cost Kuzan helps you.
There we go. So that was one of the cards
Okay.
off trigger.
Yeah,
and
that's solid.
he's going to have at least a line to lethal.
Yeah,
but-
it's just 8, 9. Pray to
Yeah.
God. Yeah, we're praying.
If he's feeling very confident, Cody can just take this.
Yeah,
Is 7 in hand, or maybe 8 in hand.
yeah. 9K, and we're gonna see
2,
2 and a 1.
1.
Yep,
Yep.
go to 10. That's gonna be the game. We'll see Cody taking it there with Doflamingo. Really solid though. I think there was a time where I was like,
After that liberation,
I thought after the liberation, I was like, oh my God,
that
this
was
is
amazing.
this is not good. we were wrong. Dofi is not going to win this match. And then, sure enough, good old-fashioned gravity blade doing the job, just taking it home and deals with the card perfectly.
Yeah, Dofi's just way too efficient, and Blackbeard runs out of cards and makes it very easy for Dofi just to establish a lethal line.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a matchup that I know it wasn't great beforehand, but you would think since Teach got a little bit of upgrades, they got the Liberation.
Yeah, exactly.
They got the Kuzan, and then Dofi arguably lost cards, but like in that matchup, not really. You know,
Nah,
in every
that-
other matchup, it was a terrible card to lose for Doflamingo. But
Yeah.
in that matchup, very irrelevant. So
Yeah, there's a few Dofis here that are doing good this weekend, showing that, well, this deck has some real legs. Doesn't have to rely on that Jinbei crutch. It is a serious contender.
yeah, no,
Somewhat unfortunately for, some of our players.
yes.
They don't want to see Dofi.
I mean, I don't ever.
I never
I've-
want to see Dofi.
Yeah, I've been scarred enough that I try to avoid the deck at all costs. It doesn't work though. You know, they
No.
end up finding me. They'll always end up finding me. I just think that your Shanks matchup unfortunately got worse.
Yeah, a
just
little
not-
bit.
Yeah, not having that Jinbei is pretty unfortunate. But you at least do have the Red Rock to be able to deal with some of the top end that you maybe couldn't have beforehand. And it's not always a guarantee that a lot of the Doflamingos are running it. I just think it's a pretty general
Yeah,
tech
good
now.
spot to fill in. And
Yep.
in one hand, too, well, Shanks now is less teched out against Doflamingo, which can play in your favor. If you
Yeah.
run more of these rush components, well, that doesn't really help your game plan against Shanks. You don't have these Red Hawks anymore.
Yeah.
Some players are opting to run less of these removal cards, too. So
Yeah.
you could feast off those Shanks.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the Straw Hat version, maybe not the Animal Shanks as much as I would say just like kind of what we were talking about in, I think, round 2. I believe it was round 2.
Yeah.
Where they have like a straw hat package with the searcher. I think that would actually fare better into the Doflamingo than previously, just because you're able to get a lot of really annoying swings and contest hand with them quite a bit. So
Yeah, try to go for those 1-for-1 trades if they're not spamming out Jinbeis.
yeah, 100%. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the end of round 4. We will have round 5 coming up to you shortly. And other than that, hope you guys have been enjoying the matches. Let us know if you got any questions, comments, concerns in the chat. We are trying to keep up with the chat as much as possible. And other than that, we will see you back here for round 5.
Real soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into the top 8 now, and oh my gosh, I could not be more excited. We actually have such a diverse matchup spread here.
Yeah.
So we ended up having 2 Plufis, 2 Shanks, 1 Zoro, 1 Teach, 1 Dofi, and 1 Usopp. So just so you know, the 4 matches that are going to be played, we're going to have a Plufi versus an Usopp, a Plufi versus Shanks, a Shanks versus Dofi, as well as Zoro versus Teach.
Yeah, I'm sure that Zoro is loving life right now, but these
He's
are all
feeling pretty
serial
good.
winners and, extremely skilled at what they do. So we're
Yep.
actually going to be watching the Plufi versus Shanks matchup, which
Yep.
should be very back and forth and pretty even. You running Plufi mainly. What do you think are the key cards that Plufi's looking for?
You know what's funny is I've seen his deck list, and actually, truth be told, all the players have seen each other's deck
Yeah.
lists. It is an open deck list top cut, so they do have time to review what their opponent is playing, so that they can plan around and play against some of those cards. You know, which is kind of funny because we mentioned 4 of the King Kong gun, and we were thinking, oh, he doesn't even know about this.
Oh, no,
He knew.
He's like,
He knew.
okay, I got to keep.
He was going into it already knowing what was happening, but like it still caught him off guard.
There's only so much you can do.
There's only so much you can do against such a large swing like that, especially with double tack. But yeah, we've got the player that's playing Plufi. He plays the 4-cost Law
Yeah.
Blocker, which is like such a bizarre card to me. I think it was really good for him in Swiss. Obviously it's still working out for him in Top Cut, being top 8. But it does seem like a bit of an odd card for me. But I think that Plufi needs to see the Luffy Taro, especially with the Sangoro on curve, into this matchup. But Shanks is very much so going to be looking for
Do
those
whatever, right?
powerful 8 costs. And, whether it's Dragon, whether it's
Really?
Rayleigh, thank you. Could not think of the name. Yeah, but I think both players have. This is a very
Yeah, it
I
can go
get-
either way.
if you get first, you're definitely slightly favored, but it's such a close matchup. This is, in my opinion, one of the closer 50-50 matches in the game. We're like 11 for 11. No, we're like 13 for 13 on fist bumps for friendship. You love to see it.
And we know that the Plufi, since they were higher in the brackets, they get to guaranteed go first.
Yes, and look at that. Finds the Luffy Taro off
Beautiful.
of the Law. This is huge. Just having this for your turn 3 is massive. So, I mean, this is a really big pickup. Phenomenal start for Jack here. And we have Austin playing Shanks, Jack on purple Luffy. It looks as though Austin's just going to pass it back over with
Yep.
the 2 Dawn. And
And we know that Austin is the player who has those Red Hawks, so
yeah.
can get out of some aggression.
Yeah, that does make your Nami, if you're running the Onami, a little less
Yeah, a little
valuable.
dangerous.
Yeah, a little less valuable into the matchup. Oh, this is tough. We do see the Gum Gum Giant,
But,
we
opting for our curve
yeah,
instead.
taking the Sangoro. I love it. This is a phenomenal choice for the Luffy Taro on the following turn. However, it never feels good to bottom deck a Gum Gum Giant.
Yeah, that's just one less that you can hope on when it comes to that late game.
Yeah, it's borderline tragic, but we live that life. Yeah, so we're going to see the 6 Dawn here for Luffy, and then he will go ahead and ramp to 7. Looks like he was preemptively getting that Dawn. No, I'm just
He was ready. He's ready. So
yeah.
you just shotgun the Lucky Roo here and get rid of the Zorajuro, or hope for a little bit more value?
See, that's the choice that
It's always a
I'm-
dilemma.
Yeah, I don't know what Shanks players feel is particularly correct in this exact moment, but I personally am of the mindset that you at least leaving Lucky Roo for a turn is nice because you can get some pressure with it, and then you can save the block for when it's really necessary. But and then like personally, your opponent's about to do like a Luffy Taro into Sangoro.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have, just me, I would have liked to see the Lucky Roo stay for a little bit, then be more of a target to get rid of the Sangoro so it doesn't just stay on the board forever. But he might have like already guaranteed removal being the Rayleigh for his turn 4, as well as potentially a Beckman. So I understand this, just say, hey, let's get rid of that extra swing. I'm gonna go 7, or excuse me, yeah, I'm gonna go 7, and
And
then
I think
play
he's
a
seeing
life.
another Lucky Roo there, so
Yep.
he's like, you know what? You got one. I'm about to trade for another. So very, very understandable to just shotgun the first Lucky Roo, get rid of the Zorajuro,
Yeah.
not have to worry about it.
Yeah, so this is where Plouffe kind of has to go into a little bit of a decision-making point. You know,
Mhm.
if we have the 9-cost Zoro, or excuse me, 9-cost Luffy here, I think it's worth countering out because
Yeah.
you're going to take the life, ramp to 9, play the card out, and be at 2 life. You would hate to do that and be at 1. It doesn't feel as comfortable. So it really depends on what is your follow-up play, whether we're countering out of this or not. You know, if we don't have certain options, then it might be in our best interest to just say, hey, you know what? Go ahead and take it here. I don't need to ramp. I'm just going to be playing another Luffy Taro.
So choosing to defend, and we are just ramping immediately. We don't even need to see the Songoro draw, so we're just going to rest our 9 immediately, and
Oh.
going to bottom deck the Lucky Roo. I always
Or
feel
bottom life.
yeah, bottom life. Sorry.
Yeah.
I always feel so bad healing a Shanks player.
I agree. I don't hate this, but at
You're
this-
saving your body.
yes. At the same time, it like you just mentioned, it doesn't feel great. You're like, you know.
Like, I got to chew through 6 of these life now.
Yes.
You are going to get through a few, but Shanks is going to feel a lot more comfortable getting to that late game and then dropping those haymakers.
Sure. We're going to see 5 with the leader effect. Now we'll see an 8. So we do take, going back down to 5 life. Yep, Purple Luffy at 3. Shanks at 5. I think this is arguably, though, probably the best start that Purple Luffy could have.
Yeah, barring if that was a 9-cost Luffy
Yeah.
rush, that would have been absolutely phenomenal. But we're still really set up. And Shanks right now is just committed to an 8-cost play. It doesn't seem to be the dragon, but it could be if you wanted to run over your
Yep.
body. But instead opting to pop that Songoro and minusing the Luffy Taro.
Yeah, we're going to see the Rayleigh here. The Rayleigh is so good in answering the Luffy Taro play because you get rid of whatever card was played out, but simultaneously, you're also making this Luffy Taro now a 6K, so whenever it does swing, it's just a very simple 2K in a deck that runs an incredible amount of 2Ks already. But Luffy at 10 Dawn, I mean, realistically, we're in such a good spot if we potentially have the 9-cost Luffy. It's like an
That would
insanely
be-
good spot. you
Yeah,
know?
everything.
If we don't, a great follow-up is another Luffy Taro. We could potentially see a 4-5 for, we're seeing like a 7-3 split on the Dawn, so I'm assuming we're about to see another Luffy Taro. Also could be a Sanji.
Yeah, I
though.
saw that Sanji come out. I don't
Yeah.
think I caught the Luffy Taro, but Sanji also an annoying body for Shanks to deal with and gets a poke 7. That leader effect is still live at the moment, so going to swing 7.
So we'll see the 7. No choice of leader effect here, which is interesting. I didn't expect him to take 2 life here. So we'll see. Well,
That's
hey,
a little giant.
I have a giant.
Now you
I've got.
now you really got to respect it when I leave that Dawn up. It's not a bluff, I swear.
Oh man.
And he's just going to swing. You're not going to leave up
I
the
don't
Dawn.
need it. I don't need the Dawn. We're good, bro. We're good. Wow, he was super aggressive on this turn.
That-
I really like.
Yeah, he's sitting at 3 life, so
Yeah.
what do you need the giant for, really?
Yeah.
Because
He
you don't
just-
want to play the
Yeah.
the
You know, maybe that
10-cost
was a
trick.
tactical error. Just wanted to show
Yeah.
his opponent, yeah, bro, you're not getting through.
Just strike the fear of Gum, Nika, the fear of Nika in the hearts.
I love it. I love it.
So
That's great. Well, Sanji is perfect here. Put Shanks in a bit of a blender. This is tough because now, even if you want to play your 10 cost, it just doesn't feel as good. You know, it's not terrible by any means.
yeah, I mean,
It
you can
just-
fight for board a little bit.
Exactly, yeah. But it just doesn't feel as good as maybe you want it to. Pluffy's also only got 4 cards in hand. So, you know, we are going to counter out of this. But at the same time, we're
Ooh,
gonna
go for
probably
the
see
swing, Luffy.
multiple swings. Going to life.
Going to life.
This is interesting.
And we got
Oh,
2, and
wow.
we're really going to life.
Has he just got nothing but counter in hand?
Trying to get a good glimpse of Austin's hand. I definitely see,
I see it quite a bit, but
but it's not absurd.
yeah. Oh man, this might be a fast game 1.
Yeah. It seems as if Austin had really no other good play. He did have a lucky rune hand, but knowing that Floofy excels at wrestling those type of blockers,
Sure.
Hate your life.
and just gonna take it all, or we want to sit at 1 life.
Yeah, this is
I don't think Jack was expecting this type of play.
this is interesting.
No non-active. Yeah.
Yeah, no Dawn active.
I don't know. I mean, yet again, Ploofy could be in a bit of a spot if this last life happens to be like a Red Hawk or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Statistically, it's decently likely.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so it was 8, so he did need to drop another 1K.
Yep.
May or may not know what that.
So we're
Hopefully that
gonna
doesn't
see-
come up to bite
7.
Jack here.
Yeah, I don't believe that the Sanji was the idea, but who knows? I'd personally like to see Jack here start with potentially 2, maybe like an 8 into a 9. I think the 7 is tough because you give your opponent an easy way to get out of 2 attacks, in my opinion. So I like the idea of an 8 into a 9, and it still leaves you with all 10 Dawn active.
Yeah, so you got a lot of options you can leave up for those giants.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that it might matter too much with 4 big attacks, but it could.
Yeah, I think Jack's gonna potentially take his time here, though. Oh,
So he's doing a hand rip. So
Oh.
here,
so
we
maybe
did
the
hear
law is the clutch.
it is a defensive measure as well as getting 2 cards out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah. See if he chooses the 2.
He
Oh,
gets
2
2
1Ks.
1Ks, and that really could really matter when it
Yeah,
comes to the late game.
That could be very relevant.
And he's ramping back up.
Yeah, he's going all in here. All in. So we're gonna see an 8 to start.
It's interesting to play the blocker.
Oh my
And-
god!
Just what you were
He's
saying.
got the Red Hawk.
Oh,
What is that?
it's like he
Oh
knew.
my.
It's like he knew that he's sitting pretty. Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable. To ramp before attacking might be a bit too hasty on Jack, because now you have no way to survive.
I love that both of the players are just kind of laughing at it though, because you know,
absurdity.
they're like, "Hey,
We got our
made-
cereals.
We got our cereal. We're top 8. We're here just for a good time and potentially an extra little bit of winnings." So we're gonna see a 9 from Sanji here. Leaves a 10K from lead as the potential option.
Leader skill.
Got Lucky Roo.
And we have 3 1Ks and another 1K.
Sorry, it's 10. Yeah, sorry.
And
It's
then,
9
and then, yeah,
10.
and then leader
That's 10.
effect.
So leader skill down to 9, and then counter for 10.
Okay, that is the brick.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, 5 1Ks,
Wait.
and then.
I'm sorry. I'm countering out of it, right?
Yeah.
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 Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're
Yeah,
just
yeah,
verifying
yeah,
that he's
yeah,
countering
I
out
had
of
a
it
weird-
correctly.
weird situation
They
going
wanted
on.
to make sure they got it right.
Oh yeah.
So
countered out of
Shanks
the
ends up
DP
taking
by
it there,
one.
but
I did
you
good.
know that Red
Oh,
Hawk
no, I
was
had one
the
case,
game
so,
winner.
My hand
Like
was 7 1Ks
Okay.
when you logged me.
Yeah.
Oh okay.
it was the game winner. So he had all
Fair, I've
1Ks, which is pretty
Uh,
insane.
I think Law's the correct play.
it
in the
makes
card.
me-
there's
I
no
was
way to
kinda-
know.
I was
It makes me
kinda
wonder though if
I'm not
Law
gonna lie.
was the
I was
right
like, okay, I
move.
probably
It
win here. if
got
this
out 2 1Ks, but you
Sure.
spent 4 down
I mean, you
to
did
do
alright.
it,
Exactly.
and
Oh,
it
yeah,
doesn't
I
get.
have to
It's
say,
never gonna
yeah.
get blocker. This was going for game. You feel as if just donning up your characters with 4 extra, 4,000 more power is more efficient.
Yeah,
Minus
I
10,
think
the big one.
since it's hard to it's hard to know. It's like
That
in
was yesterday
hindsight,
when you were
I
learning from
think
lethal, that's what I was praying for.
obviously
Yeah,
only
yeah,
hitting
yeah,
2
yeah.
1Ks, I don't think it was worth. But if your opponent had nothing but 2K counters in hand, if you hit 2
Then
2Ks,
it would be more
then
value.
it would
Sauce,
be
yeah,
worth.
yeah.
But
But there's that randomness choice, especially in a large hand. You could also
Right.
hit bricks, and
Not even
Yeah.
so,
yeah, so I don't know.
didn't exactly work out how Jack would
Get
have
a
wanted it there.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it's-
that
it's fine to
felt
hold
like
the
a
feet on it.
little
Yeah.
risky
Figures
to
just
me.
win 2 games,
yeah.
Start with the 8K, and then if your opponent, like you would have got the information that his opponent would have to give him 3 1Ks
Yeah.
for an 8K swing because he would have used leader effect,
Yeah,
like
that's not
1K,
wrestling
1K,
one
1K,
first.
or 4 1Ks if he didn't want to use leader effect. That's so much info. You're like, oh, you have no 2Ks.
Yeah.
Boom. I'm like now pivoting to not playing out this 4 cost anymore. But you could argue the fact that like, oh, well, he had 8 cards in hand. Maybe he gave you 3 1Ks simply because he wanted to avoid the law. So I don't know. I think
Yeah.
it's a tough choice.
It's very tricky. I can also see how you are, I guess, playing the law for 3 since you get to ramp back up 1 dawn.
Sure.
So I could see that being just like a line, assuming that your opponent's sitting on a bunch of 2Ks. But that Red Hawk, I mean, that was the game winner.
Yeah,
We're
Red
bound
Hawk-
to see it eventually win a game.
100%. And this is Austin's second time on stream today, and he hit the Red Hawk earlier, but I still think he lost.
I
that
said he
match.
still
Yeah.
lost to
Yeah.
the teach swing, the
Yeah,
2-cost
yeah.
teach.
So,
So
it's kinda
this
fun,
time,
but-
really making the difference.
Yeah, it works.
10K minus on the Lin Lin.
Definitely. Well, it looks as though the players are getting all set up. We're about to hop into game 2 of this best of 3. And I think that, I mean, it's without a doubt that I believe Wills here is going to take first again.
Yeah.
With Bluefy.
Gotta go again.
It's a shame because he had such a good curve that first game.
Yeah.
that It's like, how are you going to see that curve again? You know,
That's
it's tough.
statistically.
It is very tough
You
to see
can't
that.
beat what you saw last game. If you could do it again, well, maybe this is his day. But both players still getting set up around here.
I like that. Maybe it's his day.
Maybe. You just need a few more perfect curves, and the first place could be yours.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe he got psyched out by showing the Gum Gum Giant in his hand. You know? Like, uh-oh. You know now.
One non-pass.
I'm in a
Cat's
bad
out of the
spot.
bag.
Yeah. But they're starting it off. No law from Luffy
Draw.
this time. We are going to see just a pass from both players on turn 1. Luffy going up, using the 5.
I'm gonna check you every
Excuse
time.
me.
Yeah.
Using the 5
Smart.
to bait out the leader effect.
Oh, we
which
gotta
does
try.
absolutely nothing, but you have to try because we saw it almost work
Yeah.
a few matches ago. But Zoro here, taking a look at the top 5. Obviously, I would say trying to find that Luffy Taro. But if we have it in hand already, could be looking for a target to play off of said Luffy Taro. So that's really what it's going to come down to. We're going to take the Sanji.
Pass.
Not a
Yeah.
bad card because you do mitigate the Lucky Roo from KOing that following turn if
Five
they
life.
do play Lucky Roo, which it seems like they are.
Pass.
And yeah,
Yeah. I mean, this
Oh my
is
gosh, dude, I might do the same thing too.
it's very, very similar to what the players went through in game 1.
You gonna give it to
Uh,
me again?
You know, if you know your lines, you're going to stick to them.
Yeah, here
is
we
he going
go.
to choose to block with Lucky Roo again this
Yep.
time? He
there we
is.
go.
Leader effect. Yeah.
Yep. So let's see what we have first for leader effect. I am interested to see what he does play, though.
I guess, yeah, he just
Okay.
had the sauce already.
Yep. Has the Luffy Taro.
Did not need
Beautiful.
to search any of
Sangaro.
this.
I mean, it's exactly what you want to see. Do we have a second Lucky Roo like Shanks had the first game?
Trying to look into Austin's hand here. I don't exactly see a Lucky Roo,
First game.
I don't think, but
6.
maybe I'm missing
Yeah.
the card.
Oh, I am seeing, you know what? We do have, we're going to fix that really fast for you guys so that it does look as though the purple Luffy took game 1. It was actually the Shanks player that did take game 1. So we're going to have that graphic fixed for you really fast. Thank you for bringing that up. All
and
right.
we're opting for a different line here.
Sanji is, yeah, definitely less of a threat than, you know, the Lucky Roo to your board state. So I do like this. Sanji is a bit of a troublesome card for Pluffy though, because we do have like to
6.
give a lot of 2Ks typically to stop this card.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
And you don't want to let this run rampant. You kind of feel like you gotta swing into it.
exactly.
Mm.
So it is interesting what Jack has in mind here. We're going to do
Five.
6.
Draw card.
Get the
We are at
card
8
draw.
done, so we do get the card draw. Sometimes that card draw can literally be game.
Yeah. All of a sudden you see that 9 cost you're looking for. And it looks like he is going to be using all of his Dawn
Sure.
for a 9 cost. Red
Leader
Hawk to
skill.
get out
Yep.
of Luffy Taro.
Yep. So-
And let's see which one he is playing.
If it's Luffy, I think this is a great spot. Linlin's fine. I wonder if he does
this
choose to bounce the Sanji or not. It'll be interesting to see if he just trashes, gains a life, and then chooses to not
Sangoro.
remove
Yeah.
the Sanji.
I
Bottom.
think I...
Oh, he is. He is. Okay.
I don't know if I would personally, but I definitely trust Jack's intuition here.
Yeah,
Um,
well, I think it's fair because if you leave it up, and your opponent has Rayleigh yet again, you know, it becomes kind of annoying.
-3.
Yep, which he
And here he
does.
goes.
Yeah, so now
Yes.
he would be able to swing
Familiar
into
game.
the Luffy Taro with that. So you go 5 to face first, right? And then they get a card out of hand. Then you can go 6 to the Luffy Taro, get another card out of hand, put the purple Luffy on like a really bad resource, you know, developed hand. You're like, hey, I'm good luck defending your board, you know?
Yeah.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. And this is all too reminiscent. We have almost the same exact board state, -1 Law Searcher from the Pluffy side.
Yeah, it's been a very identical run so far.
Face your trash real quick. Yep.
Just checking trash here, trying to see potential plays, potential 2Ks. But yeah, they know, these players know what they're looking for. They know what they're going for. It'll be interesting to see if he does try to go for the Sanji play again, the 7 cost, like he did the last time here,
Yeah.
and put his opponent down to 2 life once again. Or if
you have
he's going
5 cards?
to, you know, potentially have the 9 cost.
9 cost would be
6,
really
yeah.
nice here, I think.
I definitely see the Sanji in hand. So there is an opportunity there. So Austin's deciding, are we countering out of this?
Could
Or-
just be a simple leader effect in 1K, take the rest, or you know, defend out of 2 attacks, take the Lin hit.
Yeah, he has a lot of stuff that he has to put into consideration here. If he takes
Okay.
this hit,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
you could be looking at going to 2 life here. So, oh, actually,
got his
excuse
6,
me,
yeah.
it is a 6K.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, he's at 6.
Sorry,
Yeah,
my bad, 6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. So the players are just now, yep, they're recognizing that, and
So it should be pretty easy to counter.
I'll leader skill.
Yep.
and
leader 1K. Yep.
And you're still at 4 life after all this, so I'll be more than happy as Shanks next turn to drop a huge character.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, going back
I'll
to 4
trash.
life.
Got them good.
yeah,
I think
getting
this
life
is
in.
fair, but it's scary.
Now you have
Your lower hand size. The onus is on Austin now to deal with the board.
I'm just scared of a 10 cost Shanks
Ex-
here.
and here it is, right on
Yes.
cue, and you can start eating at these characters.
That's
and
what I mean. Yeah.
You have no Dawn active either,
yeah.
so the max is saving 1 character. Alright, we're just gonna go 12 into the Lin, who's now 8.
12 and
Yeah,
12 and
that
8.
makes sense. The Pluffy player would have to drop almost their whole hand to get out of this.
Yeah, which it does not
You just don't want to do that.
does not seem correct. So we're gonna let that go. Now, does he decide to go board here? I mean, 5 to life is actually good if he's not going board
5 to
immediately.
life.
So I would be taking this. Oh wow,
He's
interesting.
actually. That's a little surprising because now it makes this Rayleigh hit into Luffy Taro really juicy.
Yeah, especially getting a 2K for a 5 right there.
Yeah, so you
Um,
just swing 8 onto 7.
I mean, but
or-
Jack has, you know, he's got his own plans. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
Your trash
no.
real quick. Yeah.
So now he's double checking that trash,
Yeah.
scanning for 2Ks presumably, and weighing the pros and cons of maybe just starving Luffy here, asking for another 2K.
Eight into 7.
Yeah. Okay. So now he's pivoted to board,
Okay,
um,
go ahead.
and forcing Jack to counter.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. I don't love that we're at like 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, like it's weird where we have more life. Playing Pluffy, you have more life than cards in hand.
Yeah.
5 cards. Yeah.
Yeah. Now it feels as though we're arguably in a spot where we can't really
Can't really
go for life as much as we might need to go for the Shanks, you know.
Yeah, they're -1.
Like a
Which
really,
feels so bad. It feels like especially if Austin
7,
has
8.
another 10 cost in hand.
yeah.
If you spend your whole turn doing nothing,
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough for Jack. I don't envy the position. We do see the Giant. We do see a 7 cost Sanji.
and then maybe another 2K.
So there's a world where, you know, we can just get really aggressive and go for life, but I mean, you're just leaving Austin with an incredible hand size, like just able to defend out of anything. So,
Yeah, it's really just not great options. I mean, looking at Jack's hand.
yeah, you really need to get some cards out of their hand. So you go, hey, let me get, you know, a bunch of the cards from attacking either into Rayleigh or Shanks here. Shanks being the one optimally we would like to have off the board, but
You gotta basically go all in.
yeah,
You
it's gonna
can't go
be-
halfway.
6-3.
Gonna be a
So,
6.
a little test here. Bait the leader effect in a 1K, or is Austin just chilling?
Yeah.
Thinking it through. There seems to be a lot of counter in Austin's hand as well. There's not even a guarantee going all in
trigger.
on the Shanks, especially when he
7.
takes another card. So now you're pretty much just going to swing into life.
You have 3 cards? Correct.
3 cards and a dream. Shanks taking the 6 and 8 to life. So he is opting to go for life
All
here,
leader
but
skill and 2K. 2? Yeah.
oh, it's excuse me, 7 to life.
Yeah, yeah.
But leader skill and 2K to get out of the 7.
And we are resting. So we are playing that Sanji.
Interesting.
I do find that very interesting. We want to pressure. We want to pressure life.
Yep.
That's
so
the game plan.
we're gonna see another 7K.
You have 2 cards left?
And so basically a 2 and a 1 if we want to stay healthy.
Now do we pivot for board to
life.
get? Nope, he's going life.
Pass.
All right. So you did make progress.
Made progress
You-
to getting him closer to lethal. But yes, we do
Got
have
4
the
life.
giant. But that means that
Another 10 cost Shanks here.
Yeah, more than likely you're losing 2 characters on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have real no good way of defending it. It's pretty telegraphed. The amount of counter you have at this point, you're relying on your draws. Playing another 10 cost Shanks just would feel so dominant. Yep, and
Oof.
that is just the play that we're going to do.
Oof.
And now all these characters being minus by 2. We
Yeah,
can start off with just, yeah,
it's tough.
Rayleigh into
8 into 6.
Yep. into 6.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you swing.
Oh, dude, yeah. Shanks can even swing into that 7 cost Sanji for free. Literally no penalties.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter.
This is, okay, so this is where he's going to pick his battle, potentially. Because now Gum Gum's not even enough to save Lin Lin from Shanks without additional cards.
Yeah. And you're forced to get a 1K off
Yeah. You got to
The
get
draw,
more counter off it.
of minimum or your Sanji dies.
And then you're back to 1 card in hand, so
Yeah.
whichever way you spell this, this might be just the best time to use it and to see what cards you get for next turn. That was a Luffy Taro.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
yep. So it goes to 10.
So now we can swing 5 into
5
the
into top.
Sanji. Yep. See what we drew off that. And it is a
12 to 8.
2K,
Yep.
and that is a free kill,
Yes.
and that is free kill.
That's tough.
So now we have a 5K on board and drawing to 3 cards.
Yeah, the thing Luffy's got going for him, though, is that he does have
6.
a...
He's a 5.
5
yeah,
into
he's
sure,
a
sure,
5.
yeah.
Yeah. So if the thing Luffy does have going for him is that he does
Yeah.
have 4 life.
Yeah.
So,
He can still
More
afford to
than
swing
likely-
into, yeah.
yeah, more than likely not going to die, at least. That is actually relevant. We'll see the law.
Okay.
I would like to see 2 as big as possible swings with Sanji and leader here, and if not, then we need to establish like a Zoro Juro or something and still go as tall as possible with both Sanji and leader. and pray that you can get 1 life out of your opponent. Because if you can, and you put them to 1, it can be relevant. Ooh, Law
Yeah,
actually,
Law's
I don't.
7 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
and that is I mean, certainly at least a 1K. I don't know if you necessarily are playing it. As you said, mission critical is get Shanks to at least 1 life.
Yeah, I mean, Austin only has 4 in hand, so it's not as though the card's going to get a ton of. You're not going to see like you're not going to get a ton of value
No.
off of the card itself, but it could be.
It could be just that another body that's active that
yeah.
could push for lethal.
8 life.
So we're gonna go 8 first. Trying to do lower dawn
It
commitment.
does take.
Must feel pretty nice about that. And he's choosing not to swim with Sanji, which is smart
Yeah.
because
Yep.
now you can go a bit wider next turn, even if that Law is only
I
a
mean,
3K power
Yeah,
body.
We're talking about like another Rayleigh here though, and it's Jover.
Oh yeah,
You play.
another Rayleigh.
Yeah, you play.
You have no chance.
a Rayleigh.
Oh wait, no, I didn't. I had 1 left. Yeah. You're right. I thought I mapped that out,
Yeah.
and then I did it, and I was like, damn, did I fuck up?
Yeah.
I had 1 left.
Yeah,
5
so
year
they're just
Okay.
they're deciding. I think he accidentally rested 1 Dawn, which was unintentional. Still has the 1 Dawn for the Gum Gum Giant potentially.
Red Hawk.
No trigger.
9 8 life.
Okay, so
All right,
Just,
we know what that
swinging
was
in.
if there was a potential
12.
trigger there. Oh, this is interesting. Gold Roger? Question mark?
No trigger.
and he did use 1 Dawn on Rayleigh. Although,
I
interesting.
guess, but
Silver's Rayleigh.
really no
So
effect,
Yes.
pass.
Yeah. Pass.
yeah, there's the 4 Dawn
Oh, I didn't even see the 1 Dawn on Rayleigh.
5
Sorry,
cards.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was too busy looking at the Dawn that he was adjusting for Gum Gum Giant. So now we have 10 Dawn up. We got to get around Rayleigh. 1 life to deal with. Minus 2K to everything on your
That's
board.
K Law.
It's about
Ah.
as miserable as it gets.
Good job for him.
and yeah, that Red Hawk.
Okay,
I
that's right.
mean, just
Yeah,
being plus
you got
4,
2 Red Hawks. I mean, I think it's
It's
this
pretty
is-
much impossible at this
This is
point.
what I think this is what we call Jover.
This is what the kids say.
Yeah.
Go over.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I don't think there's a world where
4 down up is so funny.
Luffy is able to get around how much pressure is coming out here. I mean, we'll see. I'm not going to count him out just yet. But it's
Wait, we should play.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's not going to work.
Chronos.
Yeah, we're not going to see Fernosuke, that's for sure. A 5 cost 2K rush.
Broken.
Yeah. That's my goat.
Seems we have no way to even rest the Rayleigh. So we're just gonna go
we're going to
searching.
find
1
it.
0 K loss. Let's go.
Gotta try.
Yeah.
Gotta try.
Yeah, that's
No real great
looks like
targets here.
looks like a nope.
So we do have another
Actually-
Sanji.
Oh wait, we do have a Sanji. Okay. And we have a
Um,
life. I mean, it's
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
It's
get ramp
still-
back up.
it's still not great. I mean,
Just gotta go
Looking
for
that
it.
he's so
Yeah.
harsh, but
so we're gonna see the Sanji. We're gonna see the ramp. We have to make sure that we dedicate 1 Dawn to each of the Sanji because they're both 5,
Yeah.
let's go.
right?
Yep.
Which is like actually tragic.
I have 5, 6, 7.
5, 6, 7.
Sure. 5,
Oh.
Oh.
Don't forget
Oh,
Red Hawk.
Oh, that's so tragic.
Oh, leader skill.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
They're both recognizing. Oh, they're just letting him.
Oh, that's funny.
There's not even, I'm not even
No,
gonna
that's
use the
funny.
Red Hawks.
Yeah. We'll see a 7.
Yeah.
Red Hawk.
GG's.
GG.
GG's.
Yeah.
Yeah, did not need a
GG's.
BM there.
Austin's
Yeah.
gonna
You go
take
take it, bro.
Oh man.
Wow.
Dude, the Red Hawks.
The Red Hawks,
Unfortunate.
it's
Yeah,
so good.
I think
Nah,
Jack
man,
was definitely
listen.
looking for.
I'd
He was
rather have
definitely
taken one
looking
yesterday because
to,
going first
you know,
today in my first
try and
matches,
pressure a little
one
bit
was-
earlier, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
tough,
Having
man. You
high
see
speed
those
games,
Rayleigh,
yeah.
you see the
I also
Shanks.
had-
Mattered way more for the
That's-
matches before
Yeah,
this.
I
Yeah.
think,
so
yeah,
rough.
For me
That's the thing. When
especially,
Shanks plays its
like,
curve,
Yeah.
I think
even
Nick
if you
Shanks
do
is
get
good
an
getting
early
first, second.
Lufutaro,
Mhm.
it did not just apply
Yeah.
enough pressure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we did end up having the Shanks player taking that match. We're going to get some information for you guys probably before the next one as to what happened with our top 4 as well, because I
Yeah.
believe that I think 2 other matches are still being played out, if I'm not mistaken, at this moment. If I had to be a betting man, I would say the other 3 matches were Purple Luffy versus Usopp. I think that one potentially went in the favor of Purple Luffy,
I
but
would say as
Usopp
well.
can win that, so I don't want to count them out.
But
Yeah. Shanks versus Dofi, I would say Shanks would probably be pretty solid there. You would think Dofi would be best, but I've seen the list and who is running this Shanks. I
Yeah.
can't imagine.
both, yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
That's a hard one. They're both really good players
Yes.
here.
And then Zoro and Teach, I can't imagine Zoro lost that.
And a
But
best two out of 3
best
as well.
2 out of 3. You know?
Yeah, probably. So
Could have been. But we will find out exactly what we're going to have for our top 4 players. I'll post it in the chat before we get started for top 4. But we're going to take a brief break here. Just so you know, we're going to have quite a bit of downtime unless this other match finishes quite quickly. But I don't believe it is going to. I'm not sure. But let's say it doesn't. We're going to have some other matches that were played yesterday up on the stream just so that everybody can enjoy a little bit of, something to watch in the meantime while
Yeah.
we get set up for the top 4 matches.
probably be like 15, 20 minutes, maybe a little more. We'll see. Depends how
Maybe.
those
Depends
matches
on how
end.
the last match goes. If the last match is quick, we
Yeah.
might be back.
Before you even know it, before
You
you,
know
can
what I
even go to
mean?
the bathroom.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, I know that. Oh shoot, our director is long gone. So now we're
just stuck on.
stuck in limbo
We're
right
stuck
now.
here.
We're stuck in limbo. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's conversate for a second.
Oh yeah, we can stick the live chat here.
Yeah. Actually, maybe we get Yost over. Maybe that's
See how he's doing. See
yeah.
how he's feeling.
Actually, you know what? Would it be bad if I brought the Purple Luffy player over?
you should,
I wonder
you
if
should
he's
talk
still here.
Purple Luffy to Purple
Hey.
Luffy player.
Zach.
We gotta have the Pluffy minds meet up. I like to think of myself in that conversation a little bit, but I think Ian has proven that, especially with the new versions of Pluffy, he's one of the top minds. So let's see if we got that going. Yeah. Do you want? Yeah, exactly. Get the minds going.
Yeah, thank you.
Dang, man, look at that prizing.
Yo, what's
Dude,
up?
that was the thing is we said at the very beginning of that round, we were like, you know what? We are like, dude, these guys are like all kind of just chilling now. I was like, you don't care what happens.
I did really not care. I was already very happy that I was just in that position. So
Yeah.
it felt really good.
Dude,
And
congrats.
thanks so much,
Crushing it.
man. I appreciate it. And
Crushing it.
I had played him in the Swiss yesterday.
Oh, how did that go?
So I took it in the Swiss yesterday
Oof.
in the final round, which propelled me to 3, the third seed.
Right.
So then I had the seeding for my first 2 matches.
Yep.
Which was very important.
Yeah.
For Purple Luffy.
100%.
So
What were your first 2 matches?
of this top 32,
top
it
32.
was- my first one was Boa,
Ooh.
which was favored for me, and I went first. And
Yeah.
then the second one I won that 2-0.
Yeah, Bo is a
Yeah.
Bo is a weird one though, because
Mhm.
I think if they just see perfect removal, it becomes a really weird matchup.
Yeah.
Like I don't hate play. I'll play that over Dofi any day,
Mhm.
but I'm still like, I don't know. I'm there's moments where I'm like, God dang man, you got like the gravity blade.
Yeah,
the-
if they can answer everything,
Yeah.
it gets difficult, it gets
It's
scary.
rough,
But
yeah.
he kind of bricked both games.
Okay.
And then a top 16 match was Dofi, which was like nail biter, like super
Ooh.
crazy. And let me tell you, this card, the
Yeah.
7-drop Sanji,
Yeah.
won me that.
Love
set.
that.
Yeah,
Love
like, I threw 2 down to get rid of 2 of his teaches.
that. Okay.
So he was kind of behind on his,
Yeah.
the teach thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Like if you can't set up the top of your deck, like you got to rely on what's in your hand, and
Yeah.
Teach solves that problem.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that game, I went first. Game 1, I took it.
Yeah.
He went first. Game 2, took it.
Okay.
And then I went first. Game 3, and I saw Sanji, I saw Big Mom,
Nice.
and then another Sanji, and then I had and I was like, all right,
You're like,
it
I'm
was-
cooking.
It was meant to be. But yeah,
That's awesome, dude.
Mhm.
Well, so I had a couple questions for you.
yeah, for sure.
Let's ask first, because I have some questions about the matchup, but also about the deck.
Yeah.
So matchup. You won yesterday, right? But today just didn't work out for you. Do you think that you could have done anything differently in the match that maybe would have changed the outcome? I feel like the second one, unfortunately, really just didn't go your way.
Yeah, you talking about the Shanks match?
Yeah.
This one?
This Shanks match.
Yeah, I mean, I had first game if he didn't trigger the Red Hawk.
Yes, that was miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched that and we were like, wow.
Yeah, he
But-
he triggered it. I look at him, I go, uh-oh.
Yeah, but yeah. But we also were wondering because we were like, was Law correct? Like,
Yeah,
because I
that's-
thought about it and I said, what if you started with an 8? Sure, he uses leader effect, but if he uses leader effect, he only had 1Ks, so he would have gave you
Yeah.
so much info with like 3 1Ks.
Mhm.
So I didn't know if maybe that was something that might have been a different decision-making point, but I can see where you were going because I
Yeah.
understand the zero cost event, 2K counters,
Mhm.
flood this deck all the time.
Yeah,
So
and I was thinking, like, sure, he could be bricked, but sure, that I could hit a 2K.
Yeah.
Or I could do 2Ks or the zero cost event, like you said.
right.
So it's like, I don't know. I had it in my hands, and I really like the way that card looks, the treasure rare. And I was like, all right, man, I'm throwing it down. I'm getting my life, and I'm going for it. Cause like I said, this dude, this dude, this dude's awesome. The guy I played against.
Yeah, no,
Um,
Austin's great. Yeah,
yeah,
Austin's
yeah.
great.
And-
He said, "You know what, top 4? Nah, let me just use a
I'll
treasure
tell
rare
you,
real quick."
my sweaty rounds already happened. That was a fun round. Austin's great.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so yeah, you're right. I guess I could have went the other route.
Yeah.
But I'm confident. I was happy
Yeah.
with that play.
Yeah.
And I was confident in it.
Yeah,
hit the trigger.
if you felt good about it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was just curious because we both were like, would he have gotten the game if he didn't? So obviously, like the Red Hawk trigger, massive.
Yeah, that just like kind of won it.
massive, but it's since he only had 1Ks, I think he had 5, and then you got rid of 2, so we would have had 7. It was just interesting. I don't
Yeah.
know. We thought about it, and we were like, oh, it was interesting how
Yeah.
that kind of works out.
Either way,
Because
for
it's like
sure.
you spent 4 Dawn for technically like 2 counters, so it's like that, like arguably 2 Dawn. You know what I mean?
could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It
So-
was 3 because I got the life back. But you're right.
True,
So,
true. Yeah, with
Dawn
with
back.
leader effect. Yeah, but that was something to talk about. So you were running like as far as the deck list, you were running this 4-cost Law. What was the idea?
I just really I think it's a good card. Yesterday it won me 2 matches. Straight
Okay.
up. Straight up, I was playing the Shanks, and it was the turn before I went for game, but I was kind of already up a little bit in tempo,
Mm-hmm.
and it was my 10. I already had a 9 cost out, and I had blocker Kid and blocker
Yep.
Law in my hand,
Oh,
and he,
love
and, he,
that.
and he was at 7. So
Yeah.
I said, okay,
It's kind of perfect.
yeah, and I had a giant in hand,
Oh.
so I'm like, okay, let me do boom boom. I had a Law Searcher too. Wait, no, actually, this is a different game. Sorry. But I did boom boom.
Yep.
Ripped 2 cards. I ripped a 2K, and I ripped a Rusher.
Oof.
Which was good because
That's- yeah.
he was going for it. Like
Yeah.
he was playing the aggro Shanks.
Yep.
And
And you developed 2
and I-
blockers.
Mhm.
Yep.
and I get another Dawn back, so now I have 2 active Dawn.
Yep.
So he can't free leader effect.
Yep.
So I chip the 6. I get a 2K out of that.
Yeah.
And now I swing with my big one. He takes
Yeah.
out life, and now he's kind of already down.
Oh man.
So that is a situation where it really worked out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my counter to that was just like
Mm.
I personally haven't been running the card because I thought that Onami tended to be better, but I don't think I saw an Onami at all.
The-
Do you run Onami?
I run 1 Onami.
Interesting.
Yeah. it gets KO for free
Interesting.
by Mulgun if you're playing Zoro.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
So like they clear they pop that, they clear something else.
Yeah.
And no, it actually was yesterday. It was great because it drew me a giant off of like for the game.
Okay.
But I don't know. I just and especially if you're going like worst case scenario, if you're going first,
Sure.
you don't want to put that Nami blocker down. Like if the only 4 cost you
I
have,
see what you're saying.
like I'd
Yeah.
rather be a 4/5
Yeah.
than a 4/2.
Right. I can
Yeah.
see that, and so I think that's a fair argument for because I don't know if you've ever seen the list that I have
I
tried
did,
out.
yeah,
I,
with the
I run no
choppers, right?
Bonclay and I run the
Yeah.
choppers. So Bonclay for me is like a kind of hit or miss. I think it's a win more card for decks that you're already favored into, but that's just me personally.
Okay. Yeah.
But I opt to like kind of swap out some cards for that specific slot. But I think that you bring up a good point. Having a good turn turn 2 like 4 character play
Yeah.
where like for me it has to be Hitokiri or it has to be Zoro.
Zoro, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe having that law might be a potential, something I can play around
and
with.
then-
So I was curious about your reasoning because I wanted to kind of like pick your
Yeah,
brain.
for sure. And then
Yeah.
the Bonclay too is just like I like it on 4 if it's what I have.
Yeah.
Of course, you're right. I would like Kamazo or I would like Zoro.
Sure.
But if I don't, sometimes you don't have them.
Right.
Yesterday I didn't have them a couple times.
Yeah.
Played on Bonclay ramp, so now I can drop the 9 cost on turn 3
Yeah.
with the Bonclay and the ramps. So it's like it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
I think it's much better than having to put 4 on your leader and swing.
Yeah,
So
that never feels good. I'm
yeah.
like 9K.
Yeah, it's like the consistent
They're-
deck finally isn't consistent. They
Yeah,
hit,
they're
so-
looking at you like,
Yeah.
they know what this guy's hand's looking like.
Yep.
Man, well, dude, congratulations
Thank you
again.
so much, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
huge top 8 finish, and we saw you succeed all day yesterday, and to see you crush it still in day 2 was fantastic.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
yeah.
if you don't mind, maybe give the people a little
Oh, a little bling.
yeah, a little bling
check?
right now. See
All
what
right,
see what we
man.
got. See what we got.
All
So
right.
throw it up. Look at that. Yes. Fantastic. And the serialized. Ooh.
Pretty heat.
That's what we're talking about.
This card, man. Wait, no.
Oh,
This card won me like
that
3
that
games.
card is the GOAT.
So
Like,
good.
I swear, I've almost
So
wanted to
good.
run it at 4 sometimes.
Yeah.
I run it at 3, and I'm like, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Are you
right.
going to play in the deck? Or are you
No. Come on, man. Dude, I'm almost mid rarity.
I had to ask. I had to
Yeah, yeah,
ask.
all
Because
right.
my deck's like maxed out right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
But those,
Dude, come on,
no
man.
way.
No
way.
no.
Yeah, I'm not. The way my bank account is set up, I got a checking and a savings.
Mhm.
It doesn't,
This helps with
yeah,
those.
yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, super fun round. You got any shout outs before we head out?
Shout out my boys. They were really supportive to me a lot of this run. All my homies from DMV area, Washington D.C., Arlington, Fairfax.
Oh, you can be at Gamer Guild for the store regional
Gaming Giant.
or Gaming Giant. Sorry,
Yeah.
Gaming
I
Giant.
am. Are you?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'll see you
that.
there. Yeah.
Um,
Let's not play.
Yes. But yeah, shout out them, man. They just such great players. Got such great reps with them, and they're the homies. And shout out DMV.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys enjoyed the match. Hope you guys enjoyed the interview. I think this was a great one. We're going into top 4 next.
Also, shout out my family, mom and dad,
There you go. There you go.
and my sister.
All right. Cousins? No, I'm just.
No. They're good.
All right, y'all. Well, we'll see you back here shortly for the top 4. Until then, we'll see you soon.
So let's see what Hassan picks up with the Sengoku search.
Yeah, so this is going to be a Dracul Mihawk being picked up. We also have another Dawn left, so could be potentially a Perona left as a 1 cost to be played out. Could be another Sengoku, That card does... Yeah, okay, so we did decide
Yeah.
on the Mihawk. Okay.
I think
He was-
by then you kind of have
Yeah, it was
to.
almost reconsidering. But this is a great start for Dofi.
There we go. This
Yeah.
is the 1-2 combo. If you're going second, at least you got these cards.
Yeah, this is essentially the best version of this that you could ask for. You want to see this opening, and you want to make sure, hey, I'm not immediately going to lose this game. I'm going to have a fighting chance.
But is that top 5 any good? that is going to be our next question in these next few turns.
Trick question. If you play Brook here, who do you kill, Perona or Sengoku?
That's a pretty good question. Oh, yeah, okay, leader effect. Would you kill the Sengoku?
Yes.
Just so you don't search anymore with Bounce Law?
Yes. But also, I mean, like, you can still set up with Perona, so that's still arguably
I don't know.
annoying.
But they're not going too deep
Yeah.
at the beginning because they still,
Yeah, but
have
ooh,
some
Uta,
progress.
I love
Oh,
it.
there we
I
go.
love it. That's a great card. No, but I also think that you can't bring Sengoku back with Gecko Moria, whereas you can actually bring back Perona.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something to consider.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm probably wrong because I'm not these players sitting undefeated at round 8. So
We're just the yappers.
I'm just the yeah. We're just yapping.
Oh, here we go.
We got Doflamingo swinging 7 though. Does play out the law, bouncing back. Guess what? The Sengoku.
There we go. It's very validating. We're in their heads. Or are they listening to the stream?
Yeah.
Nah.
No.
Oh yeah, the timer. They're just saying yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And yeah. So we have. Looks as though this is going to be a search really quickly and then a pass back over to the Lucci player.
Great
And-
turn for Dofi. Get rid of that Uta because it's going to cause some headache if they get to use it for free next turn.
Yeah.
So just delay the inevitable.
Yeah, that Uta is like, if you don't respect it enough, that card will literally run away with the game.
Yeah, it's just a small little girl, but man, she does a lot of hard work.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, I think that even if he did have it on the board, though, it's not the biggest problem for Dofi to deal with, considering that they have 2 1-cost, swings that could go into it. Because I believe it is
Yeah,
a
just
2K, right?
Or is it 3? I'm not sure. Might have to see if you play it again.
I want to say it was a 2K Uta, if I'm not mistaken. But
I guess we're going to see
8K.
because we see, yeah.
It's
Ooh,
Uta
Hina
oh
and
my
Trash.
gosh.
And
Oh, I
then
thought it was double Uta. Yeah.
and yeah, she is a 3.
Oh, it is a 3K.
Yeah,
Yep.
since it's counterless.
I lied.
Yeah, I know from all the times I swung into that thing,
Oh, yeah, you remember the trauma.
the trauma.
Yeah.
So just setting up some more.
Yeah, so we do have 6 Dawn to play with here as the Doflamingo. Could just be a... Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I was going to say it's potential that we end up seeing a Jozu.
those would be nice there.
Yeah. I think the Jozu doesn't feel as great, though, into this matchup simply because it just feels like Lucci has an easier time removing 6 costs that other decks might not.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
So this way, you're at least going to get 2 bodies on the board this turn, hopefully, as long as this top 3 search is favorable.
Right.
Let's see. And place on top, attach the Dawn. And let's swing 7. Imagine the Lucci will take this, flip, and it is Bounce
Oof.
Law.
Wow.
So we can get both
That's
of those
crazy
1 drop.
that you find that off the top 3.
I know, right?
That's tragic, yeah. So Uta's
So-
going to be bounced, and then he's considering
Yeah,
whether
which
he
of
wants
those-
to do Sengoku or not.
Here we go. Sengoku yet again getting that value.
Yeah, I mean, this is
It's very, very efficient play from
Dofi's
Hassan.
game right now to lose. This is crazy.
And choosing to actually counter here, usually Luccis are pretty greedy with their life take, but at the moment they want to be just a wee bit conservative.
Yep.
Fill up the trash.
I like it, though. Unfortunately, though, this 5 is just going to get a free block.
Yeah,
And
no
then we're gonna
punish.
see Jack, I believe, on 7.
Yep. There we go. We milled 2 Luccis off of that leader swing. Those could definitely come up later.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid, all things considered, though.
Yeah, it's good that you got to have at least 1 there.
Yeah. God, I remember the days I played Lucci, and that if you just don't ever see a Lucci in trash,
Yeah,
it can literally be the most demoralizing thing ever.
you just kind of sit there and wait, mill
Yep.
some more.
Yep.
Or if they're all stuck in your hand, sometimes that's not necessarily the best thing in the world.
Yeah. Well, now going back to the Doflamingo, we've got 8 Dawn to play with. Red Rock obviously deals with Jack, but it doesn't make you feel great about your board because you're not developing anything. And then that means that, I don't know, Lucci kind of just got a free turn. Yeah.
I wonder if putting a teach. We're at 8 Dawn, so teach. Nah, you could swing another 7, but yeah, Red Rock does not feel good here. For on 9, that'd be a different story. But
Yeah.
why going first is so much favorable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Teach not being established it's very reminiscent of the previous round that we just watched.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think our player in round 7 was just missing Teach that entire time, which would have made the Purple Luffy matchup significantly easier. And now we have pretty much a couple of options, whether it's going, I don't think it's correct, but going all out to KO the Jack, but it also could just Red Rock. It just feels like a big waste. Yeah.
yeah.
Lucci's trash isn't exactly the greatest, but it also isn't the worst.
Oh, here we go. So he is playing the teach.
Okay, he does have Teach.
I wasn't sure if he was. So he can swing pretty big here. It would be 12. 12 into Jack. Just jam it in and stack on top. Play a boa. Make it a 13 swing. So
yeah.
actually, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I like this. I think that's about as good of a attempt at developing a board and dealing with Jack as you're going to get. So
Yeah.
Lucci's going to have to answer with either 3 to 4 cards out of hand here potentially, and that
just won't feel good. When
It
Lucci has
does
no cards in
not.
hand,
Yeah.
you feel happy.
But it also feels awful to let this card go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see, based on how his hand looks, if it is just full of counter, maybe you do want to save it. But too costly.
Yeah. Too costly for Lucci. He's going to let it go. I think this is the right choice.
Yeah.
You just can't afford to, I don't know, be giving up that many resources for a card that you're kind of praying that you don't mill the cards that it needs to also work,
Mm-hmm.
That's something that this deck is famously known for.
Scanning that trash.
Yeah.
So he is reaching the threshold to use Tempest Kick, I think is that count right there.
I do like the Laboon. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's been a lot of debate of, do I run Laboon, who can instantly use his effect, or is Kuzan better because of the tempo it establishes in that replacement effect?
Yeah.
All right, so we're giving the -3 onto the Boa on the Tempest Kick.
I don't think he has Brook in trash, does he?
Um,
I thought I just saw Spandine and Lucci. But it also could just be pick up a 2K, play out the Brook from hand
Yeah.
if he does have a Rebecca. That's
I've-
interesting.
very curious what is the next play here. And of course, that teach, you just want to get it off the board before it gets too much value. Oh, so thinking on leader swing,
Yeah, he's bouncing between 2 ideas right now. It's like,
running
Might-
through the simulation.
yeah, am I dedicating more, or are we going a little lighter to see how it goes? So this is interesting. Very, very interesting.
I respect the eclectic dawn
Oh, wow. That's
from Elijah's side. There's
crazy.
not much rhyme or reason. So, oh, I think milled 3 by accident.
Oh, shoot.
So we are,
All right, so the judge is taking care of this really quickly.
yep, because
Explaining-
this could be very important. It seems he has 3 left for, okay, so he's, judge is shuffling them, and he's going to mill accordingly based on that. And one is, okay, so
Okay,
it's both Brooks.
Double Brook.
Doesn't make too much of a difference. I think the other card was Hina, which he already has in trash.
Right. But it does give his opponent the knowledge of
Oh,
what
yeah,
card-
what that next card is.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
actually, you know what? That could be very important.
It could be relevant.
So here comes down the Spandine. And now he's able to get rid of Teach and Boa in the same turn.
Sure.
So putting back one of the raw blue cheese.
Playing a
Two
couple down,
played.
using the Lucci, returning 3. Yep, getting 3 back to the bottom there. We're going to see really strong removal turn.
Man, Rob
Yeah.
Lucci is timeless. This card,
Yeah,
it is 5 sets old now,
yeah.
and it's so good.
It is no joke. It
It's-
scares me to this day.
You see why Bandai doesn't print more of these double removal type effects.
Yeah, I think they've realized, hey, we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, I think there's only, in terms of character cards, only 2. There's Opio1 King and Lucci. Correct me if I'm wrong there. There any other characters like KO2? We got Sabo, it cost Sabo, secret rare.
Yes. Also, really random one. Red cost Sabo, or red 6 cost Sabo.
Oh yeah, that one
Yeah,
has
okay, I
never
was like,
seen play, but
never. That game, I think I've seen that in one deck ever. Yeah,
yeah.
but there are some like random 2 double removals, but
Yeah, they
you could
nerfed
argue
them.
like 10 cost Kaido.
True.
Yeah, bounce an 8 and a 3. So
Or we got purple 10 cost cut. How about just wipe the whole board?
facts. now we're there. But
Let's see. We got
10
all
Dawn to
10
work
Dawn.
with for Doflamingo. You know, obviously Lucci's a arguable threat on the board. I don't think. I mean, it does kind of suck if you use leader effect and you place a 5 cost or 5K onto the board. That Lucci's just very easy enough to swing over. You know, 1 Dawn attached and you're swinging 7. So I would personally be trying to maybe remove this Lucci while also being aggressive. So if there's a law in hand, you know, while also trying to play an active character for the following turn. I think this 5 from Perona, though, tells me that's not the case.
Yeah, interesting.
But if he is going 5, it just means he's getting a counter out of hand. And now he's saying, okay, since you countered, I have a better odds of going for the Lucci, especially since it was a 2K that was given for a 5.
Yeah.
So we'll see 2 for Teach. Yeah, this still allows a leader effect and a 4 cost.
Yeah, I believe he's stacking a Weevil here to get a bit of card draw.
Yeah,
Swinging 7.
yeah. You can tell Hassan here has a very good understanding of, you know, how Doflamingo is meant to be played in this stage. Does use the Weevil, applying a little bit of pressure to his opponent. And I'm imagining, I smell a law here. I smell it. Like he's gonna play law, bounce Perona back, bounce Lucci. It just feels right.
Oh, and there we
Oh,
go.
that
The
is-
trigger of the Tempest kick.
That's solid. That's
When I saw him peek at it, it seemed like there could only be one answer.
yeah, that's
The
solid.
Tempest kick. Oh, and here we
Weevil.
go.
I was wrong.
Yeah, I think that law play would have been ideal.
Yeah. OPO3 Krieg does hit too. That's a good call.
Yo. I
Yes.
used to run that in my Captain Kid deck in
Yeah.
04.
Has to be rested cards, right? I believe.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the things like, it's hard to get the value.
Yeah, that's a good call though.
They put so many stipulations on those double KO cards.
All right, so double Weevil. I can't see what Dofi's hand size looks like. I think it's something like 5, maybe 6. So that's what makes this a little
Ooh.
tricky.
Finger pistol to say see ya. And that's the first Rebecca we've seen all game.
Yeah.
Easy swing over the Perona. And just like that, we have control over the board again.
Yeah, this is back and forth. Like, who can do more damage to their opponent while simultaneously developing their own board to have their opponent just do more damage to it. Yeah, the tricky part here, though, is that Doflamingo has definitely been the aggressor this game.
Yeah.
So in order for Lucci to make this not feel, I don't know, so miserable, I would say it's going to come down to a lot of like the blockers that haven't been played yet into the match needing to be played. It's like Rebecca is going to need to be played out. Sabo's already kind of gone. But if we're seeing a 5 to life here, I'm expecting
Interesting.
Oh, that's a hit though, dude.
Double Tempest. So those are all the Tempest kicks. He's used
Double
one, he
Tempest
triggered,
kick.
and so that's all 4 Tempest kicks
Oh,
accounted
that's
for.
brutal.
One of your best cards in the deck, all in the trash. One was cycled at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, that's brutal. So I think we're gonna see a 2 cost or 2 for Uta. Oh,
Here
okay.
we go. So we're
Mancherry.
using the Mancherry.
Interesting.
And then we are able to fish out some cards after placing some back. Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
Mancherry doing God's work.
Yeah, this is like the broken combo. Mancherry, and then now we have 4 left over. We can Rebecca.
Yeah, so
And
Rebecca here.
Fishing out a Brook to our hand. And then, yep, we'll play the Uta.
I like that. Now, that kind of a heads up play. You're forcing this Weevil to attack into an Uta that's just going to get a very free block.
Yeah.
And then you have to decide between an Uta and a Mancherry, but you can't do anything against the Uta with your leader. So
right now, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
yeah, this is very solid from Lucci. I think this is kind of what I was talking about with it being the deciding point for Lucci to start coming back into this game, using those blockers that just provide so much value.
Yeah, and seeing that Mancherry really started all, it showed the power of this deck, which we haven't seen a Mancherry since Opio 5, really. I
Yeah.
think by Opio 6, Sakazuki was already cutting the card to make space for Gecko Warrior combos.
Sure. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the top 4 now, and we have diversity.
Yeah.
We have a single leader of 4 different leaders, all in the top 4. No mirror matches. We know that we're going to get something special here. We've got Blackbeard versus Purple Luffy, and we have Doflamingo versus Shanks. So fantastic matches so far. It could go either way. We could end up seeing potentially a Blackbeard versus Shanks final. We could see a Purple Luffy versus Dofi final.
It's all in the air.
it
You got
could
all
be-
kinds of permutations
Yes.
and calculations.
Yeah, it could be a bunch of things, but I'm super excited. This has been a fantastic event so far. Thank you to everybody that has been watching. And if you guys have also been here in the Virginia Regional, hope you had a great time. Hope the side events have been good. I know a couple friends of mine that were able to do pretty well.
Grinding.
Yep, just saw a buddy that was like, hey, I went 4-0, got myself one of the Namis, so it felt like I got top 64 even though I scrubbed out of day 1. So
Yeah, there's always something to look forward to, these offline events, and it's been a ton of fun so far.
absolutely. Well,
Still got a lot of life left.
that's true.
Two
We got
big matches.
2 big matches, best of 3 coming up, and we decided to go with the Blackbeard versus Purple Luffy match. We have not seen a Blackbeard yet in the top 32, and unfortunately, yesterday,
Yeah.
Blackbeard did not have a great experience on the live stream. They were kind of down bad. Every Blackbeard matchup that we posted was, unfortunately, them meeting their demise.
Yeah, which is what we're all hoping for Teach in the show. But
That's true. That's true. But, in the card game, we got to root for him here. It's a very technical deck. It's very fun to see.
not an easy matchup, too, against Plouffe. It's a bit
Yeah.
different with Liberation, but still,
Absolutely.
on theory, Plouffe can swarm the board and just pressure your life down very quickly.
100%. And, it's going to be very interesting. If I'm not mistaken, let me just double check. I'm pretty certain.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so the Teach player is the lower seed, so Purple Luffy should be deciding to go first or second. I believe that's going to be very big for this matchup. Just having that higher seed from day one does net you a very solid advantage, going into these best of 3 rounds.
Yeah, and for this match in particular, this might be one of the only ones as Plouffe where you're choosing second.
No.
Do you agree?
No.
Some like the second curve.
I've seen the second curve. It's fine. So that's what I mean is like Purple Luffy can go second into this matchup and still do well. But first is your best bet.
You just want to swing immediately.
First is your best bet. The reason why is it puts them off of a lot of how they like to play certain cards into the matchup on certain timings. And on top of that, it does end up allowing you to play your 7-cost Luffy essentially that turn earlier. Yeah. And the 7-cost Luffy is a card that obviously you're not going to get the on-play effect from, but Luffy Taro is a card that will stay on the board for the rest of the game. The only time it will ever be removed is if potentially Teach or a
giant.
Teach or oh my gosh, why am I forgetting the name of it? Burgess.
Yeah, Burgess
decide to swing over.
Exactly.
Yeah, very big swing. Yeah, but the players are all set. We've got Purple
That's
Luffy
some colorful sleeves here
against Teach. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Green and blue. What are we playing Sanji here or something? I love to see it. But ladies and gentlemen, again, shout out to you in the chat if you guys are watching this wherever you are in the world. I hope you guys are enjoying the event. Would love to hear some feedback. And other than that, it looks like we're going to get started.
Little fist bump action.
Oh, did I miss the fist bump of friendship?
Yeah, man. I mean,
unbelievable. Well, we're 14 for 14, I think. That's pretty good. We've got Law being played out. We are going to see, look at that, the treasure rare. Treasure rare Zorojuro being picked up.
This guy looks maxed out.
Yeah. We're going to see My Era Begins. Taking a look and Liberation being picked up. Obviously, very solid card into the matchup. We have Tony on the right playing Blackbeard and Chris on the left playing Law. We're going to see the leader effect immediately. It's very important to use this before swinging into Teach because of the potential chance of them getting Black Hole and then stopping your leader effect just outright. But
and here we go.
Yeah, Zorojuro taking a little peek.
Getting some extra value.
If we do see the Luffy Taro and don't have it in hand, it might be worth keeping. But if we are looking for more of our 4 and 5 cost cards to play out during this matchup, Giant is also really important for the end of this game. So I think picking that up preemptively is actually a really good choice.
Yeah, extending your survivability so you can go for game a little longer and later. Going to see a 5K swing into lead, countering out with the Sanji, which is definitely, this is the matchup where it doesn't really see that much use, only if perhaps you don't have a Luffy Taro on 7.
Sure. And we have Burgess being played to the board. This is now a... Wait, did he not leader effect? Or did I miss?
Yeah, let's...
Oh.
No, I got... He must have.
Potential trigger. Wait, am I crazy? Or maybe he did use the Van Augur. I might have missed it.
KO Zoro?
Oh, yeah, that's
go.
going to KO Zoro. But now that's 2 finger guns in the trash. I think that is relevant. We are going to see 7 for Luffy. He didn't leader effect.
Just like you said.
Is this just like a misplay or calculation? I'm not
we
sure.
did see this actually in one of the tournaments that we cast together to use Liberation immediately.
Yeah. Oh, I guess that's fair. That's fair.
You're getting cards out of their hand. You're going to KO Law and Songoro. They're 2 characters above you, so now you do meet the activation requirements.
Yeah. It feels like an empty turn more or less though, but I get. Yeah. All right. I think he's got stage, and he's considering playing that out.
Yeah,
Yep.
just get the stage on.
Yep.
More
So-
important at this point.
So we're gonna see stage tapped.
Top 3.
Now we get to look. Oh, I think that was a lot of 2Ks.
Gonna snap take one of them,
Yeah, that looked like a lot of 2Ks.
and
Uh,
then here we
Kuzan,
go.
5.
potentially, we see a 5K swing before deciding to.
You good? We're good?
Yep.
Okay. I will not take.
All right, I believe we are back.
I will.
Here we go.
Can I get a 1 in chat if you guys can hear us and if we
Ones
are
in
back?
chat.
Yeah, 1 in chat if we are back and you can hear us. I think we
Oh,
got
yeah.
that resolved. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We did have the players wait, so you guys
Yeah,
wouldn't
Tony
miss,
just activated leader effect there, pitching 10 cost, and he's down to 2 in hand.
Yep.
After playing that Kuzan and not using the effect.
Yeah, that I am getting. All right, we're back.
We're back.
Typing 1, they can hear us.
Cool.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
we are good.
Great.
We're getting the ones.
And we're seeing Gamma Knife. We don't want to miss that onto the Burgess,
Yep. All right, Mr. Jesus.
making that a 2,000 power character, I believe.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and there was a comment in the chat that I think is very relevant. They did say that Teach did leader affect the Wi-Fi. I do believe that happened to be the case. He did not choose to use it on the opponent, Purple Luffy. He decided instead to say, hey, convention Wi-Fi, that's going to have to go.
Yep, so be
Yeah.
very careful using leader effect, guys.
Yeah,
There's
no-
a lot more power than just turning off on plays.
Yeah, Teach's black hole is
Unavoidable.
it's messed up.
Go
Yeah.
7 to
And
leader.
also, there was a really good comment from Awakened about the potential plan of using Liberation against the Zorduro and Songro the previous turn, but then that finger
Songro.
pistol really changed it. And here's another finger pistol
finger
to-
pistol.
Yeah.
to really tip the scales
Wow.
in Blackbeard's favor.
Okay, that's rough.
One down up.
But
Does-
another Songoro.
Yeah, it does play out another Songoro. Is down to 1 life, but I think this is fine.
7.
You kind of like to be here, so 1 life for the purple Luffy player, and we have 2 for our Blackbeard player at the moment.
After, and then they'll get back to 3 with
Yep.
this.
Taking another 2K right here. I think these are going to be kind of the final 2Ks of this deck, though, because it does seem that a lot of them looked like they were
Yeah,
bottom
on the
decked.
original searches.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so let's see.
Very interested on how we're proceeding here, because this is, even with 2 finger pistols in life, it's scary, because
Yeah,
that's just a
7
card
in
that, goes straight to the trash. Sure, you KO the character, but your hand size is never being replenished.
Sure.
Sure. Activate main.
Yeah.
Trash.
I
Kuzan.
think we're
Draw a
we're
card.
now seeing
Play out Burgess.
a counter with Law. We're going to bring out Burgess off of the Kuzan effect, getting the
Liberation,
draw
KO
as
the
well
card.
as using
And
the
then
liberation. Yeah, liberation is very important here to one try and stop
I will
a little bit of that
so
aggression
5
as well as that card draw. But we're gonna. I think we just see a 5.
2 to play in
Does
search of
what
the
in the
feet.
world? Oh, that's the
I see. Yep.
that's the normal Hitokiri, not the. I was like, what in the world is that? I forgot there was a
Yeah, just the regular
the
tournament.
tournament participation. Yeah, I thought he was cooking something there for a second.
Opio 1, Kamazo.
Yeah. Okay. So we do have the Lafitte coming down. I still think we're taking a look at that search right now. And to answer a question in chat, no, unfortunately, the Usopp is not playing. On the other board, we do have a Doflamingo versus Shanks.
Yeah, and
matchup.
it is the Austin
weak
Shanks
start.
player that
Yes.
we saw
Okay.
against 707, aka Sammy. So, yeah, definitely deliberating quite a bit on this Lafitte search.
Black hole.
He is going to take the black
okay.
hole. I think this is fair though, because with the potential blockers that we could be seeing coming down for Purple Luffy in the near future, that's going to help us get around those, potentially get lethal and go for game. So this kind of does force Purple Luffy to go for a double blocker play if they want to, or just none at all, keeping a bunch of Dawn active for Gum Gum Giant. And where you're just going to see a 6-cost Sanji.
And
I
then-
love it. This
okay.
is cannot be
Yeah,
removed.
this
in,
is a pretty awesome card in the matchup.
Yes, this cannot be removed by any of the current effects, standing effects of Teach. It can, be essentially not a blocker anymore from 10 cost.
Just to be sure, because I'm pretty
But
sure
at the same time, you're at 0, and you're going to have to stare down a Luffy Taro swing and leader. That's
not right now,
horrifically
correct?
scary. Like, I would not want to be in that spot. And I like that Luffy is recognizes you don't swing into the Lafitte here, because if you do, you're basically giving your opponent value. You're not attacking a card that's going to be used the next turn if they're typically using a 10-cost Teach. But arguably, forcing them into the 0 spot kind of tells you, like, hey, playing Teach isn't even really
No.
that going to help you that much.
You got to have
either.
like some great counter for the Dawn split, like you said, between, presumably a Luffy Taro. Well, if they freeze Luffy Taro, then it'd be Sanji versus Luffy.
Yeah. I like this Sanji play a lot.
5.
You could
Four in hand?
still
5 in hand.
use the effect of Black Hole to try and get around it. You have 2 Dawn Act removed off of this.
Tap one
And we
on
are
the
going to
feet,
search,
tap
so
5,
a bit unconventional turn on 10, but
on the feet.
recognizing that there's just too much danger on board.
Sure. Yeah. Does he have like a double Vasco shot or something?
He does he does have at least one.
Yeah, that's
And then
what's
turning
interesting.
off on
Is
play.
if he does have one, that's great, but
5 to lead.
arguably need
You need
you need
two.
more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So giving that 1K there, not going to get baited into resting his Sanji.
Right.
11.
And that is a huge Burgess.
Tap 2 for the feet. Search.
So we got another Lafitte search, though.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
looking for a 2K.
Yeah.
Does end up finding it. We'll have the Vasco shot, but we're just going to go 11 to life. I think,
You
yeah,
just
it
take this
seems
here.
pretty free to
Vasco?
take.
And you have the Vasco
Leader
shot,
ability,
pitch for
pass.
leader effect, so you don't get Uso Hachi'd.
Yeah, tough part is, though, is
You
you
just split the Dawn.
you
here,
now
right?
only have 2 cards in hand, and you split the Dawn, and it's over.
It's just over, yeah,
Yep.
mathematically. But probably the best turn that the Blackbeard player
no-
could have
no
done
life,
here.
No life.
Yeah, so
Luffy?
we're going to see, yep, we are going to see Purple Luffy take game 1 here,
Over hand,
and
zero.
now going into game
That's
2.
perfect.
That was pretty solid. I do, excuse me, I do find
I
it
would like
interesting
this.
that, again, going back to that spot where Teach didn't use leader effect to stop the Luffy Taro, he didn't use the liberation right afterwards. So I'm not entirely sure if, maybe it was a miscalculation or if
I think it was that finger pistol. Original plan when Zorduro was still on the board.
Sure.
Flips it up trigger. Well, now I can save the liberation for a future turn. But then it made his 6 Dawn play a bit awkward.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, the double trigger there. You know what's crazy is
I
Purple
can't
Luffy's
tell you
still
that.
able to take that.
That is
Amidst-
pretty remarkable.
I
Yeah,
knew
amidst
that
seeing like
Vasco.
2 characters removed off
Three
of
rank twos, okay,
finger
one was in
finger
trash.
pistol
Yeah.
in
I
trash,
should
which
have
is
paid attention to that. So when I saw
rough.
there was one in trash, I was
yeah, or finger
It's a
gun.
huge stack.
I can't remember which one it is,
Shigun.
but yeah, Shigan. That's
that's
how I know.
That's
yeah.
how it should be. but-
Yeah, yeah.
so I thought
Not
you were
bad though.
just
Purple
looking at black
Luffy,
hole.
solid,
called?
The Sanji.
solid,
Uh-huh.
solid
Game? No,
into
yeah, I can bait for like
the
30
Teach
minutes.
right here. I do think that it is slightly favored, but
first,
it
correct?
can be. Teach has so many tricks up its sleeve that
Exactly.
it's also going to be. I think Teach is going to take first here, so that'll also give them a slight edge that I think will get them closer to that kind of 50-50 matchup that they're looking for.
I think I messed
Um,
up by triggering that first finger
Yeah,
pistol.
maybe a slighter
That was-
edge for
yeah.
themselves
'Cause I
than
could,
50-50, but
liberation on that curve.
very interesting nonetheless. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Gamma knife, and I was thinking like if I
And
could
seeing
attack
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
go to
at
knife,
least
but then
one mulligan here.
I saw that you have liberation, so if I
Gonna get
could
nice
use
and
Sangoro,
shuffled up.
hopefully
Sure.
get anything out of life.
You know why he kept his life?
Yeah.
You could just
How
get
come?
one of those Sangoros 'cause
It's
like
got
super
4
low, right?
finger guns in it.
Oh, he just if it was anything like last game, for all the good it did, though.
Yeah, I know. He's ready. He's got all of them. he's ready to handle the business. But
I'm sure Pluffy's really fishing for some Songoros.
Sure.
Play that as soon as possible.
Yeah, Songoro on turn 2 is nice. It's definitely, in my opinion, like it feels a little better than Kid because you don't typically get a lot of the Don minus
Yeah.
in this matchup unless you're playing Chopper, which is obviously the best card in the game. I mean,
Of course.
you know, I don't know who wouldn't play that card, but
Yeah, exactly.
we're going to see a 6. Does get the Hitokiri to counter it. It's actually a pretty decent card for Teach to not have to deal with for the rest of the match. Well, at least for right now. But we're going to see the ramp to 5.
And okay, we're going to actually be playing A4 Costa's turn.
Yeah, so maybe he has another Hitokiri.
And okay,
Zoro.
Zoro. And we do still have on plays as of right now.
Yep, I like it. Zoro, taking a look, peeking over what's going to be most useful for us. I mean, you saw the usefulness of Luffy Taro forcing a 2K out of hand last turn. Another card on top of that because the stronger forces a trash. And to like really top it off, a finger gun milling 2. I mean, 3 cards out of hand just to take care of one that was played as a vanilla, arguably.
Exactly.
So,
It's on turn 3, and it already got its value.
yep. We are going to see the Kuzan tap Van Augur, tap Donkyu, getting the removal on the Zorojuro.
And then this time, definitely using the Teach ability. So no on plays for you.
Yeah. Having to respect the Donkyu is actually pretty annoying here.
Yeah.
Not having the 1-cost law is what makes this a little more annoying. Yep, we have to swing into
yeah.
it because with the Van Augur on board and potentially another Van Augur coming from like a potential Kuzan play, that would be devastating. Because now, oh my gosh, does he have it? Oh my gosh, does he have a Kuzan? Oh my gosh, this is tragic. Oh, this is like best case scenario.
Oh my
Dockyu for
God.
2. Oh my gosh, remove the Luffy Taro.
Yeah.
Trash the Liberation. Oh, that's like
It's becoming
that
a
is
runaway
so
train.
bad. Yeah, this is looking so Blackbeard favored right now. This is gross.
And you have to just let them cycle a card. You get to play out a 9-drop this turn.
Yeah, you know
but
what's crazy is Van Augur, and then almost any removal, and it's gone. So this
God.
game is slowly, and I mean by slowly I mean very quickly getting out of line.
Another Dockyu.
Another Dockyu being picked up. Oh my goodness.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
All right. I'm not going to call it, but
You,
we might be looking
okay.
at a game. We might be looking at a game
Oh
3 here.
yeah, so we're seeing stronger play. I mean, look at the hand size
Yeah.
of Blackbeard.
I love how he's playing like there's going to be no game in
Yeah,
like
just-
5 minutes from now.
just making sure that this won't go to time.
Yeah, this is a very
at
fast
this.
Blackbeard
Boom.
player.
I'd hardly registered that the 9 cost is gone before.
Yeah.
Oh, and we even have the Burgess.
Yep. So we
who
see
is
this
sitting at like 9.
stronger for the reduction. Van Augur, and Dockyu to pop. Jesus Burgess being played to the board. It is an 8K. I mean, an outstanding start from Blackbeard
This
here.
is
This is
perfect.
literally the best
Yeah.
that you would want. Killing Dockyu again, giving your opponent another
you
card.
just gotta do
3
it.
Dockyus, and we have to just play a Lin Law here. I mean, obviously your opponent hasn't been pressuring your life very much, but at the same time, it feels like you're under like an insurmountable
taking the
amount of
5.
pressure.
Take the 6.
Another 6. Oh, my
taking
gosh.
It all,
We're going to
wait a
0.
second
We are going to
now.
0.
Yeah, just stun, bigger
Yep.
effect. Yeah.
Trash.
They're just gonna.
Yep, they're
concede
going to
here.
scoop it there.
It's just not.
That
worth
was
playing
the
out.
fastest game to.
That was deadly efficiency
ever.
from Tony.
Oh my
He
goodness.
was just on that.
I don't think that match lasted longer than about 7 minutes. That was like that was unreal. I mean, if you want a perfect way to draw Blackbeard, just rewatch that game. Like
yeah,
just
there's not much
rewatch
to
that
say.
game.
The, the footage speaks for itself.
that was insane. I mean, like there's nothing. I don't know if there was anything any deck could have done about that. That was tragic. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely cracked, and it seemed that Tony's been there before because he was piloting that to
Yeah.
the speed run style, making up for any time we lost on the stream.
Yeah.
We're getting back on track there.
Oh my god, dude.
How much time we have left?
I might like concede game 3 if that happened to me. I'd just be like,
I
dude.
think it's the mental intimidation
I'd be
right
like, dude,
there.
you got it. Like, what? That was unreal. Wow. Okay. Well, players are getting set up and everything. I mean, you gotta talk about that. Like, good lord.
Fancy.
I feel like that's the one of liberation.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Oh, sorry, second.
Second, I'm first.
Yeah. Just. I mean. Oh.
Yep.
My pen
Good.
almost left. I mean, that was impressive. I mean, you can't really do much in that situation. It's you realize like, okay, I'm getting high rolled. I kind of got to move on to the next
GG
game.
next.
Yeah.
GG next.
I mean, you legitimately can't draw better than that. That was incredible. Love
right,
to see the
there we
law
go.
though. That's a fantastic start to be able to deal with Daku if we do end up finding a very similar situation. So great to have that. You know, do we have the turn 2 play? That's really what's going to be relevant. We are going to see again. This is my era. Really fantastic start for
Ooh.
Blackbeard here.
And we already have stage in hand, so we can just get the 2K.
Yep. Pick up Van Auger, play out the stage, tap the stage. What are we getting rid of here? He seems very comfortable in the cards that he chooses to get rid of. He knows this matchup as well as probably any matchup very well. So
Yeah.
just deciding what to take with, clear decision and precision.
And we are going to go get the Lafitte Searcher
Yep.
off that and pass turn to our opponent. No need to activate Teach ability quite yet.
Yeah. So
Leader ability.
good start for both players here. We are just going to see a 5. This will ask for a 1K from hand. He did choose to counter out of the 5K swing the last time, so it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to do so again. Does get rid of the Daku. Plays out the Zoro Juro.
Notably not the treasure rare this time, as the first time looking at the standard art.
Sure.
Proper turn.
He finds the Luffy Taro, which will be great for the following turn.
Yeah,
7.
looking pretty
Um,
good in setup.
He does have first again this time, though. This is why
Yep.
winning that game 1 was so pivotal. And, being higher seeded into this, we are going to see the pickup of the Liberation. This is
Oh,
like crazy.
man.
He always finds the Liberation like the turn before the potential play. It's actually kind of incredible.
Yeah. And now
and
the
now he just
opponent-
passes again. No leader effect. So
He's baiting him.
I
into
really
doing the
gotta-
Luffy Taro.
yeah, I really have to ask him about this. So like Luffy Taro, he wants his opponent to Luffy Taro here.
Leader ability. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's very important to recognize like your Zoro Juro is gone for sure the next turn. If he hits you with that Liberation, the Songoro is too. So do you instead pivot to maybe playing that Onami that was picked up earlier off of the Law and just say, hey, you know what? I do want to play a second card, but I also don't want it to be a card that I potentially need in the later stages.
All right, taking the life this time. No
No.
finger pistol.
Yeah, taking both.
No effect.
And
No effect.
no effect needed.
Restand.
Interesting.
Keeping himself on 7 Dawn.
7. It's,
Not deramping.
7 now.
And I guess sniffing out a bit about that Liberation. Doesn't want to give up a card if he doesn't have to.
Sure. So we've got the Burgess at a 7K. Can start to pressure life
Cards in hand.
pretty consistently if we want to. Typically, it doesn't get swung by the Teach player, though, because they don't want to immediately lay Luffy Taro. And there really isn't much that Purple Luffy can do to deal with this Burgess other than a very large swing or a Gamma Knife on a follow-up turn. So I expect that this Burgess is just going to be staying still, and I believe that Chris is thinking the same. Maybe we just find a piece with our stage, take a little dive into the deck.
Yeah. We would like to see some Kuzan, perhaps.
Liberation. Look top
Have not seen it make an appearance yet, and I think I did see a Kuzan deciding if he actually needs to take it.
Grab Teach.
No, opting for his on curve 10 cost teach.
Mm-hmm.
6 to Zorajuro.
Okay, 6, and I believe we're gonna have 5 for a Kuzan.
Tap 1.
Oh,
Stronger.
Okay. So yeah, I
Stronger.
activate, Trash itself.
Yep.
And I will
And
going for a
trash
hard
a
removal. You know, I
Kuzan.
it's seldom that I
Progress.
see the
Minus 2.
stronger get played as much as it
Tap
does.
4.
But
Mirror
in
pistol.
this matchup, proving to
top
be
2
very
KO.
handy.
The Luftara.
yeah.
I
Getting rid of the
will
Luffy Taro, yeah, really recognizing the strength of
Leader
that AK
9.
body.
Yeah. 9.
And
All
he-
right, so that's what I
and
was
all
gonna
that
say.
mill,
And
yeah.
pass, no
Oh,
pass.
wait,
4 in hand.
was it 9 or was it 8?
I think
Oh, I think the judge is bringing that up. It was 9K countered.
Leader ability.
Yes.
Wait.
yep. So he's,
Oh, he's just gonna take. Oh
oh,
no.
that. Oh wait, or was he ramping there to go to 10?
I'll go 5 to lead.
1K.
Or did I
I'll
miss
go
something?
6 to lead.
Take.
Maybe it was
Stepping
at 8, and then Tony used leader effect
4.
to bring it up
Mhm.
to 9.
Zoro.
Maybe a
Yep.
slight miscalculation because doesn't seem to be any issues.
Cast 1 down.
For off return. Restand.
Okay.
Interesting.
It seems as though they have a clear understanding
yeah, the game
of,
state. So
of what it is. Okay.
Stage. Pitch stage.
Maybe
So I believe it was.
yeah.
I believe it was done fine.
yeah, just actually swung a clean 8, and then
Fuck you.
Tony
Vasco
plays with
Fishman.
such
Yep.
rapid speed. Then he went.
He
to
does.
pitch,
He
and
does
then-
play at the speed of light.
4.
Restand.
Maybe Valin getting 2 cards out of hand with an 8.
Yeah. I think both players are actually primed here for
you.
a very interesting finish to this game.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see 8 Dawn here. We have the potential to play a little defensive. I don't think we're comfortable enough that we can just leave everything on Purple Luffy's board alone. But at the same time,
Yeah. Do you have the tools to efficiently deal with the board?
exactly, yeah.
Had to spend resources getting rid of that
6 for
Luffy
Zoro.
Taro last turn. And
Maybe a
he's swinging a 6 into the Zorojuro, and now swinging 10. This is
Yeah.
pretty good time to, you want to protect your board as much as possible.
It's at 10, right?
Gum Gum
Yes.
Giant,
Then I will
thinking
trash
on pitch.
this from my hand.
So it
And
is
getting rid of the 2K,
wow.
okay.
That's 4.
Yes.
And he's drawing another 2 cards,
12.
giving another 2K. So
I will tap.
uh,
4. Oh no.
forced
tap
to really
4.
over
Fail
counter here, but
Jesus. Tap 2. Fail
Yep.
Vasco. Leader
it's
builder.
very important,
Teach,
yeah.
pass.
And he does have Vasco
Okay.
shot pitching
Leaving
the
him,
10 cost.
yeah, leaving him with 2 cards in hand. He's got 2 Burgesses, a Vasco shot to play defensively, staring down a lot of scary attacks. This is actually, I think this is starting to look very favorable for Purple Luffy.
7 leader.
I would agree.
I think a trigger
With
could
the
be game
triggers,
changing.
though.
Oh
Okay.
my god! Oh my god!
You see the event, you see the
Oh.
trigger, but it's milling, it's making those Burgesses even bigger.
Meter?
But we're able to swing out here.
Oh my god!
I'm just like, my
Okay, 1K.
my heart is
Oh,
throbbing
Who's at
dude.
10 now?
to see what's going to be happening.
1 hand.
that was stressful.
Countering out 1 card in hand, you have 3 bodies that can attack, but 1 blocker
Mm-hmm.
that you're facing down.
1 card in hand. What is the correct call? Do we check for 2Ks? Do we swing 6?
Yeah, does attach 1 on
One card in
leader.
Yeah. You still have plenty of Dawn left to potentially
trash?
block her up if you need be.
Sorry.
Uh,
There you go.
Your opponent's at such low resources.
Yeah. 1 card in hand, 1 card in life. I think this game is going to come down to depending on what the card in life is and how
Okay.
high Chris chooses to swing with this next attack. I do think that it's very relevant. Oh, is he
he
going
just
to
gonna-
go with this?
Is this
Yeah, this is a tough call because if it does happen to be a trigger, it'll feel awful. Awful if you lose that kid without attacking with it as a potential attack.
6 to lead.
He is going to
so
go 6, so he's
6
doing
to
a 2K check, leaving himself with ample enough Dawn to, I think, I would say get very close to like guaranteed lethal, especially with how many 2Ks we've seen Tony already use. This is interesting.
Ooh, man. And then splitting up the Dawn.
You know,
We'd be looking at 2 8s, I think.
yeah, I
So-
believe it would be 2/8.
Yeah. And if you're not getting out of the 6, you feel pretty confident doing 2 8s.
Yeah. Look, we all know that Tony is the fastest player this side of the Mississippi, but
And now he has to slow it right down.
yeah, but he is definitely slowing it down now just to take his time, consider the options. You have to think about your outs here. Countering might be your only option.
Doing some math.
But if he does counter, it allows Purple Luffy to still have plenty of Dawn rest available for
Yeah,
playing
to pivot.
blockers, pivot, to potentially removing even Burgess.
And yeah.
Oh, you can't actually because of Vasco shot, but
But yeah, we are at 2 life too, so you have the Giants and a blocker. You'd feel pretty good
yeah,
about surviving.
yeah. This is tough.
And that Vasco shot,
Yeah,
a separate option,
Not sure.
and instead we're going to take
Oh,
a no trigger.
no
So-
trigger. That's kind of huge.
Again?
6 is a little green.
Oh, but it is going
that
through. And this
is
you
game.
feel
Ladies
top
and
of the
gentlemen,
world.
I don't think
going to the
he's
finals.
got 7. He's got 7 Dawn, I believe. Right?
Yeah, so this
Even-
should be math, right?
I think.
Yeah, is all.
Am I
yeah.
insane? Yeah, I was like, I think he's got 7. I think he's like super counting, just making
Two
sure.
cards in hand, right?
like-
Two cards in hand.
Yeah,
This is a
Nice.
big
2
moment.
cards and in
Yeah.
9,
Good.
and that is going to be
And
it.
2 bricks.
2 bricks. Purple Luffy
K
going to
check,
be
2K
in the
check.
finals,
2K
ladies and
check, yeah.
gentlemen. Chris taking it there in the semifinals.
Oh, look at that hand
Finals.
too. So you had a blocker plus
Yeah.
another gum.
Oh
gum,
yeah,
so
I think I
he
would've
was
been
He
safe.
had
safe.
2
I think he would've
blockers
been
really
He
to
was
play
so
out
safe.
the Songoro.
Oh, man, that
so
was
probably why he wanted to swing
Oh,
6.
No,
so.
Yep.
My life was
Yep.
these two.
Yeah,
My
'cause
hand
you-
was
yeah.
just these two.
What gets
life.
out of that?
But again,
Songoro,
this
Gum
other
Gum,
thingy.
you're
Sure.
set.
Fine.
Sure.
So I would've played
That
it.
was-
Yeah, 'cause
that
I
was
think we had
a-
to go for the
That was a
game
great
right
game,
now.
but it really, if you see how this match played out, I mean, realistically, at the end of the day, getting first is a massive, massive dub for this matchup. It is simultaneously, like one of those things that Teach has got to see a lot of the removal, consistent removal, in order for them to really get that engine going and stop how Purple Luffy can just deal with a lot of the cards that Teach plays in the deck. So
In
The-
both games where that 1-drop law was in play,
Mhm.
Purple Luffy won because you just need one more body sometimes just to deal with. It could be a dock queue. It could be going for lethal, getting the math out. So
yeah,
that searcher is so key. It is so key.
100%, man. What a game, though. I would say what a series of games there.
Palms are sweaty.
Yeah, knees weak, arms are heavy.
Vomited my
okay.
cereal already.
Oh no, not the cereal, not the cereal card, not the ace. We do have the players getting up. I'm gonna stand up and see if we can. Honestly, it'd be great if we can get both players really fast, so we can kind of
Yeah.
pick their brains. Yeah.
Let me get these times.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Yeah, you got it. Oh my God. Zoro Juro, the man of the hour. All right, we're going to set up for a few interviews on that semifinal match with Tony and Chris. Absolutely tough game. We got a few clips that we want to replay, some highlights, and we're going to try to set that up so that as we're talking through the match, going over what we feel some key moments. We're going to have to see, with the stream restarting, how exactly those timestamps are going to align, though. Yeah, let me pass this. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to take a photo of the timestamps here. So this was not the finals. This was the semifinals. Plouffe taking it against Blackbeard. As for our other match, our other semifinal, it is Austin versus Sammy. Sammy is on Doflamingo. Austin on Shanks. Not sure how that outcome of that game is looking right now, but it must be going to game 3 if it's taking this long. So we'll keep you updated on who is going to be our other finalist for the grand finals coming up shortly here. Oh yeah, I was gonna, you can take this headset and we can go over. What is that? I was gonna do Luffy. We can do both if ideally we have time. All right, great. Yeah, I can do with Tony, and then you can do with Chris.
Yeah, sounds good. And then clip 1, 2, and 3.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, so we wanted to talk to you about
Just to pick your brain a little bit. What's going on? Yeah, so headset would be perfect. So first off, thank you, Tony, for joining me. You know, it was a hard game. I know it's not the result you would have wanted, but you did a great job out there. So GG's to you, and congrats on your run in general. You're still walking away with a cereal, so must be pretty pumped about that at the very least.
I am.
Going into this match, not being able to go first,
Yeah.
how are you feeling? What was the general game plan of what you're looking for?
I knew since going into this, I wouldn't be going first. It was an uphill battle, at least
Yeah.
for at least 2 of the games out of 3. I knew my second, if I go first, won the games. As you saw, like if they miss like a 5 drop on their second turn, then the game is as what you saw. But going second, it's a much different strategy. I had a unique, I have a unique thing where I play Liberation, but I don't leader ability on
Yeah.
their 7 Dawn.
Exactly. So we did want to pull up that clip. If we can go to clip 1, I think it's around the time on that turn going into Plouffe's third turn. So let's see if we can get that. But while that's being worked out, so the thought process, and I think it makes sense. And someone in chat was saying how they already have Zoroark established, and if you have leader effect open, they're going to Luffy Taro, and you saw the Songoro. So.
Yes.
That gets maximum value. How much of that shifted, though, when you did see that finger pistol out of life? Because then it really made that 6 Dawn turn awkward.
So that was the misplay I made.
Yeah.
Because I saw the finger pistol and it felt really bad not to trigger it. But that completely changed my play line. Already.
Yeah.
It would have been helpful to have the finger pistol in hand, so I could stronger finger pistol with Luffy Taro turn after.
Yeah.
And fill up my trash for Burgess. I should have just stuck with the play of Liberation because he wouldn't have been able to draw a card. 2 buys are off the board, and Jesus at 7 at the time, so he could swing at lead, get 2 cards out of hand.
Yeah, exactly. So, in ideal state, I think you did it again for the third game of trying to go for Liberation. How's Liberation as a card feeling for you? Sometimes it doesn't feel like it is enough, but generally, is this effect of wiping 2 bodies when Plouffe's going first feel like the most optimal curve for you?
I think if we're going second, and because we took out, I took out Laboons in my deck list, we're much weaker into Plouffe. Before you need to see Dock you into Laboon to have a chance into Plouffe, to pop bodies on curve. But because of Liberation, it basically cheats back tempo for us. I think it's really good into a lot of matchups like Doflamingo and Usopp, and especially Plouffe. But because I didn't think there would be many people playing those decks or bubbling up in the top cut, I cut most of mine down to from 3 to 2, or 3 to 1, or for example.
Yeah.
And I have to have at least one because if I go to the top cut and I don't have one on my deck list, they won't play around it.
Yeah.
So, it's
but
very
you were able
important.
to find it, which is
I found it both times on its turn, so it was very lucky of me. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. For that game too, that was, man, you're playing with such ferocity. You had probably the dream setup. Is that
It was
basically as good as a Blackbeard game
It's-
going to second could be?
It's the textbook Blackbeard game where they miss their 5 cost on their second turn.
Yep.
Because that allows you to play out your on Dock Q on 2, you're able to play out a Augur on 5, pop their body. Their best play next is 7 drop and hope you don't open an Augur. But I had Augur and Dock Q in hand, so pops for 7 cost. And the next turn is a stronger plus establish a Jesus. It's the most the best start you could have, the
I
best hand
mean-
given what happened.
That was just
Um,
insane. So I mean, it makes sense that that Chris was there. Like, you got it. We
Yeah.
got to go GG next there. So tell me about just like your run in general going into Swiss. What were the matchups? Did you get diverse amount of leaders or?
I think
What
I
you
was pretty
expected?
fortunate. This is my first major regional, or like
Oh.
first event. So
Wow.
I'm really happy with my performance. A lot of support from my friends and my like coach Daniel. He taught me a lot of matchups going into this, and I think I had a very diverse spread. I didn't see any Doflamingos, which is fortunate for me.
Yeah, because there were so many of them, especially in
Right.
Top Cut. There were 6 of them.
Yeah, I was in the other bracket against Blackbeards. I played a wide variety. I played a Nell round 1,
Okay.
2 Bonnies, 3 Shanks throughout the day.
Yep.
A Nami, who I unfortunately faced again in Top Cut
Oh,
round 1,
interesting.
and he's also my friend Miglama.
No, the friendly
So it was a
fire.
friendly fire. And then beyond that, I think I also played a Zoro and Marco. The Marco did traveling well. I think he bubbled in the top 64, I believe.
Wow, it's very impressive.
But
And
I learned a lot from him.
for the for top 8, you were Zoro against that the Zoro was against you, right?
Yes.
And how did that game? So I'm just so curious on is your build having a lot of tech cards such as the Shiryu to pop those bodies?
Yes, I don't think I wouldn't consider Shiryu as a tech card because I think it's a very staple.
At
in this
this
current
point,
meta.
yeah,
yes,
it
because
needs to be.
answers Bonnie, RG Smoker, Sanji from Shanks as well, and
Yeah.
especially answers all 3 cost bodies for Zoro. The first game was pretty close. Ended up mattering with 1 card. Roger finished the game.
Wow.
Third game was close for my part because ended up being a game state where he has to go for game or I kill him next turn, and he swung 7. I had to take. He swung 8, I had to take, and then I had 4 1Ks in hand, so I was able to block out 1 of his attacks,
Yeah.
and that sealed the game. But it was a very close. But the fact that I was able to play multiple Shuryus was really good. Also in Swiss, when I played the round 2, when I placed a gentleman who was playing Zoro, I took second, and I ended up playing 7 Shuryus.
Oh.
Because of Kuzan. So that was wrap. Like,
That is pretty demoralizing.
yes.
That's a high roll.
yeah. Yeah.
But that's so great, and I wanted to give you, huge congrats for getting to this point, getting your serial first major event.
Yes.
Have you done any online events before this?
I
or?
played 2 Treasure Cups. I placed X3 in both.
Yeah.
um,
Now you're just going all the way. You just
Yeah.
get that serial immediately. Was there any
Mhm.
other decks that you were looking at going into this
Well,
event?
This is
or-
my first and only deck I played. So I
Oh,
only
oh,
played
just
Blackbeard.
your Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Yeah.
Started 09.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly.
Yes.
So any
I-
shout outs to
Yep.
your friends? And it sounds like you have a coach as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, no. My friend Daniel Hidalgo, I didn't play much this past month, so I was on business trips and whatnot. So he helped me like grind through all the tough matchups, all the things I would see. He's definitely the best Blackbeard player in North America, I would say, or New York City at least. So,
Yeah.
I'm just learning a lot from him, a lot of fundamentals. Also, my friends Mike and George and Kevin, and Nelson, who were supporting me. They drove me here. Shared Airbnb is great, and also Big Llama. Unfortunately, we matched in Swiss. I took the win, and we matched in Top Cut. I took the
Come
win.
on.
So hopefully next time I don't play into you.
Yeah, just to avoid each other all the way and
Right.
just meet at the finals.
Yes, and shout out to obviously to all locals in NYC. Very competitive, very very tough region.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much for doing this. Congrats
you.
again. GG's. And we'll be seeing you here again, I'm sure, with
Hope
with
so.
your skills. Let's just hit up those May regionals and
Thank
yeah, rack up those wins. So
Thank you.
best of luck on the rest of your Blackbeard journey. And we're gonna pass this off over to Ian and Chris. Yeah. Good job. Great. All right, we're gonna have our Plouffe winner versus the Blackbeard. Passing over the mic.
Oh, sorry, the other chair. So my bad. No, that's my bad.
Hello.
All right. So we're sitting here with Chris. Dude, you're in the finals.
Yeah.
Dude, you're the best.
wish. Feels good to be here.
Yeah, man, that's
Yeah.
awesome though. So you were just telling me actually before this that you weren't even going to bring Plouffe to the event.
No, I was on testing Bonnie a lot, but what's it called? The decks just doesn't feel good in my hands. I also didn't have the Toshigis, so like I had to buy them or borrow them.
Yeah.
But I also I was playtesting with the Phonem 5. Shout out the Phonem 5 plus Wraith. And one of my friends named Adam asked like, what would Jonas do if he was playing Bonnie? And I started laughing so hard, like I started crying. I'm like, Bonnie, he would not play Bonnie. And then we like talked to him about it, and he was like, the short answer was that like it has really bad matchups. So I was like, that's all I really need to know.
Yeah.
And then on paper, I was like, Purple Luffy's like good into everything, kind of, you know, like kind of just loses to itself. But like at that point, like,
Tell me about it.
the meta feels like a roulette, kind of like everything beats everything. You kind of just got to see everything.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mixed match of like there's really so much that you can play. Like I know a lot of people are saying, you know, that there's the potential that Shanks might be the arguable or like Teach might be the arguable best deck in the format. But realistically, I think any deck can take it at any moment and to use leader effect during your Luffy Taro turn. Understandably kind of trying to plan around like a liberation, but it never really popped at that exact moment. What was going through your head when that was happening?
I think he just forgot. Like I think it's just because we were there. I think he forgot to leader ability.
You think
'Cause,
so?
I think.
Because it was like 2 games. Like your first and third game.
No. I understand the other games, but the first one not so much, just because I didn't have anything on board. So just be Sebin, a character, and then after that, like if that lives, it steamrolls, which it did.
Yeah.
And then second game, I just got sacked. Like I just like.
Oh man, that was
spread open.
crazy. Yeah, yeah, it was crazy.
And
Like,
then the third one, I understand because he had liberation, but to be honest, I just didn't play anything out because I didn't have anything.
sure.
Yeah, so I was just like, I'm not really playing into it. I was just turning my brain off because I don't think Purple Luffy's too hard. Because like
No.
at the end of the game, I was like, 'cause obviously it's open deckless,
Yeah.
but I was like just 2K checking because my initial plan was just play a blocker pass because I would have survived. But then I was like, wait, he's got one card in hand. Let's just 2K check. 2K check, he
Yep.
didn't have it. And I was like,
Yep.
pretty
Now
good.
you're like math. I love how it. By the way, I'm sorry, but I
What?
love how at the end you were like looking at your Dawn and you were like, is this 7?
yeah, like because I'd be messing up sometimes.
I know.
I've lost games.
I
like
know
that.
the
Yeah.
feeling. I was literally like, he is making sure, like for sure, that he has 7 Dawn on this 2K. That's 9. You have 2 cards in hand, right? Yeah. Okay. Like you
Yeah,
know,
2 + 7 is 9. But like,
I'm pretty sure this wins.
yeah, I mean, math is hard. And,
Dude, it is.
Yeah.
It is. That was just funny because I was laughing because I was like, I can relate. I
Yeah.
can relate to that so hard. I was like, being in the finals and you're sitting there like, all right, man, I need to make sure that this is correct. I've actually lost a finals because I thought that I didn't have enough counter.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went back and watched the video. And I literally, all I needed was a 2K from life. And I got a 2K from life. And I did my math wrong. So I was just like, you got it.
Yeah. I didn't want to commit because if I had 8, I don't think I was gonna commit because there's always like the mega bait. Like he has two
Yeah.
2s, and I could definitely live. So I just swing 7, swing 8, leave 1 up, just giant, and then no, I had 2 giants. I just go 7. I
Right.
have 2 giants, and I just live. Protects everything on the board.
Yeah. So last question before we cut. So you have potentially Dofi or Shanks next match in the finals. What would you prefer to play?
I feel like they're both just as hard. I feel like Dofi is taller Zoro, except I don't have to worry too much about like swinging into his life and he's gonna play something off. Shanks is very face value. It's like we both have it or we don't. Like, but I'm going first, so I'm a little bit more favored. Although my build is more like anti-aggro than it is against Shanks.
Okay.
Because I'm on 2 9 Luffy's, not 3.
Yeah.
So I guess Dofi would be a little bit better. Although I'm scared of Sammy, because he's really good.
Yeah.
And that first, because he was my first round pair, and when we played, I just like sacked him. Like he low rolled, and,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I just had all the high roll. And I was
Yeah. Like all the 9 moms, everything. Love it. Well, dude, we wish you the best of luck for the finals. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly. Should only be just a little bit for the other semifinal matchup to finish up, and then we will be back with the finals very shortly.
do need a haircut.
Yeah, get the card draw. You're like, hey, if you're not going to attack me, I'm just going to. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yep, we got. All right, there we go.
I'm seeing
We-
double.
Yeah, we ended up getting. Sengoku was able to find. I believe it was a crocodile, but it was pretty quick. I didn't catch that for just a second. Yeah.
I'm sure you wish that was a smaller powered character.
Yeah, maybe a teach. If I had to take a guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to see Austin going through the think tank. What are we doing here? And I think I saw, if I'm not mistaken, the why am I forgetting the name of it? Lucky Roo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we have the Lucky Roo
Always
available.
Bit of like a conundrum. If you want to play it early, you're kind of putting your opponent on having that bounce slot early.
Sure.
So sometimes it's just good to put it out there and see what happens, especially if they don't have those small drops like Sengoku to recycle early on. So that Red Hawk is going to come up.
Right. And now passing it back, Joey does have some options here, whether it's going to be some searches, potentially
Ooh.
Perona to set us up. We also have, that Weevil is just, it's so good into this matchup, having the 6K bodies on the board, because now you have an opportunity to be able to, pressure your opponent's life through a lot of the, hey, let's get around that leader effect of Shanks.
Yeah,
you
you're
know?
guaranteeing at least one card out of Shanks if they don't want to take that life so early.
Exactly.
Searching a Boa Hancock off of Sengoku. And then, yep, there's the bounce law. Just going to play it out, get maximum value by bouncing their own Sengoku. And thinking on their attack order here. So, yep, might as well swing with leader first, bait out the leader effect, and then go 6. And it's an easy 2K.
Yep, I think that's fair. I try to always swing 6 first, just so that if they give me the leader effect, I'm like, yes, I get 2 swings. But I don't think these players are going to be falling for that.
No, those cheap tricks. Yeah.
I got my tricks here and there, but they're usually not as successful once you get to this stage of a tournament.
So now what will the Shanks player do and prioritize? They want to start swinging into a 6K body, or are they going to pressure life here? And they are choosing to swing 5 first. Maybe testing how the opponent's going to react. Do they want to go down to 3 so early?
Yeah.
Probably not, but
It
they
is
want a bunch of
interesting.
cards in hand.
It is interesting with that. What is the idea with 6 Dawn? I would imagine it's got to be like the 5-cost rush Luffy of some sorts.
See him eye it up in his hand.
Yeah,
Amazing on curve.
exactly. I think that being able to potentially remove this Weevil will be very, very useful.
Exactly. He's able to swing 8 right out the gate.
Right. And so the 5 is just like, hey, give me a card,
Yeah.
so that I can now get 2 more cards out of your hand, attacking this Weevil.
Yeah, very smart sequencing here instead of perhaps going 6-7 to the Weevil.
Yeah, but there is an opportunity that we don't see. We don't see the Luffy here. It could potentially be another Lucky Roo leaving 2 up for trying to deal with our opponent in using. Which we
Yep,
are.
And then there we go.
Yeah, we're leaving 2 up, so we're telling our opponent, hey, we might have another Red Hawk, but we also might just be feigning it. But this is where it's kind of interesting, because dependent on what Joey wants to do here, it could end up being the death of Law. You'd be like, you use leader effect first, bringing it down to a 4K, then using that Red Hawk to get there, and it's honestly, I'm pretty happy with it. And, getting rid of a 4-cost card that was very tricky, dealing with a lot of my board. I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, it just feels so bad swinging to those 6K bodies when you're facing against Doflamingo. So if this Lucky Roo can stick, you could get some great value, and also might require Joey, if he wants to protect his board against a Red Hawk, just swinging awkwardly, attaching Dawnbird. Normally he doesn't want to do that.
Right.
So thinking on this stack, sure. that these 3 cards are going to be the right 3 cards. As you said yesterday, can only put onto the top, so that's what he has to work with here.
Yep. So you gotta hope that those 3 are
Oh.
exactly what you need to.
Another bounce law. He's able to get his actually bring the law back to hand just to get the lucky root out of here. Thought for a second he might have gotten
Yeah.
the buggy back.
And the
but
preemptive Dawn onto Law is
Yeah.
very heads up here, making sure that we're defending out of the potential Red Hawk problem. Now, since we know that our Doflamingo player has bounced the Law back, it might be of some arguable importance to use the Red Hawk here and get rid of the buggy so that it's not allowed to be played again. But at the same time, our hand size is getting kind of low, so I definitely understand taking
yeah,
life
it's
here.
taking 1.
Yeah.
We were still at 5. Definitely out of pudding range.
Yeah. So saving the Red Hawk for another go. We're going to have that, potentially a bit later. We want to see, hey, this is going to be really useful for me at a different time. Now we're going to go 6 into the Law, command a 2K out of hand, and the good old-fashioned Beckman.
Yeah.
Yep. Beckman to get rid of Weevil. Beckman is such a power play on curve. Dofi cannot really do much about it, and it's just a 7 that's going to sit there and constantly command cards out of hand for the rest of the game. And I think this is why Shinx is really enjoying playing a little wider. Or excuse me, not a little wider, excuse me. And enjoying the fact that Dofi is not playing as wide, not having the Jinbei anymore, because good Lord, was it so annoying to deal with, the insane amount of like 6K
Yeah, just get all your
attacks,
cards out of
7K
hand,
attacks.
and you
Yeah.
can never play for that late game. But Shanks more reliably can get there
Yeah.
and play those Beckmans, those Rayleighs. I'm sure that Austin would love a Beckman on his next turn here.
Sure. Or a Rayleigh. I think Rayleigh would be kind of crazy. We're going to use Teach.
Oh, yeah, really? That's even better.
Yeah. Using Teach, playing out the card from Leader Effect, getting another Boa, so a double 8K swing to life. Does choose to just leave it at the top.
Using
And-
Leader Effect and a 2 and a 1.
Yep, Austin is going to get out of this. He's playing the 3-cost Sanji, I believe, that we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
So having Sanji in the deck, I think this is just I've been seeing it in almost every Shanks list that has been
It's so good.
doing pretty well. Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. So we are putting it down.
Yeah, this is when the game gets a little tough for Joey here. Now having the 10-cost Shanks. And the thing is that, Austin's done a really good job of keeping his health at a reasonable level here.
Yeah, if you can comfortably drop Shanks when you're at 3 life,
Right.
you're going to really hope that, no Red Hawk, and you're just going to make Dofi swings a lot worse.
Yep. We are going to see this 12 go into the Law again. Joey does get to keep the Teach on board
Yeah,
as well
which is
as
very important.
Yeah, it's extremely important when you know that arguably for the rest of the game you're just not attacking your opponent's board now. You need to be attacking their face. And we want to get life down, but we simultaneously need to develop a board. So we have Boa, we have Teach. We need plays. We need answers to be dealing with the scary capability that Shanks has left. 4 cards in hand from
4 cards.
Austin here. I'm so happy that he fans out his hand.
Yeah, I
like that.
know.
Like, what
So
a guy.
useful for
Thank
us.
you. You're helping us out. And then I think he just heard us and then put it back. No, I'm joking. But like, makes it so much easier if I'm able to see hand size like that. Yep. Taking a look at the trash, though, there's not too much information to be had here, but it is, a fair amount of 2Ks. But gosh, Shanks
Shanks
runs anywhere from like 14 to 16 2Ks.
They love them.
Yeah, this deck is just
A
littered
tank.
with counter.
So Joey thinking through his potential plays here. It doesn't seem that he has a ton of cards in his hand either, especially with the go-to method to beat Doflamingo is to starve him for as long as you can until you have a firm grasp on that board. Separating his
Right.
Dawn out.
Yeah, getting just taking his time, planning this out. For those of the viewers that are watching that might not be familiar with how these top cut, games go, this is going to be a best of 3
Yeah.
match here between Joey and Austin, and they are going to have. Oh, nice little Weevil here. They're going to have 3 games played, and Joey was the higher seed going into this, so he was able to choose whether he got first or second into this match. And now, if he wins this round, his opponent will get to choose. If he loses this round, then he will get to choose once again. But they have an hour to play out 3 matches, and at the highest level, that can be a little time constraining because you're given 30 for each match, but you have to play a little more quickly just because it can get closer and closer to that time limit. But Austin is feeling comfortable. He's feeling comfortable. I feel like going down to 1 here is very scary.
Yeah,
So
either he did not have the counter to get out of that initial.
it was a 9K excuse me,
So for-
8K from Boa.
Yeah,
And
and
then,
then going 9
yeah,
with leader.
Yep.
So just putting on the pressure. That's the tricky part. If you don't have that spot removal for those active characters, then clearing board becomes a huge issue.
yeah. It's going to be interesting what Austin's choice is here. I think,
Oh, 8 here for
Oh,
Dragon. Okay.
God, this is such a terrifying board. Oh, my God.
They're getting extremely aggressive, so you get to clear out the law. And the thing is, with those Red Hawks, you can go up +4 KO the teach. So you'd think that Austin's actually pretty safe here.
Yeah,
Even at 1 life.
Yeah, we are aware that he does have the Red Hawk in hand. So he has the answer to teach. He knows that his board is good enough that he'll be able to take out the opponent the following turn if no blockers are played. Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in.
They both ramped up the pressure in the last 2 turns here, putting their opponent on, okay, like, this is the end of the game. This is the last couple turns here. You don't kill me, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah. We find ourselves in these situations a lot in this card game. It comes down to a little point, a critical point in the game where you say, okay, this is kind of make or break. I can try and go for this here. If I don't, I potentially lose on the clapback. If I, miss, is there a way for me to pivot and try and play defensively to survive for the following turn? This can be very tricky, very difficult to navigate. The nice thing about Doflamingo is that Doflamingo has a ton of counter power to be able to, typically get out of 1 or 2 attacks. But, Shanks has got 10 Dawn up the following turn, as well as
just look at those characters on
3
board.
insanely big character swings and a leader swing. So we would have to get out of 2 attacks, and you have to take the Shanks hit. You're probably going to have to take an attached Dawn to Dragon. So you're thinking, can I get out of Beckman and leader? And potentially another Dragon.
Exactly. That worst case scenario is that
Yeah.
you got another Dragon at your face next turn.
Yeah, that's potentially 5 attacks we're staring down, which is terrifying.
Yeah, and Joey will know that Austin does run the Rush Luffy in his deck too, so that's just another Rush option to be scared of.
Yep.
So I see that we're fishing out Boa, which getting out a blocker potentially makes it.
I think what
prolong the
he's
game.
going for here is he wants to get the Boa established and then use the teach to bring leader up as high as possible and potentially just swing everything at leader to try and get him to 0, play defensively for the following turn, and hopefully if you're able to survive, then you're good. But you know what the scary thing is? Oh my gosh, there could be a potential, this could be potentially disastrous if, depending on how Joey goes about this, if he goes for the 4-cost Boa to be active, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he has the active Boa, the Shanks character is already bringing it down to a 5K. If he saves leader effect for after that and uses the swing, he could then use Red Rock to get rid of the Boa instead of the Teach. But it looks as though he's considering swinging before playing it out.
Yeah,
I think that's
he needs to
be
protect
extra
it.
safe. Yeah, so we're just going to see a 7, no leader effect.
No leader effect needed.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. Austin has a choice of, I don't believe he used leader effect on the first attack, did he? Or no, actually he did. Because no, he didn't.
I don't think so. Yeah,
No, he
7.
did not. Yeah. So yeah, he has to decide whether, is this the time I use Red Hawk? Is this, I don't think it's take a life, but I might be crazy.
As might be his best opportunity to do so. To get rid of either the Gekamori or the Teach on the Red Hawk, KO a 4,000 power character or less.
Yeah.
He's definitely thinking down to 4 cards in hand, and we are going to rest 2 and use the event.
Yeah. So we are going to see the Red Hawk.
And then he's going to KO another 4 cost body.
Yep. We're going to see the Boa. But using the Boa after, the attack is, of course, it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not risking anything.
Yeah.
You could attach the Dawn to, Boa herself if you want to protect it from Red Hawk. But yeah, playing at the end, same difference.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, I would imagine he already put into consideration another Red Hawk. What he has to look out for. In that being a very scary threat that potentially Shanks runs away with. Excuse me.
So I'm assuming that this 9 is going to life because you can really threaten a gigantic push for lethal here. And he's just taking the 9, which I feel as if it's a little scary.
Yeah.
Because now you can, dawn up, all the way on your 2 big characters, swing massive here. This would be like what? 15, 14, 15?
Yeah. I think I'm thinking the same way Austin is if I just swing 12.
Oh yeah, first get that 12, maybe get the Boa blocker out of here.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to see just
Another
a 9.
9,
He's just
okay.
trying to get the cards out of hand.
Yeah.
And then we see 12, 13 after this.
Yeah.
So getting out of 12, 13 is going to be extremely difficult. I think it arguably might just be mathed. Might potentially just be mathed right here.
So forced to take it, you're going to get rid of at least the Boa blocker.
Yeah, we're going to see 12. Is he able to get out of this?
Yep, forced to block
See
here.
the block.
And then you shove.
Okay, so we see 7. We see 9. We see 11. We see 13. Oh my God. 5 2K counters in hand. You know what? The game is not over yet, but good Lord.
Yeah.
He had counter.
He had so much counter.
Is he about to swing? Okay. All right, so that's an 8K swing going into leader.
And
it is being taken.
He's on with.
Wait, no way.
Red Hawk minus 10,000. Minus 10,000.
Brother, what?
Oh my
are you talking
Lord.
about? What in the world?
So now the best swing, do you still go all out on Teach?
Oh my God.
2 + 7.
Oh, did he not have?
But
had
he didn't
no
have
counter.
it
He had no
anyway.
counter, so Austin's still gonna end up taking the L there. Joey getting round 1. Oh my God.
I
What
thought
in
for a
the-
second that Red Hawk was about to
What
steal
in the
that one.
world?
Oh man.
Jesus. Oh my God, it's too early for this. Like,
I'm now
Dude,
fully
dude, my
awake.
heart rate. What?
I don't need any coffee for this. I just gotta watch these matches.
Oh my God.
Yo.
That was absurd. Okay.
And from Joey from countering out
Yeah.
of that 13.
Yeah, that was absurd. All right. Well, we have that's being round 1 right there. Joey taking it with round 1. I mean, that was a great game. I think that the key turn was when Doflamingo was able to get 2 life off of Shanks in that one turn, putting him to 1 life.
Yeah.
I think that was really important because he basically had to put him in range. Having 5 2Ks though in hand.
I mean, what can you do about that at that
crazy.
point?
That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that turn was probably very telling for Joey to kind of understand that Austin probably doesn't have a lot of counter if he's taking these hits and going down so low, and made him a lot more confident to then go for a game the following turn.
Sure.
Even that teach hit going in, yeah, Austin just had to go all in the previous turn.
Yeah, and I think it was very heads up to take both the 9Ks because you can get out of the swing and you're just like, all right,
Yeah, let me bait you into
I'm gonna make it
this.
look like I'm super bricked up.
Yeah.
I got nothing, and just hope that afterwards I can turn this into a high enough swing. But I mean, God, the Red Hawk off trigger. That is
This card's crazy.
that
I
card
mean,
can just win games. It can just win games.
and sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah.
Like, just give yourself that ability to get lucky,
Yeah.
get those positions, and then
Yeah. Dude, if I was Joey, my heart would have sunk right
Yeah.
there. I would have been like,
wait a second, it's not guaranteed anymore. I gotta
it's like
down
I
on my teach.
lose, bro. I lose.
Just one other 9K.
Oh my God. That's what it's too early for that. Man. It's too early. Yeah, that would have shaved like years off my life if I was the player. I'd have been like, "Are you serious right now? Like, am I about to lose to
After
Red
all
Hawk
I've done?"
Trigger? Yeah, like this is unreal." Wow, what a great game 1 though. That was fantastic.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
reminiscent of old Shanks.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the finals of the Virginia Beach Regional. Oh my goodness. It has been a ride. It's been kind of crazy. Yeah, we've had some pretty diverse matchups here in the top cut. Final 4, end up being the Blackbeard, Purple Luffy, Dofi, and Shanks. Top 8 had, a really nice spread as well. Unfortunately, Usopp not making it to the top 4, but still
No.
top 8.
Yeah.
Top 8 finish with Usopp.
Serial. That's more than some decks can say.
That is a serial Usopp right there. That is fantastic. So incredible job to a lot of the players that were playing in today's event, but we still have 2 players left.
They have clawed their way. They made it to day 2. They're undefeated in matches in best 2 of 3.
Yeah.
And they have made their way to the grand finals. We have Austin on Shanks, and we have Chris on Luffy.
Yes, and honestly, it's very interesting that this matchup felt, in my opinion, a little bit better prior to OP10 because it felt like it just felt like it went well, based off of what they were only allowed to have in OP09.
Yeah, Shanks only had so many options to curve out, and they needed to see that curve.
Mhm.
It's a little bit more flexibility, and there's some of those scary bodies, such as that Sanji, that can swing 6 every turn if you don't get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see that Shanks has added, some new weapons to their deck. They've got the 3-cost Sanji. We've seen the 4-cost Chopper. I always
Yeah,
forget the name.
Tony Chopper
Yeah,
blocker.
'cause I think it's Nami.
Yeah.
Like
it's
every
so good.
time. Or no, I think it's no. Yeah, I think
I think
it's
it's Sanji. Yeah, like Chopper looks like Sanji,
Yes.
and then Sanji looks like Nami. I mean,
the whole.
commentator's nightmare. By
Yeah.
the way, you're just looking at cards.
Yes, literally the whole what oh my
Punk
gosh,
Hazard.
Punk Hazard arc, yeah, literally messed me up because Law just shambles to everybody, and next thing you know, we've got characters in different bodies, and now we've got characters that have different names in this card game. It's crazy, but Shanks versus Purple Luffy here. They've added that. They've added the 2K blocker. They've also got the new starter deck, Rush Luffy.
Yeah.
So there's a ton of additions that have really kind of vamped this deck up, and it's kind of ironic that both you and I, we talked about. We were like, oh, I could see Shanks, winning it
Going
yesterday.
all the way.
And then it just felt like it was fizzling out of the top 32.
A little bit, yeah.
But there is one man that is keeping that Shanks dream alive, and there is one man keeping the Purple Luffy dream alive. And that is going to be our players in the finals right now. I think we're set up for an incredible match. We're just waiting on the judges right now to get over and then we're going to get these players started and looking good. It's going to be fantastic. But if you had to take a guess, best out of 3, who's taking it?
Best out of 3. We've seen Austin multiple times this weekend,
Yeah.
and he's been looking great. Those 4 Redhawks.
I
They're
know.
pesky. It is a game-winning type card. You go Rayleigh, leave up 2 for Redhawk. You minus 5k power on board, and you're going plus 4. You ain't dying. So that could be the real difference maker in this match. The Plouffe player, I believe, is going to be going first since they are the higher seed. So that could definitely come into
Correct.
play here. We know that that Chris is on Gamma Knife as one of his tech cards, but probably a more standard build overall, I would say,
Yeah.
that we've seen. So can you have Shanks Mr. Curve? I think that's how
Yeah.
we saw Austin really get away with beating Plouffe in round 16 by just playing those 8 drops into a 10 drop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, we saw Austin handle the Purple Luffy matchup not too long ago. He was able to do it with almost exceptional ease, drawing into the Rayleigh
Yeah, Rayleigh.
and having the Dragon in one of the matchups as well, or in one of the matches that they played. I mean, it was just a fantastic curve. The double, I think it was the double Shanks
Double
game.
Shanks game was
Double Shanks
brutal.
game
There's
was
no way. And he had
brutal.
4 on
Yeah.
up for those Red Hawks just to
Oh.
be like, yeah, wink, wink, in case, and a blocker.
Arguably the worst scenario you can be in right there is just to have double Shanks on board and for us to be sitting here like, okay,
And you
this
have no
ain't it.
board.
Yeah, this ain't it. Like, how do we win? We don't. But yeah, it looks as though the players they're just getting informed right now. They're putting on their headsets. They're getting all set
Go.
up and ready.
Go.
So we'll be starting this very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm
type
pumped.
1 in the chat if you want Purple Luffy to win. Type 2 in the chat if you want Shanks to win. So let's see how everybody is going to be feeling right now. What are we thinking is going to be taking the finals here in Virginia Beach?
Oh man. So who do you think is winning?
I'm
who do you
personally,
got?
I got my money on Plouffe.
Luffy, Chris.
I
He's a
got Plouffe.
demon.
He's a demon.
He's so good.
He's a demon. I talked to the man and he was super confident too. He was like, I asked him, I said, which one do you want to play against? He was like, they're both all right. I was like, what?
Both all right.
He was like, yeah, yeah, I think I can manage both. And I was like, all right. And he said that the Dofi matchup feels a lot better now though. And
Yeah,
it
that's
does
for
feel
sure.
like you more or less kind of got it figured out. So he said that Shanks can be a little tricky, but he's up against Shanks. Let's see if he can make it happen.
We're
I-
seeing super even split, honestly, between Shanks and Plouffe.
Yeah, there's a lot of 2s, a lot
But
of 1s.
hey, I think the one gang
Yeah.
is slightly winning.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll see
Okay.
if Chris can make y'all happy
Yeah. Oh, a lot of 2s coming in
Oh,
now.
oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
You say
Shanks-
that,
Yeah,
but-
Shanks says.
with the second win because Shanks wants to go second. Well, sometimes. I mean, on this matchup. But
I love it. I love it.
well, when you got the Red Hawks, maybe. All
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I think the Red Hawks will be useful. I don't think that they're going to be.
Not as great.
Yeah, they're
against
going to be
a
as great as
Doflamingo.
against Purple Luffy, but they do have their moments. They turn off. Well, I shouldn't say turn off, but they basically kind of mitigate the use of Nami in a lot of the matches.
Yep.
And we also have instances where if Shanks is on board, it
Yeah.
can eventually get rid of some of those 4-cost cards like Hitokiri and Zorojuro. So in combination with leader effect. So I
Yeah.
mean, realistically, I'm going to be very interested to see how that works. I mean, basically every round that we've watched Austin play, he's had almost either a game-winning trigger with these Red Hawks.
Exactly. You got to count
Yeah,
for that too. Not
exactly.
just using it from your hand.
Yeah, so this could go so many different ways, but it looks as though the players are
Here we
all set up
go.
and ready to go. We're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get hype. We've got the finals here. We've got Chris. We've got Austin. We've got the final fist bump
The-
of friendship right
And
here.
of destiny.
Yes. All right. We're popping into the finals. It looks as though Purple Luffy's going to pass. Shanks is going to pass first turns. And now we are going to see the Plouffe ramp.
And not ideal.
Not ideal,
even
but
a 4-cost.
Depending on what we find, which actually is massive.
Okay, there we go. That makes up for it a
That
little
does
bit.
make up for it a little bit. It's still a sting. We're going to see an 8K. It's good to get a life early, though, off of Shanks sometimes because they want to comfortably sit at a high life count, towards the mid-range, like end stages of this match, we are gonna see the Lucky Roo being played out.
Classic.
Yep.
This is just a classic move.
Yeah. Do we test the waters with a little 5K? We know we've got the Luffy Taro, leader effect. Okay. Well,
Yeah, just you know what?
just got a skill check.
Maybe it could have been yeah, it could have been Sanji coming out Russian.
Yeah.
And then yeah, Luffy Taro into what target? Probably the Son Goro, which makes sense, which is why we had nothing to play last turn
Yeah.
and passed there.
Love to see it. And going first is why I think this turn is specifically really nice for Purple Luffy. Just having your opponent typically not able to get
I'll go 6 to your left.
typically not able to get like a really incredible 6-on turn, but this is about as
Oh,
good
yeah.
as it gets.
Now you can get to swing 7 immediately. Keep your Lucky Root active just so you can kill that Son Goro.
Sure. It's
And,
I'll
unfortunate.
pass to you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate
Yeah.
taking that life there because now we can't comfortably ramp for a 9 cost. We can. Don't get me wrong. You
Lin
can
Lin is
do
an
it.
option.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lin Lin is an option.
Going down to 1, yeah, the Rush Luffy, bit more sus.
Yeah, 9 cost Luffy gets a little scary here. We're working with 8 Dawn. That does mean we get the Songoro swing, but unfortunately that Lucky
6
Roo
lead. I'm
is
at 8, so I'll draw.
more than likely going to take care of this card. He could just leave it if he wanted to, be a little more aggressive with Lucky Roo the following turns, but that does mean that Songoro is going to stick on the board for quite a bit.
I see. Maybe opting to get a little bit more value by blocking the Luffy Taro hit, but you
Yep.
get punished
Oh,
with
you
the
can get punished,
with
yeah.
the Sanji. Able to rest it, and now we are able to swing in 3 more times.
Yeah, I like this a lot. He's only given us a 2K, so now all the Dawn are on the board. We know exactly what's going to be happening here. It becomes very interesting whether we see Austin
7 lead.
counter or choose to use leader effect here. He's kind of, I would imagine Chris is probably hoping for a leader effect 2K because now it would allow him to
7,
swing
7,
into that Luffy pretty comfortably. But if he does end up taking the life, then Purple Luffy can be extremely aggressive and just say, hey, you know what? I don't even care about your board. I'm
Yeah.
just going for it.
Put you down to 2, perhaps?
Yeah.
And what does he decide to do here, Austin? Seems like he's a bunch of 2Ks. Really thinking on this one. And he will just take it. And at that point, it's too good to be true. So he's just going to swing 8 and, bring
Yeah.
him to 2.
Yep, I like it. Sanji can be the GOAT in this match. If we have another one in hand, we can get potentially 4 swings at the leader, getting around that Lucky Roo again, which is really solid. So
5 to life.
Swinging first. It's a 5K. See what we can get out of our
Give you 1.
opponent. Ooh, okay. So we are resting 8, and
-3
Rayleigh
here,
hits the board, popping the
-2 here,
Songoro,
KO.
minusing the Sanji.
yeah,
Attack skill 7.
And we're still able to swing 7 into life, keeping that Lucky Roo active. And
No trade.
Chris is taking it.
yeah. And I believe he used the -2 onto the Sanji
Yeah.
instead of the Luffy Taro, so making it a 5K, basically forcing
I'll pass
Chris to have to dedicate Dawn if he wants this Sanji to connect with leader. Now, Lucky Roo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Lucky Roo is
Can I read
only
Lucky
KOing original.
Original
and I
power,
think that's what
exactly.
Chris is reading
Base
right now.
power.
It is
actually.
original power.
base power.
It would be
So would it
insane
be able to-
if
No,
it was
this is
current
base power
power.
7.
Okay.
Yep,
It's-
yep.
it's
So they're
modified power,
actually
whatever
just
it is.
working that out between themselves right now. I just needed to double check myself because I always trip up the 2 between that and
Ben Beckman,
Yeah, because Ben
both
Beckman.
6,000 power checks, but different ways.
Exactly. So the Lucky Roo, thankfully, won't be able to just say, "Hey, bye, Sanji, bye," which is pretty handy for our Purple Luffy player here. We do need to see, something though to turn this board state around or potentially pressure life. That's why Giant is so nice in these spots. It allows us to stay alive, but also be a little aggressive. Do we have another 7-cost Sanji? You'll
And
love
we
to see it.
do. This time, that beautiful alt art version. Not the 7-cost alt art that he won as a prize card already, but maybe we'll slide into the deck later.
Yeah. So
All
you
right, some
could get-
dice here for...
could just bait the leader effect, swing 5, see what happens.
Yeah, not bad. Just get it out of the way. and pressure your opponent to potentially 0, depending on how the Shanks hand is looking. But it must be pretty healthy at this point. So we're going to start out with 5, just testing the waters, seeing how the Shanks feels. And more than likely going to use the leader effect here.
Oh, 1K.
Oh, and okay. So instead, wants to reserve it and use a Sanji 1K counter.
60 lead.
This is going to lead to a 6K swing, I assume also at face.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting not choosing to use leader effect here, but I understand that there is this kind of priority to keep our 5-cost Luffy on the board.
Correct.
Yeah, so still didn't use it there, just use a straight up 2K.
Sure. I think there's 5 cards
7 lucky
in our Shanks player's hand. I believe he's now going 7
Into
into
that-
Lucky Roo.
Just to clear it off the board.
Yeah.
Thinking. Sorry.
Interesting.
All right. 7 into
So
Lucky
still-
Roo. This is, again, ladies and gentlemen, the finals here are untimed. The players can take
pop
their
the
time,
ball.
decide, about different effects, different attack patterns that they want to do in, a little more of a free way than they typically could for a 30-round or 30-minute
Cards in hand.
timed round.
Sorry, math is hard.
Yeah.
7.
We've got 7 in Purple Luffy's hand. It looks to be about 5, I believe, in Shanks. So he's understanding that this is a pretty scary board, but he could potentially have the 10-cost Shanks for next turn.
Yeah, which would help greatly in
Yeah,
trying to get some of those cards out of Pluffy's hand, or even pushing Pluffy down to 0.
sure.
Now, this 8K swing, we are thinking hard, and we are going to take it.
Ooh.
1 down up.
We are going to take it.
7 in hand.
Oof. I don't believe we got to use leader effect at all there, did we?
No, which is,
Yeah.
you always want to use that leader effect whenever you can. Austin was really hedging his bets and trying to make sure he was protecting probably that 5-cost Luffy, but it did get a lot of cards out of his hand, and he ended up still going down to 1 life.
Yeah.
And now you're at the point where dropping a 10 cost is feeling a little risky. Maybe here, best if you had, I would say either a dragon or a Rayleigh.
Back to your life.
Sure.
Wish I had Shanks leader ability right now. 1K.
First using that Onami.
I mean, again, we might see something along the lines of a Rayleigh as well as a leaving 2 up for the Red
Yeah.
Hawk.
It's a really potent combo.
Yeah. Now here, the dice is irrelevant at the moment. I think the dice was just left there.
Yeah,
So the
to
Sanji is
mark.
up 7K.
We'll see if it comes back up again, depending on how this turn plays out.
Okay, look through your
Austin could also play a few blockers here, or more of the Rush Luffy.
Yeah.
We saw that
Oh,
being a
not
winning
anymore.
strategy, just
yeah.
Yeah, it's
overwhelming
gone now.
the Luffy player on sheer number of attacks.
One thing that we've definitely noticed today in Top Cut is that Purple Luffy has really done its best into this Shanks matchup with this Sanji card. This card has essentially been the lifeblood of, putting Shanks in a very uncomfortable position before they're able to drop their 10 costs, anything like that. So opting
okay.
to go a little defensively here.
Yeah,
with the
draw some
Silver's Rayleigh.
cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's so great about Sanji, I mean, if we've seen anything from how strong an Ichiji is in Reiju,
Right.
being 7 cost, great for your black matchups, 7K power, great for your red matchups.
Mhm.
It's just that perfect stat line.
Trash one.
Yeah, I think it's a absolutely must run a 3 of in the deck. I'm trying to make 4 work, but space is space
It's
is
tight.
tight.
It is tight.
It was very tight. We're going to see a 9 here.
9.
9 in life.
Yeah.
I see plenty of counter
How many
in
cards in here?
Chris's hand.
And it was already an
7.
Usahachi in there.
I believe he's going to 10 next turn as well, 10 Dawn. So if you can get around, well, no, you wouldn't even want to do that. So
Take.
I think he's taking because optimally, we're not trying to. Oh, this is relevant. Oh, this is relevant. So this is the Gamma Knife. If he
He
triggers,
could ramp it up. I see.
he can ramp
I'm
up to
taking this one.
9.
Yeah.
And he could
I don't know if I
use Gum Gum Giant, go down to 7, and then be back at 9 for the last potential swing. So it does give him an extra Dawn, potentially. But
Low-key
it just depends on whether he feels as though he can get out of this final attack.
Set
Yep, so he is
Oh,
going
okay.
to set that as active using the Gamma Knife.
And then is the Luffy just going to have to swing massive here?
Yep, we're going to see an
Attack
11K.
skill, so
And then
11.
attaching a Dawn. Yep. So
7,
resolving.
8.
And
Yep.
we are using a lot of 2Ks here.
Yes,
ahead.
so he didn't want to use. Oh, well, then. Wait. Then using Gamma
no.
Knife was
No down up. 7 cards.
unnecessary because you would have been back up to 10.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. Is that just the ultimate
Yeah.
mind games there? Like, I'm not going to live another turn anyway. Let me trigger this.
Yeah, that's just for fun. Just for fun.
Why not? That extra card, it doesn't break anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
See
So
your trash real quick?
Yeah.
So we
That's-
did
oh,
pitch a
we
Nusohachi.
did pitch a Nusohachi. That's
He got to have another one, right?
yeah. A lot of 2Ks in trash.
We got to get to at least 10,000.
I think there's about 7 cards in Shanks' hand too. So this is very interesting. Do we have the Usohachi, yay or nay? Ooh. this
No
could-
Dawn up, which is great to see. So interesting.
Yeah, starting with 9 does give the free block. Might not have the card, so just has to go tall with everything. We have 9 Dawn remaining. We could potentially
have
see
4 cards.
a
3 and 3.
9,
Okay.
9, 10. Yeah.
And I hate to say it, Red Hawk. Red Hawk can always be in that life. You just never know.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Honestly, though, I think if Red Hawk's in the life, it's not a huge problem.
Not the biggest issue, but
Yeah, just because you have
depends
3
what's
swings.
in what
But-
is in Austin's hand. If he can get out of one swing
Yeah.
comfortably,
Yeah.
cannot say if he has like 0 cost event. We know he does run it.
Mhm.
I'll block.
But he's just gonna block here. Just play it safe. Don't want to
9
risk
lead.
getting it rested. So we're gonna swing
Yeah,
another
5
9.
left.
That is the magic number that we've picked.
Math is
Yeah.
put up 10.
Yeah, math.
A lot of cards in Austin's hand. That's for sure. It's hard to tell at this angle, but they are.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the final turn of game 1 here. This is going to be either make it or break it for Purple Luffy.
Yep, 0 life. It's all about swinging. Understandably, going to take a long time to think about it.
We have 7 Dawn remaining, so if he does take, there is going to be a follow-up 14K from Sanji. You know, we would have to get out of that and then be able to use leader effect for the remaining leader swing.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter which way you put this, very
I'll
interesting.
leader skill to 8.
So he's starting to line up some cards.
All right, so he is leader. I think he said leader effect.
Okay. And we have two
2K.
2Ks. Yeah,
Yep.
that makes sense.
5.
So
2Ks.
getting out of the then 8K power Sanji, and now it's a matter of splitting Dawn.
Yeah. So
and
9 lead?
9, 9, 10.
Yep.
We're gonna see how it goes. It's very scary. Gonna come down to Red
And
Hawk. No Red Hawk.
Nothing.
10.
And yeah,
They got it. Purple Luffy getting there. Chris taking game 1.
yeah.
Very nice.
It can come down to that trigger.
Yes.
It really could have.
100%. Like that trigger can quite literally be, you know, the make it or break it. And That's a great game one, right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That 7 cost Sanji, especially being one could argue a little bit greedy from Austin's side of not taking that free KO with Lucky Roo when he was swinging 6 that one turn.
Sure. And I mean, not using leader effect, questionable but understandable, because he really wants to keep that 5 cost Luffy on the board, and he knows that if he gets a little too excited and starts using this effect, too early, then he's looking at definitely losing that card. And I think that Chris played that beautifully, forcing his opponent to make tough decisions and saying, like, do you want this card to stay on the board? And if you do, you're going to be giving me your entire hand.
You're going first, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. And there's definitely there was many iterations in which Austin could have had that counter if his hand was just completely filled with 2K. So
Yeah.
not an easy win, but Chris is indeed taking that game 1, and now Shanks is presumably stealing that first in this second round here.
I would imagine. Yeah, getting
One
first
knockouts.
into, yep, here we go. Shanks, Austin, starting it off game 2, going first, which is just the more optimal curve for Shanks into this matchup. We're going to see a 5 start, so interesting. We've typically have seen Austin start with a 6 and then leave some up for Red Rock, but into this matchup, that Sanji is extremely good.
Leader
Yeah,
form?
Yeah.
just get that established as soon as you can. It's going to be at least netting you a card even after it dies, after it gets its first swing.
Ooh, I
Sounds-
like this. Okay, so Bon Clay, it's a card we really haven't seen like Chris counter out with or use. I mean, we haven't really even seen it all day.
All day, all weekend.
Yeah.
But cannot forget how powerful this card is. Instantly ramping, not having to use leader effect, and then also swinging later. Hopefully for a huge number if Shanks doesn't deal with it adequately.
Sure.
Just always have to be scared of it.
Yeah, I love the card because it's something that your opponent is more or less kind of forced to pop. Like they have to get rid of it. On top of that,
Sanji
though,
gets
it's-
+3 on your turn.
it's basically
It's a 6
like a
right
pseudo blocker if you're able to swing with
Yeah,
it.
yeah, the +3's on your turn.
Yeah, on my
See,
turn. Yeah,
this-
yeah, yeah.
Swinging
Yeah.
5,
Yeah.
explaining.
Yep, they're explaining that
that's
the Sanji is only on your turn, so that way Bon Clay isn't actually going to get the effect of the 6K attack in the following.
Ooh, nice. And we're just going all out at that life.
Yeah, it's very aggressive. I think the Bon Clay though helps us here.
Okay.
Oh,
the Gamma
and
Knife.
he's going to be ramped up,
Pass.
so far ahead without having to use leader skill here.
Yeah, that's incredible. You're gonna be at 9 Dawn already, I believe.
wow.
If I'm not
Oh, yeah.
mistaken, 9
There's
Dawn
that-
right here.
Or is that 8?
5 lead? Or actually,
I guess since he didn't ramp up
Yeah.
last turn, yeah, so he's at 8.
I'll leader skill.
So
6
leader
lead,
effect.
copying Luffy.
And now copy
So
Luffy.
he's going 6 to lead here.
I'll take
Wow.
We're
All
gonna
right.
see a 2K. You do have the 9 for the
Nice.
rush
Okay,
Luffy.
so it was 9.
Yep.
Draw a
Yep.
card.
10 lead?
And
He's going 10 lead. Oh my
we
god,
don't-
this guy's insane.
we don't care.
So he knows something that we don't know.
5.
I would be so afraid to leave this Luffy here.
I know, especially since you had a prime chance to swing over it 6 to 10 with no Shanks leader effect.
Yeah. Yeah, this is...
It's going to be a race then.
It is going to be a race.
Mhm.
Yep. 5 here
It's
is
a
going to get rid of the
dedicate.
Bon Clay. So like I said, pseudo block, which is fantastic.
Did
Saves
his
us a
job.
card in hand, and it was able to chip. So we're going to see a 7 here.
7. Going to instant take there. We're going to play
Another
another
Sanji?
Sanji, which
Yeah.
is pretty dang strong. And now we can swing 8 into life and leave 2 up for presumably a Red Hawk.
Okay, past you.
Ooh, going down to 1.
Yeah, I think Purple Luffy has plenty of cards in hand, though. Yeah, we're stacked.
Yeah,
We're looking good, but it'll be
6 to the
interesting to
Sanji.
see what the plan is here.
and now
Gets
we're
to
going
draw a
to
card.
deal with
10 leader.
the opponent Sanji's at least. Still going to swing a 10 into life.
There's not a world where he plays another 9 here. Right? No way.
I hope it's not in this world, because I think this game will be over.
Cards in your hand?
I mean, he could just have
Yes.
nothing but counter in hand.
Yeah.
Like, if you have 9 cards and nothing but counter, arguably, potentially the play. So I'm actually very curious about some of this. Huh. Might have to ask him afterwards.
Yeah.
I'll leader skill down to 9 and do
Now,
9,
okay.
10.
So thinking on that swing, we are going to
Let me make
lead
sure.
effect and give our
7
event.
for Luffy. Effect minus. Play out.
And
at 5
now
or
we're
less,
seeing our
and
Luffy
throw
Taro
draw.
come
Get
down. First of this game.
5.
All right, we see the Usohachi, but I don't believe I saw a giant. I mean, we're definitely leaving one up for one of our already existing
Okay.
giants, but we're going to take Usohachi here.
I will pass 2 down.
He
on
gets out of this attack.
And how many
I
cards
like
do you
this, but at
7.
the same time, it's scary. It's
It is
very
scary.
Yeah.
Going for a race against Shanks. When Shanks is still at 3. Only solace is that Shanks is only at 9 Dawn. But I feel like a dragon would be pretty nice here. We still have our Luffy to get some Rested Dawn use. And we are tapping 8. Is it a dragon or is it a Rayleigh? Okay, no. Thinking about it.
5 of your life.
5
Okay.
from leader into life here. We do see a 2K counter,
So
kind of indicative of
how stacked
how
probably
stacked our
is.
hand is.
Now we're going to attach a Dawn to swing 7 into life.
Can't take.
Tap 1.
He
Go
says
with
as good an opportunity as ever to
Two.
use Giant. Put
I will
back to,
trash
and let's see the pitch.
this guy. Give
It
my
is a
leader
Luffy
+2,
Taro,
Draw 2. 1.
and we get to
2.
draw 2.
Yep, going up to 9K, gets out of the attack. We're going to see 4. Is this a lucky Roo here?
Or is he going to take that other 4? Let's see. He's thinking it through. Might have 2 plays in his head. So
Is Dragon?
Dragon or
No, no,
Rayleigh. Okay.
Rayleigh.
Okay.
So
Minus
cleans
2
up the
here.
board a little bit.
Then attack
And
skill
still
7
allows you to
your
swing
life.
7 with the swing Luffy.
How many cards in hand?
5.
Yeah. We've got 5
Yeah.
cards in Shanks' hand right now. Purple Luffy's considering whether, just needs to figure out whether getting out of this life is important enough or not. It's unfortunate, but I think this
Sure, how much?
5-cost Luffy has just
7. Yeah.
gotten too much value.
It's gotten a little too much. I think there definitely was that turn there where you
Okay.
could make an argument. It
ahead.
would have been nice just to get off the board because it keeps swinging 7 and 8s.
Yeah.
And now our Luffy Taro is only at 6 for our turn.
We have 9 Dawn to start the turn. It's going to be very difficult to come back from here. We have our Luffy Taro as a 6. You know, a blocker. And if you have like a giant, if you got 2 giants, oh my gosh, you actually might just be able to,
Just squeak on by.
yeah, squeak on by and just stay lead.
6.
Let's see
to
what Chris does
Sanji?
here by swinging
Cracker.
6 onto the Sanji. Another card that has gone its value and even replaces itself. Such a versatile card. Going to think about resting 4. Is it a blocker? Is it a Zorojuo to perhaps search for more giants? Stacking the Dawn. Actually, we are going to
8 to your leader.
swing 8.
8 to lead.
8 to lead.
8 to lead, 5 Dawn active, 1 Dawn set to the side. I know that. All right, I know what that means.
Going in SR.
Yeah. No, somebody
got some
somebody got a card.
Polls. We got some
Leader scroll
polls.
down to 7.
But let's focus back here on this match. And okay, the zero cost event.
Ooh, spicy.
10 cost Shanks
Mhm.
10 lead.
into the bin.
Yeah.
And
No
we're just
trigger.
going to refocus and
Really
bring
interesting.
it down to 10.
Still choosing not to get
One
rid
not
of this
One
Luffy.
not up.
I
Four
think
in hand.
it's. I mean, it's fair. It's just, I'm terrified. I am terrified.
Got one blocker. It would have been nice if that was a Nami.
Yeah. I mean,
See some more cards.
it's arguably nice. It's still scary with the potential threat of lime juice.
Yeah, lime juice.
Yeah. So
All
it's
right.
definitely something you got to consider.
And we're just going to get it out of here.
Yep.
Remove that blocker. And we got some great swings. And we can even leave 2 up for a Red Hawk if we do indeed have it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So looking at this, starting off with a, yeah,
5
I think 5 is appropriate here.
5 is fine simply because you were given the information that you
Yeah.
got a 2K from the previous
Maybe a
5.
Exactly. So
he
that's
gets a 1 though.
that is an unknown, but a 7 coming in,
7.
asking for either your giant or 2 cards.
How many cards in hand?
There is a
5.
giant in Chris's hand.
He could have. He's got like 3 cards in hand. He could potentially take this
Yeah.
and then try and bait his opponent into going for it with Rayleigh, but I don't believe he would. I really don't think he would.
Two 2Ks.
All right. So it is double 2K, and
One card in hand.
That's
Mhm.
that's troublesome.
it's a little scary, right?
Yeah,
I
because now
mean,
you might even just lose your out being your Luffy Taro. This might just be a 9 to Luffy Taro.
yeah.
Just thinking about
Let's see
where
where that
this is going.
swing is
Mhm.
directed. Yeah, that would be extremely safe here.
Yeah.
9 of your life.
Oh, 9 in life. Wow.
No trigger.
Okay, pass to you.
No fear,
Whoop.
because 2 Dons up.
Yeah, 2
Want
up.
to get him down to
5 turns
0.
left.
What's that? Hakatua.
5 cards in hand.
5 cards in hand, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. We might need to swing out.
I think so. I don't see next turn being survivable at this point. So
I don't know if
Not
9's
lead.
correct.
9,
Yeah,
unless the hand has been.
Leader effect, and Red Hawk just get out of it. But he is going to elect to take this. No trigger, so no Red
Okay.
Hawk is actually very good for
6
us.
cards in hand.
Now it's getting
Yeah.
Chris to think here.
Yeah, 10.
How
10
should I go about
scary.
this?
10 is scary. It could be that Austin is potentially bricked here. I think I actually saw a 7 cost Sanji. So actually 10 might be the correct idea.
10's a leader.
And then we're
Okay,
just gonna
yeah.
we're gonna say, hey, give me the Red Hawk. I want
I want it out of your hand.
the Red Hawk now. Yeah. But he also might just have enough counter to get out of everything. If he just attaches
We have
all
9
8 on and goes
Mhm.
13.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we really have no idea what's in Austin's hand at this point.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Just thinking about all the different lines. He's probably considering, hey, there's maybe a world where I have to worry about Sanji here. So is that something that I need to be
Yeah, how does that change the math?
countering out of right now? Because no matter what, he's got to give 2 cards here. It does go to touch the 2 Dawn, so could be the best acting I've ever seen, and just a great fake. Or he's got it. So
11.
Okay.
Still no leader effect, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 lead.
That is just 11. So,
We're gonna see 7.
and we're gonna go another 7.
Sanji minus 7 leader skill 2K.
Leader effect and a 2K,
Leader
and
skill
that seals it up.
2K. That is
Yep.
it.
So
Wow, we're going to
Very
game
well played.
3.
I'll go first.
We're going to game 3.
game 3 in the
Wow.
finals.
Dang. All right. But you got to
2.
remember, Purple Luffy's first this time.
Purple Luffy's first. It is
Yep.
ready to just tear him up.
Yep.
Man, even with a not perfect curve
Yeah.
from Pluffy during the first game, they were able to take it. Just getting their bodies out just on such a quick
Yeah.
pace.
Yeah.
This time,
Close games.
going second, slowed them down just enough. It was still close at the end. Man, just 2 great players going at it. I'm really excited. Who's going to get this
No,
one, man? Who's
I
gonna
know.
Get this one?
I know. This could go either way. I do think the Purple Luffy is now favored, though.
Now,
Taking the
with
first.
this, I mean,
This gets a
yeah.
little interesting.
I don't know.
So,
Getting them.
I mean, Sanji, I feel like Sanji was correct. Going 10, you know, it's. I think Austin, based off of how much counter he had right there, 2 and 2, 2. I guess Snow, he would have had to rely off his last life, having counter. So I think the way that he did that was best. 13. Oh, actually, no, he wouldn't have. Yeah, because he had leader effect still.
Yeah,
Yeah,
saving it. I think Austin
he
is
could have
like
taken that.
he's the king of saving his leader effect
Yeah.
until the very last second, which he
That's
needs
fair.
to use it.
That is fair, and I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah,
Yeah, well done, well done.
yeah.
I love to see it. It's just, I think both of these decks, like the issue is that like Shanks lacks the consistency. Purple Luffy isn't the most consistent deck in the game, but it
It has options.
It has some options, but it also has like it has a sort of consistency to it. So I do
Yeah.
believe that it typically tends to be, you know, something I can find my pieces a little bit easier through my searches.
that life, like just the fact that your game plan is built into your leader effect,
Yeah.
being so proactive, usually able to pivot even if it's not exactly what you need, but you still get those bodies out and you're gonna hit hard.
Yeah. Purple Luffy's my favorite 3 life leader. Yeah. I gotta say though, I don't have a dog in this race because
Yeah.
I would really like to see Austin win, but at the same time, I think Chris has done phenomenally well with Purple Luffy so far, and you know that's my deck. So I gotta say, both of these players are about to play out the final match, and I think I'm gonna be happy either way it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy it while you can because, you know, not too far in the future, we're going to have a lot of green, purple Luffy. We're going to have a lot of these blue, purple Luffys.
True.
You talk about, your favorite 3 life leader. I think that blue, purple is going to change that real quick. But
Yeah,
as of right now, we're getting into the last game of the grand finals. All
Yes.
on the line. The first place and the second place mats are beautiful.
Oh yeah, that was actually something Chris talked about beforehand. He was like, you know what? He was like, that first play mat is sick, but that
Everyone
second
seems
play
to
mat,
love
yeah,
that second place
play
mat.
mat is sick too. He was like, so I think I could, you know, I could be fine with either one. And I was like, all right, man.
This point is just
Yeah.
steez to see who gets that win.
Yeah.
To say on their resume, first place.
Ooh, 9 cost Luffy's big here.
One
Getting-
of the best cards into Shanks.
Yes. Big card for being able to deal with our opponent's board as well as some of the aggression to life. Does he have the Lucky Roo on 4? No.
Lucky Room this time,
No
so
Lucky
he
Roo
is
going
swinging
second.
6.
I actually think that's unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
This is so huge for Pluffy's momentum. If they can just Luffy Taru here and go extremely wide, Chris might just run away with it.
Yeah. Seeing a Luffy Taro is key. Oh my goodness. And 7. Here it is. Oh, no.
Okay,
We got
so-
Sanji.
You know what? Sanji's also a great card.
Yep.
We're able to just instantly kill that other Sanji, the red Sanji, so it doesn't even get a swing in. And thinking of his countering here, so he's just going to give a 2K and maybe leader effect and another 2K, or take it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, interesting not using leader effect during that turn.
There wasn't really a great moment to use it, and I feel like a lot of the 1Ks are probably what you want to be playing on this next turn anyways.
Yeah, we're going to have to see.
Yeah, so I think seeing your 1K or your Luffy right here is very important. So we are going to see the Luffy.
Seen this basically for all of his turn 3s so far on Austin's side.
Ooh, I like this, playing defensively, but he needs. I'm not going to tell this man how to play, but if he doesn't get rid of this Luffy this time and he ramps to the to the 9-cost Luffy, it's going to be tragic.
Let's see. So we're going to start off swinging. This is what you do. You're going to play out that 9-cost Luffy. Everyone knows it. So,
So he
we're going
does
to get that leader effect.
leader effect, 6 to lead,
At this
Okay.
point,
7 to lead. Dude, is he
is
mad?
he a demon?
Is he a madman?
You just want to get him down to 2 life?
This guy is insane.
You think if Austin counters out here, you just want to get rid of that body?
Oh man, but I understand like Austin's hesitation because now if you take your guarantee going to 2,
Yeah.
you have to deal with 3 attacks, and your opponent's just
You're hurting.
yeah,
You
he's
are
showing you like
hurting.
I'm so confident. I'll go down to 2 life, not care, and just have this board that I'm okay with. Like, I will say he's definitely making Austin feel uncomfortable in some of these attacks because it's a weird spot to be in where you're like, oh man, like if I defend this, I probably lose the Luffy. If I take
it.
I'm
I'm
going
down
to 2
2
life.
immediately.
Either way just sucks.
All right, so we're getting out of it. We're going to use a 0-cost event.
Yeah.
Thinking on the pitch for the effect. What is the least valuable card in Austin's hand at this moment?
Yeah, it's tough. But now that we're getting out of this, Chris does have the decision. Watch him like completely have baited all of us, and he doesn't play 9-cost, and he just plays like an 8-cost Luffy Taro, or excuse me, 7-cost Luffy Taro. That'd actually be pretty hilarious, if I had to say.
Austin is really going through it right now. He is scratching his head, trying to figure out. Okay, he's getting rid of the Roger,
Leader ability.
and we are ramping, getting to 9. We're doing the thing.
Play Luffy.
It's too good. This is the best time to play it.
Draw.
Draw 1 card and
Go
gain rush.
Luffy.
And where does he go? He goes
Oh my
straight
god,
to
this
the
guy's
face.
this guy's insane.
He's an animal. He's braver than me.
Chris, you are a madman. What in the world? Guys,
Yeah, for
I'm at a loss of words.
you would have swung on the Luffy there. I just want to hear your thoughts.
I would be terrified to if my opponent drops a dragon here,
like
which this could be a Rayleigh, it could be a dragon. I just would be terrified. Sure, you probably don't die, sure, right?
Yep.
But you're not. You're gonna have 0 life. Do you have a great way to defend yourself? Like maybe, arguably. Best case scenario
here
is
we
you have
go.
a 9-mom.
and
a
there's the dragon.
Oh
So
my
this
gosh,
is
dude.
the best
I am
card
so-
to
I am
just
so
go in,
terrified.
and now you can swing 7. You're getting 2 cards out of your opponent's hand, guaranteed, because they are not going to
Yeah.
take that. And now we swing another 7, taking it,
Yep.
and we just go 9.
9.
He's saying, yeah, okay,
Past you.
try me. You're down to 0.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a 9-mom, it's not the worst thing in the world. You have to have 9-mom and Giant. You get rid of Luffy. You stabilize by healing 1. You have Giant to protect yourself from probable lethal from Dragon and Leader. But
The momentum has completely shifted.
yeah, you could arguably play defensively with blockers as well. Now that knowing that Gold Roger is in the trash.
Yeah, that is nice to know.
But it's
He's
I'm
nerves
t-
of steel. Nerves
Yeah,
of steel on
he's
Chris.
insane. He's insane.
That's how best to proceed here. We're gonna immediately
We're dropping 5.
rest 5, and we're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
get the
He's
blocker out.
gonna see the gamma knife. Yep.
There we go.
Minus Luffy.
Cute.
Sure.
Very cute.
Minus Luffy now.
It's like minus 5k.
Interesting. Okay, so now Luffy's been designated as a
I'm-
problem, and we're just gonna
Yep.
note swing.
Yep.
And rest of this dawn, we're gonna leave, I assume, at least one for a giant, but let's just swing out here.
Oh my
You know
god,
what?
see
This is
3 giants? Dude, that'd be insane, actually.
So he takes the 7,
7 lead.
and now he swings another 7.
I don't know if Austin's looking for any outs here. I mean, I'm not super familiar with
Oh wow.
if oh
Oh,
it
here's
is a
bad
red hot or
manners.
no bad manners. Okay.
So
7
bring
lead.
it back down
Oh,
to
okay.
7 as well, and you can use lead effect and a 2K. You know, that just kind of worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So leader effect 2K
Or-
here to get out of it.
And then we're playing a law, looking for more counter.
He's trying to replace this with a 2K if possible.
And he does find it. I really hate that feeling of, okay, I'm going to search for our 2K, and I end up losing my 1K from it. I
like,
get a Zorojuro.
I got a break.
Yeah. And then my opponent knows that.
Yeah. So 2 Dawn active. I mean, you can't be bluffing 2 giants here. If you don't have 2 giants, Chris
You
is
look like a fool.
actually insane. Like legitimately insane.
I mean,
So now Austin, I can see the stress in this man's face. I mean, this is tough.
this is a decide time.
Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but can we pull up Lime Juice as the card? I want to say
It's 4,000
it's
power.
4,000
So
power.
you can Otama.
Yes. So an Otama Lime Juice does potentially get there, but
Yeah, and then you can go 14.
yeah, I mean,
Or actually, sorry, 15. You'd have
yeah,
6.
yes.
Here we go. So
yes.
this is one cheeky combo.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the play, but at the same time, it's like arguable that Lime Juice might be.
I think your
I
only
don't
way to
know.
win this game. I mean, you cannot deal with that board.
Mhm.
You got this turn to figure it out,
Dude,
though.
imagine you had Gold Roger though.
Gold Roger would been kind of nice. I wonder what the other cards in hand do. Think of pitching other
Yeah.
than Gold Roger.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he might be shooting himself in the foot for pitching that Gold Roger earlier.
Yeah, that would have been amazing math right now.
Yes.
We do see one giant in Chris's hand. Not close enough to see exactly if he has 2, but you could always draw into the next one. He didn't need the Dawn really last turn to swing.
Sure. Man, Chris is a demon. He is a demon for
Straight demon.
yeah. I mean, I think Roger would have been played by now if we had it, but
Yeah.
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 Oh, this is. I think this might be the final turn.
This is
ladies
the
and
final
gentlemen.
turn of
Oh,
the
we're gonna
whole
see a
tournament, and
9.
we're just going 9.
We're gonna
We
see
are
a 9.
just going 9. All 10 active.
Yep.
Good as time as any to use
Yeah.
giant.
Yeah. Giant
Yes, -2 happens first.
getting the
Then
-2.
trash.
We are
This
going
from
to
my hand.
trash.
Yep, give my
Eight,
Nine.
nine
Yep.
mom.
9 mom there.
1.
Drawing 2.
And then one more card.
Yep. We need a 1K.
And that is it.
Going to be a Bond Clay. So how do we get around it? How do we get around it? That's gonna be. I mean, you got another dragon? Question mark.
Oh, man. Even then, it feels so bad.
It does feel bad with that one Dawn active, just looming. You know. That's.
It would be nice if that Otama Lime Juice combo, I feel as if might just be the only way that you could comfortably go for game here. Any other combination of cards, it's going to feel pretty bad.
Mhm.
Checking the trash.
It's so funny that I'm sitting here almost without words because
I'm running through all the permutations.
Chris is about to win this. Chris is about to win this, and this man said, "I'm just going to ignore everything
God.
on your board." It is actually
And you're at 8 Dawn now.
really crazy.
Mhm.
So
1 Dawn active.
yeah, he's going to be going ramping back up to 10 Dawn the turn after this. So I think this is a do or die for Austin. I mean,
Yeah,
you can try and do double blocker here, but
I mean, yeah, Rayleigh, get some more cards in hand, but
I
it
don't
just
think-
doesn't seem like enough.
yeah, Rayleigh's
just
not
doesn't
going to
seem
do
like
it for you.
enough.
Definitely not. I think your best bet is to go for it with Dragon or double blocker, like double Lucky Roo, have a what do you call it? A Red Hawk in hand.
What could this be? This mysterious card gets
Oh
played.
no!
Okay.
I mean, I just don't think this gets there, does it? Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see
Minus
Kid.
3.
Minus
Now, where's the -2 going?
going on to the Zorojuro.
He's still considering.
Okay. And
Okay, so -2 onto the Sanji.
yeah, Sanji looked like, and he's gonna leave 2 up for Red Hawk
2 up.
and just swing
Yeah.
5 into
And
life
this
here.
is -2.
Yeah, this is -2.
So they got the dice.
Yep.
It's okay.
There it is. Indicated
Go ahead.
is
question?
countered.
5.
So I think safe bet attaching a Dawn to Sanji here, bringing it up to a 6, not allowing it to die freely to a.
Yep. Automatically,
Not-
just get that out of the way.
Not dying to a Red Rock. Starting with 10 makes sense. I don't know exactly how many cards
Spencer, you leading?
Austin had. Oh,
We're just going 10. You're demanding 2.
yeah.
Does Austin have Red Hawk to counter? Yes, he
Yep.
does.
So we're going to see Red Hawk.
Go to 9. KO and.
And yep, he gets to KO at least one body
Okay.
and a
Second one?
2K.
Still not using leader effect. Very classic of Austin so
Yeah,
far
being very
throughout
cheeky.
this. Yeah, throughout this event, he's been very, very timely of when he likes to activate this. This is
Given leader-
Right.
interesting.
Correct.
Still has leader effect. I love an 8K swing here.
Yeah, especially knowing when they have leader effect active,
Yeah,
no matter what, get 2 cards out.
yeah.
Let's see how Chris approaches this, and
Does-
indeed, yep,
Does choose the
leader?
8.
8K coming in.
Yep. We're going to see 8 at life.
So I have
think
7 Dawn.
Austin's got, it looks like he's reaching for life.
Oh,
Does
he's
he
got
have, no.
nothing, no trigger. And is this a matter of just stacking the rest on? Nope, we're gonna swing 6, use a 2K.
He
and
got it.
Boom,
Wow.
3-card
And
hand.
Chris
oh yeah, I was
taking it
Yeah.
with purple
I
Luffy,
wasn't-
ladies
yeah,
and
I thought forever
gentlemen.
about whether I should keep that runner or not.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I
we
can't
know.
believe,
Let's
I
go.
cannot
Yeah, it's like, my head
believe
was, like,
that.
really
That was
rough.
incredible. Yes.
Congrats to our winner,
Yeah.
Chris
Their time
Silva
really
with
is the
Purple
time.
Luffy,
Yeah.
taking it down.
Taking it down. Exceptional
Good stuff, though. I
job.
was sweating
Yeah,
a little bit, but I was
yeah.
just trying to get
Yeah,
the poker face.
that was
Yeah.
really well done. I definitely. So this is why I'm over here and not over there. Like, I would have never.
No, I don't
would-
have.
I would have never. This man had.
I don't
me-
have the
Every time
chutzpah.
it
I
showed
would.
up,
I
it
was
for a
stressing
split
out this
moment.
whole time. Like, bro, what are you doing?
Kill that Luffy.
What are you doing? And this guy's just over here, absolutely
Nope.
crushing it.
Swinging a life.
Absolutely crushing it. What an event. What an event.
Luffy taking it all.
We didn't see it coming.
Not on my big. I think a lot of people doubted Pluffy,
We did.
saying how it gotta go first all day. Can it survive a 10-round tournament
Yeah.
against all these different decks? There's a lot of Bonnie, Red
Yeah.
Green Smoker,
I mean, let's think about it. It wasn't just 10 rounds. We're talking
and yeah, we got the 10 rounds first in
25
Swiss.
potential rounds that this deck went through, right? 10 rounds of Swiss day 1, potentially best of 3, going to 3 rounds every single time. You're looking at 25 rounds with this deck. It's insane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hold up. Let's try and get the players over here. I'll be right back.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah. Here we go. Man, huge congrats. The Pluffy stocks are way up. I love Mimi on this deck, but I also love playing it. So cool to see it being able to take the top step of the podium here. We're going to figure out exactly how we want to do the interview process. Yeah, that would make sense.
So realistically, it's just going to be this. Like, this is, I don't even want to talk about these numbers, arguably. Yeah, 1845 and 30.
All right, perfect. So starting out some of the replays, and then we will have both of our players coming up pretty soon.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the players are getting their prizing right now. We are
those
going.
mats.
Yeah, they're getting those play mats. We're going to have Austin over here chatting with Taylor about that final round first. So we'll have our Shanks second place finish coming over for an interview, and then we will have Purple Luffy as well. We got to talk to both of these players about, like, one, what do you expect as Austin there, seeing the aggression and just, like, completely ignoring your board?
I can't wait for you to pick Chris's braid on this. It's going to be so great.
Oh, yeah.
I love how you always get, interviewing the Purple Luffy
I got
players.
to,
It's just so good. It is so good.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be perfect because you'll be able to get the questions from Austin that's like, hey, so talk to me. Like, how did that feel to just be ignored the whole game?
They feel a little lonely out there.
Yeah, like that's insane. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we got Austin coming over, so I'm going to bow out. I'll be right back.
Perfect. Back over here. Holy man. Congrats on the finish. That beautiful mat.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is such a dream. They show it off. Is this the mat you wanted? Let's be real.
Yeah,
First or second?
I'm happy with either, but yeah, big Kuzan fan, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The ice coming out. It
yeah.
is hard as heck.
Yeah.
So, man, coming from that match, going into Purple Luffy, how do you feel with your current build? I feel as if there's been a lot of interest around the Red Hawk.
Yeah.
But not as powerful maybe against some of these larger bodies that Luffy plays. What was your game plan?
Yeah, this is one of the matchups where the Red Hawk is previously I've been playing Mulga, and Red Hawk's considerably worse in this matchup.
Yeah.
But it's not bad. Like, the trigger can win you games, right? We saw
Exactly.
That earlier.
It literally could have won you that first game there.
But yeah, I think the matchup's pretty close. It's usually just favored who goes first because you just have tempo pretty hard. The lucky ruse and stuff can keep you in it. If you stay healthy and make it to like playing 10 drops, it's usually Shanks favored. But if like you saw in those games, he hit his ramp and he has like a 9-drop Luffy swinging at me before I've got anything on the board, right?
Your worst nightmare, right? That's the last thing you want to see.
Yeah. So.
How do you feel about the Sanji include being able to annoyingly swing sixes? Is that a card in Pluffy that you really prioritize?
Yeah, so especially when you go first, one of the reasons I love the Straw Hat package in the Shanks deck is it gives you that angle where you can actually be
actual
aggressive.
Curve.
Yeah, you're not just sitting around and countering. You can just really pressure your opponent while still having that Shanks ability to protect your bodies instead of having to just be defensive all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then speaking of that Straw Hat package, you were able to play out the 5-cost Luffy almost every game when you needed to. What we found very interesting was that Chris was almost ignoring it. Were you a bit surprised of how relentless he was attacking face?
I was a little bit, but it is one of those things, like I said, where if he keeps me at a high life total and swings at my Luffys and I get to 10 on, and then I just get to start playing Shankses and stuff, if I'm at 4 life when that happens or something, that's where the game can really swing in favor for Shanks, and you can just keep playing 10 drops over and over again. So it's one of those things you kind of have to find your spot, when you can start swinging life and when you should ignore the board and just try and race. And obviously they have Gum Giant, so at the end of the game they can turtle up so hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it really seemed like during those crucial turns of we're just going to go face to each other and see who has the most nerves. And I mean, it's just crazy, Chris with all that aggression. But was there anything that you wanted to shout out that you made it this far? I don't know if you've been able to give shout outs yet, but about this run and just how surreal. I mean, congratulations on that.
This is my best finish, so super excited. Shout out, I am sponsored by Kayfabe Cards. Awesome guys, and then my teammate Josh Graham Impact, who convinced me to play the Red Hawks and gave me all the best tweaks for the deck. So yeah.
So you're feeling very good about the deck. Is there any changes that you would make moving forward? I'm assuming that you're in some of these May regional events or Peoria.
I'll be in Peoria next weekend, and then online's in after that or whatever. But I'm pretty happy with the deck. The biggest thing, I kind of with all the changes I've been making, I never really stopped to tweak my 2K package.
Okay.
So it's all the red hair 2Ks, and I'm not sure if those are all the right ones I should be playing. So that's the only real tweak I would think about making.
I see. So you would ever switch to something like some of the Straw Hat 2Ks or even...
So it's mostly Straw Hats, and there's probably even other red 2Ks that I haven't really thought about. So these still might be the best ones, but that's something I didn't actually give too much thought to because I was changing so many other things in the deck.
But I mean, it worked pretty damn well today. Getting all the way to second place. Man, that's so awesome. So congrats again on that. Show off that mat one more time.
Yep.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You got to be using that now.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, we're going to switch on over to our winner, Chris, with Ian. Momentarily here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by the Mad Lad himself, Chris. Dude, congratulations
Thank you.
on the win here in Virginia Beach. So I believe we had talked about this in the semifinals, but I think you said that you had like 2 second places before this.
Yeah.
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 Is this your first
This
place?
is my first place.
I love it, man. That's awesome. Well, congratulations, well deserved. And if you hit that second place, by no means is that something to be, not
yeah.
proud of.
Yeah,
but
that's-
that first, that's got to be feeling different right now.
It does. The second place mat though I think is like cooler. Like
Dude, we were talking about this. Somebody
Yeah.
was like, "Yo, the Teach and the Kuzan, are you kidding me?" I still love this. Like, it's kind of like it's the one from why am I forgetting the name of it? Gear 5, the
Yeah.
Gear 5
the
OPO5.
vanilla. I think these are all vanilla arts, right?
Yeah,
Like
this is the one from OPO6 Secret Rare as well as the Wings of the Captain.
Oh,
yeah.
they're all secret rares, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. And then you had the Secret Rare Luffy. So looking really sick. Actually, did you hold it up?
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
held it up.
let's show it to the camera. Yeah.
Still pretty cool.
Yeah, this looks awesome, man. Very cool. Very cool. So I need to talk to you about a couple of things, man. Some questionable decisions, and it was like only me that was thinking it was questionable. You knew you had it the whole time. Both games that both rounds. Yeah, no, both games that you won, going first, obviously. You had game 1, game 3. You said, you know what? Your board is not relevant to me. It's gone. I've ignored it. Like the 9-cost Luffy, you had like the Sanji, you had these, I was thinking you would go for board, as you're playing your 9-cost, you're playing your 7-cost Sanji, but you said, nah, I'm just going life. Well, talk to me through that. What was the idea?
Regardless of how he built his list, the one good thing Shanks is doing is like stalling the game.
Yeah.
So like 10 drop Shanks, any version of it is just scary. Like the KO one just kills everything I play. The rush one, like if I keep delaying and try to kill that, just rush will just overwhelm the board. So and he was also playing like not that the deck list matters too much, but like I was afraid of his one of. Like it's just a one of, but I saw all 3 of my one ofs. And his one of is just superior to mine, so I'm just like I'm not risking this. I can't.
Sure. So what is the one of you're talking about?
Oh, the Gamma Knife.
Oh, Gamma Knife.
Yeah.
You're only running 1.
Yeah, and I saw it all 3 games, which
Interesting.
is so crazy to me.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, that card can definitely change the tide in a lot of the green matchups, but it does feel pretty solid into red occasionally. That was also something that, you used the Gamma Knife specifically on the Luffy instead of the Dragon. Did you not have like did you not confidently think you'd be able to remove the Dragon on that one turn? I want to say it was game 3.
I think every hit matters. So if I just like make a 6 a 1, it's gonna die. If
For
I make
sure.
it
Yeah, for sure.
a 9 a 5, he's incentivized to protect it. Because
Gotcha.
if it lives, I'm screwed if both live. Like
Yeah.
yeah. So just rather get rid of one. And like I don't have, like I said, I'm not spending too much time on the board just because his end game is scarier than mine.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So you were trying to rush him down, and obviously it ended up working. So during the game 2, what do you felt like really went wrong for you to be able to take it on that one?
I drew pretty well. I had the 9 drop, but instead I should have just established 7-5 and then like have a Dawn up because I think with my leader ability I can still like Gum Giant and protect myself. And then next turn he's dealing with 5, 6, 8 and then a 10. instead of just 10-5, I play out Luffy. And that's a mistake I keep doing. Like I just keep tunneling into the 9-drop. Like
Sure.
here, he like removed one board, and so like he's just safe for the rest of the game.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. And I mean, going down to 0 life there at the end of the game 3, I was expecting you to potentially have like some form of 9-mom play with like a 1 active, but you just went for the blocker instead. Were you not concerned about potentially Lime Juice or a second Gold Roger? I mean, I know that you had some knowledge of what his deck list looked like, so I'm not sure if he ran the second Roger or not, but
I had 2 giants. What I should have done is
Okay.
just block the first one, have him go all in, and then because my hand was 2 giants, 1 2K, the rest were dead. But out of those 2 giants, the possibility of me getting 1 counter exists. But like knowing my luck, sometimes it's just like it's not gonna be there.
yeah,
I was also worried about 2 dragons because he swings 999.
yeah, yeah. Oh, so do you think 999 would have got there?
No.
No. Okay.
Because it's the same. It's the same math as 915.
Yeah.
Like if I block the 9.
I got you. That was something I was thinking about. I was like, if he went for like Otama Lime Juice, does he get there? Does a second Roger get there? But I was wondering if that when he trashed the Roger, was that your indication? You know what? I feel safe.
Yeah.
Because did you look at his list? Was he running 1 Roger?
He had 1 Roger and he discarded. So I was like,
Love
okay,
it.
this is important to know.
Yeah.
Because
love
like
it.
normally if I didn't, I would have just assumed he had another one
Sure.
and not played a blocker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's literally the scary part about playing against games where you don't have that knowledge going into it with these Top Cut events is you have to expect the unexpected, And I think that you having that knowledge was actually tantamount to you being able to, take advantage of that and win the game. Man, it was fantastic seeing it. I know a lot of people in chat were losing their minds like we were. I was like, dude, he's insane. What is he doing? We were both thinking like there was moments where we should have went for Luffy and you said, nope, I think we're good. We're good. We're just gonna clean it up here. And I really enjoyed watching the matchup, man. You definitely did it. You definitely did really well. And other than that, I would say if you had to say one matchup or one game in particular this entire weekend that was the hardest game, what would it be?
It was against Lucci. Bro, that high roll was insane. Shout out to Chris Pack, bro. He just,
it was Chris Pack?
Yeah, he just steamrolled me. I think it was Brooke, Laboon, next turn Jack,
Yeah.
and then the following turn, I think it was Rebecca Kuzan, and I just
Yeah, you were like, yeah,
yeah.
you got it. Well, man, congratulations again. That's awesome. I mean, we've got some amazing cards here. Now, there was a rumor that I heard that you might be willing to opening up the cereal for us live here on camera.
Yeah, I don't mind.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna find out what number cereal card Chris was able to take home here.
If I ever figure this out.
I know, right? Yeah, those bags are no joke. Oh man, is that it? That's it. That's the bad boy. All right. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's delicate.
I'm not built for.
Nobody's built for this. Don't worry. I would offer help, but I'm not built for it either.
Already creased it.
No way.
No, I didn't.
No, yeah. You're good. Ooh.
286.
What number?
286.
286. Look at that. Oh, man. Yeah, let's throw it in a sleeve real fast.
Will go good in my an L deck that I'm never gonna play.
Oh, yeah? Yeah? Rock that in an L? Do you think you're going to hold on to it?
Most likely.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
It is really nice.
That's beautiful. All right. Look at that. Just one more for good measure, yeah. You mind if I get it closer to the camera?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 286 right here. The Portgas D Ace cereal won by Chris himself, our winner. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you to everybody that viewed the event. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It's been a phenomenal one here in Virginia Beach. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So actually, let's get you. Yeah, let's get you all set, my man.
Actually, help me.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. Do you want to hold on to this? Oh no, you're good, man. You're good. All right. Up on in. Up on in. Oh. All right, Jeff. I do apologize. I could not remember without seeing it first.
All right.
Guys going live right
The little wrap up. Perfect.
Oh man, what an event!
That went as good as I could have hoped.
Yeah, that was fantastic. A massive shout out to Purposely TCG here for traveling out here from Boston, coming out and being a part of this. If you guys haven't, check him out on YouTube, X, or Twitter, all that good stuff. You probably find a bunch of your reels are probably all over like Instagram and stuff like that as
Just
well.
jacked. I don't
Yeah.
upload them there, but they might be there.
They might be. Yeah, they're everywhere. But yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic event, hosted by the Booster Box here
Yeah.
in Virginia Beach.
Huge shout out to them for hosting a great event, and I feel honored to be a part of this. Thank you for Luffy for picking me here.
Hey,
Ian, he's the man. You got
My
the
dude.
knowledge,
my dude.
that beautiful voice as well. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, I knew
goes a
I
long way.
needed somebody that we would go well together and that was close. I didn't want to have somebody flying from the other side of the country just to.
they're probably in Pasadena.
Yeah,
They're-
they're like, dude, I can just go an hour to Pasadena, and then yeah. But this was perfect. We have our East Coast event here, and all of this, made possible by the Booster Box, but really the stream and the broadcast made possible by Esports Admin. And shout out to Jeff for absolutely crushing it on this. And unfortunately, we had a little bit of technical difficulty on the first, round or two of the first day,
Just a little
but
bit.
it was internet. We're in a convention center.
yeah, that was no
What are
one's
you gonna
fault.
do? What are you gonna do? It's like impossible not to have something go wrong at with convention center internet. But thank you to everybody that
Thank
tuned
you so
in.
much.
Thank you for enjoying the event. Thank you for enjoying the stream. And yeah, we're just gonna sign out the only way we know how.
Is that how we do it? I didn't know that was our signature.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.